1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, okay. And so then I'm gonna need to also wear these.
Yeah. So you can.
Okay. Let me just here. Now there's. Any of those? Hey, Adam. Nice to meet you, man. Oh, great. haven't yet put on headphones or found headphones, you're going to need them to hear our speakers today. This is just, we'll be getting going in a few minutes here on the life science stage. Looking forward to a great 2 days of speakers and panels. So again, everything is going to be coming through these. I encourage you to keep them on in between so that you can hear everything that's happening, all the announcements that are coming. In many of the sessions today, we will have a Q&A after the main panels. There will be a QR code up here, which you can use to submit questions, which will appear on the screen, and we'll be able to ask our speakers. So just hold on for a couple more minutes, and we'll be getting going with a great day of content on life science. So thanks, and again, headphones, tell your friends, wear these, and I'll be right back. Thanks.
Ja,
Yeah, I was here last year for the first time, so it's and we're on. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day one of the Life Science stage at TechBBQ. I hope you all managed to stay dry on the way over, or mostly dry. We've got a great couple of days of content coming up. I'll be your host for both days of the event. My name's Adam Bluestein. I'm a journalist in the US working for Fast Company, covering biotech and life sciences and deep tech. And the theme of TechBBQ this year is One Giant Leap. And what that means here is how founders, how companies go from the start to the next stage, how they take that next step to make their ambitions real. So we'll have some 75 speakers throughout these 2 days, and we're going to need to listen to these the whole time if you want to hear what's going on. And for some of these speakers, we're going to have a Q&A. Many of these speakers will have a Q&A panel afterwards. We're using a system where up on this stage, there'll be a QR code that appears. Just get that on your phone, type in your question, they'll come up, and we'll be able to share them with our speakers. So it's very exciting for me to be back in Copenhagen for a second year. There's an incredible life science ecosystem here, which is really unique in the world. Denmark really punches above its weight in terms of life science innovation and growth. So the goal here is to equip founders, is to equip you all with the tools that you need to take this next step. And this year, Life Sciences is going to cover not only the traditional areas of sort of biotech, pharma, medtech, but we'll be expanding the focus to include planetary health as well, recognizing that it's really the health of the planet and the health of people are intricately connected. We need to focus on both. So we'll have a mix of speakers coming from both of those perspectives, from bio, pharma, as well as from a planetary health perspective. So there'll be no breaks throughout the day. Grab a sandwich, come back. We've got a lot going on. With that said, our first session, we will have Charlotte Schuller from the Novo Nordisk Foundation talking about life sciences without borders, talking about the state of the Danish life science ecosystem. And she will be introducing us to 4 startups that we've selected that sort of represent these different areas of focus throughout the conference. So we look forward to having a great day. Thank you so much for joining us. And with that, I welcome Charlotte to come to the stage. Thank you, everyone.
So, good morning and welcome to the TechBBQ Life Science stage. There's a little discrepancy here. I'm actually not going to introduce the startups. I hope they will be able to manage themselves because that's not been included in this speech. But I'm sure that will be possible for themselves. I know that the team behind this scene has been working really hard to compile a lot of very interesting speakers during these 2 days. And therefore it's a pleasure to welcome and honor such distinguished gathering of innovators and entrepreneurs and stakeholders. So we are all united with a common passion for life science and biosolutions and the transformative potential that they hold. So together we gather to even celebrate the incredible potential of innovation, a field that holds a promise of transformative solution for both human health and planetary health. This stage is dedicated to exploring the readiness and implementation of these groundbreaking solutions, and we're thrilled to have you all here to contribute to the vital conversations. At the Novo Nordisk Foundation, our vision is to improve people's health and the sustainability of the society and the planet. So we are committed to supporting scientific research, fostering innovation, and nurturing talent across various life stages and scientific fields. Our mission is to drive progress in the prevention and treatment of diseases, support the green transition, and invest in a world-class life science ecosystem. Life science is a field that transcends boundaries, that impacts every aspect of our lives. It's about understanding the intricate web of life and that knowledge to create solutions that benefit all living beings. Whether it's through developing new therapies for diseases or by creating sustainable agricultural practices, new foods, or innovating in environmental conversation, life science holds the key to a better future. So today I'm excited to see the showcase of around 30 of the remarkable startups that are at the forefront of this innovation. These startups each bring unique and pioneering solutions to the table. On days like these, we see the embodiment of creativity and dedication and the relentless pursuit of excellence. I'm sure that TechBBQ is proud to support and celebrate their efforts, and we look forward to seeing the incredible impact they will have on the world. On this stage, you will hear some of our best entrepreneurs talk about their journey as an inspiration to you all. You will also hear about all the other very important pillars in the fantastic innovation ecosystems we have here in Denmark. All the pillars that are needed to go from research to innovation on the market. This stage is more than just a platform for presentations. It's a melting pot of ideas where knowledge is shared, relationships are built, and synergies are discovered. The opportunities for networking here are immense. Each conversation you have today could be the spark that ignites groundbreaking collaboration or the seed that grows into an impactful project. I believe in the power of commitment and the magic of serendipity. The connections you make here could lead to innovations that none of us can yet imagine. Let's embrace this chance to learn from one another, to share our experiences and to build relationships that will drive us forward. The future of life science and biosolutions is bright, and it's in our hands to share it. Together, we can create a world where science and technology work hand in hand to solve the most pressing challenges of our time. So let's dive into these 2 days with enthusiasm and an open mind. Let's be inspired by the stories we hear, motivated by the challenges we face, and committed to the journey ahead. The stage is set, the audience is ready, and the presenters are ready, and the future is ours to create. So let's make this 2 unforgettable days of innovation, collaboration, and discovery. Thank you. And welcome to Line, the CEO and founder of Bellyfood.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. And I will certainly introduce myself as well. My name is Line Petersen, and I'm the founder of Bellyfood, a company that provides food for people with a feeding tube. So what do people with a feeding tube eat today? I guessed so. Until recently, people with a feeding tube would eat nutrition that looks like this for all of their meals. This product consists of highly processed isolates such as protein powders, vitamin and mineral powders, and maltodextrin, so to say, ingredients that you would not find in your own kitchen. And Bellyfood's solution is to create meals that consist of ingredients that you would eat with your mouth if you could. So our product the nutrition content is according to the Nordic Nutrition Recommendation, and the viscosity is suitable for people with a feeding tube. As said, my name is Line Petersen, and I founded Bellyfood because of my son Otto that has a feeding tube. Otto had his feeding tube when he was 1 year old, and he did not thrive on this traditional tube feeding. He was vomiting several times a day. After starting to blending our own tube feeding, Otto's vomiting stopped and he started thriving. Unfortunately, my family's experience is not unique. Studies show that up to 74% of people with a feeding tube are suffering from one or more discomfort, most likely diarrhea or vomiting. The same study shows that up to 95% of people with these discomforts experience a significant improvement when changing to real food. 95%, that's a high number. So, if you think that Bellyfood is just parade food, I can tell you that we are much more than that. Our food are categorized as food for special medical purposes, and that means that we regulatory lies within the field of food and medicine. As the first ones in Europe, our products of real food has been approved by a European Medicines Agency, something that's not only a certificate of quality, but also means that patients get 60% reimbursement when using Bellyfood. The market of tube feeding is growing and it's overseen. Market analysis shows that 40% of tube-fed people are asking for real food product. The market is missing development and competition, and Bellyfood is here to change that. We are an all-female founded company. My partner Pia is a clinical dietitian with more than 14 years of experience within tube feeding. We have a diverse board and advisory board that has different knowledge, but all somehow experience within the field of food for special medical purposes. So where are we today? Since February 2023, we have sold more than 80,000 meals, and 84% of our customers are returning, something that we are very proud of. We have all hospitals in Denmark prescribing prescriptions for Bellyfood. And what's next? We are currently hiring more people, and we are gaining market shares in Denmark. We expect in 2025 to launch 2 new products at 2 new markets, something that we are already heavily invested in. So if you're interested in an international growing market with products that improve patients' quality of life, please come by our booth down here to have a chat, and I can tell you a lot more. Thanks a lot for your time and your attention.
Then I will also make sure to introduce myself. So hello everyone, my name is Mads Turner. I am the founder of Exo360 together with my co-founder Michael, who's right there. And at Exo360 we work to elevate the care for injured people. So I've decided not to pitch my company, but just talk about our story right now. So I'm a medical doctor. I have about 10 years of experience working in orthopedics and a PhD in trauma surgery. And I'm really inspired by a guy called Antonius Matthijssen. He worked in Holland in 1852, and that was a time when the world was very different. There was a huge war going on in Crimea, and with an unprecedented amount of injuries happening. So out of that, to cope with those amount of injuries, Florence Nightingale innovated nursing. The Russians pioneered anesthesia. And this guy, an unsung hero, looked to the world of arts and found plaster of Paris to stabilize unstable injuries. Within 10 years, it spread all over the world and is today in the ERs across the world still the #1 treatment that patients get when they have an unstable broken bone. It's the #1 treatment when people have a diabetic foot ulcer, and even congenital deformities of kids with clump feet, for example, are treated with serial casting. I worked hard to get to a stage where I could become a surgeon, but now I've devoted my life to create better non-surgical treatment options. Because it can't be right that 200 years on, we're still using plaster of Paris for these illnesses. Because the problem with it is that it can't adapt to the patient. So what we've done is that we've pioneered metamaterial technology, which is where you can actually engineer pressure responses. So the technology that we have is that you can control the pressure. So it doesn't matter if our material is compressed 20% or at 70%, it always maintains the perfect pressure, holding bones in the correct position. So I invite you all to come to our stand afterwards. But I also want to introduce, since it is the Novo Nordisk Foundation that was hosting this event here, I want to introduce you to our new project. So every single year, 40 million people are diagnosed with a diabetic foot ulcer. It's the #1 complication to diabetes today. And every minute, 3 people will suffer an amputation. Now, the gold standard care is still casting for these patients. And 90% of ulcers will heal if they're treated with a cast, but no one uses them. So what we've done is that we're using our metamaterial technology and partnered with 3 leading companies in Sweden to create a game-changing treatment, the ExoDive-U, for these patients. So please come meet us at our booth and help us elevate the care for injured people going forward. Thank you very much.
Hello. Let's start this in a different way. I really want to know how many of you have used something like this. Come on, raise your hands, don't be shy. Yes. How many of you have used something like this? It's a non-stick pan. I used to do it every day as well until last year. How many of you are wearing makeup? Yes. Well, guys, I have a bad news. Along with these consumer products, you have been getting something that's very harmful. PFAS. That's the buzzword of the year, right? Well, PFAS is just like that one guest who will never get the hint to leave the party. But it sets and builds up so confidently in your body that causes serious diseases like kidney cancers, developmental issues, reproductive issues. Well, let's dive deeper into what is PFAS and how did it come into this world. In 1940s, some companies thought that let's make some chemicals that can incorporate it with the consumer products that can make it more durable, waterproof, and stain-free. These chemicals are, you're not wrong, it's PFAS. PFAS stands for per or polyfluoroalkyl substances. As we speak, there are more than 15,000 compounds of PFAS in one of those consumer products that we use, the water that we drink, and the soil that we grow our food in. They have a better network than TechBBQ, trust me. I have PFAS. 99% of people have PFAS in their blood, and it just doesn't end there. Penguins living in the North Pole also have PFAS. Well, how do we actually deal with this silent treatment? At Cambiotics, we are on a mission that believes in 2 probiotic capsules a day keeps the PFAS away. It will look something like this. It's not just a regular probiotic. It's a probiotic that is tailored to actually absorb the PFAS in your system and flush it out at once. It extends the duration for 6 to 12 months. Scientists in Cambiotics have spent years of research in different organisms, reducing the levels of PFAS, and now they bring this breakthrough to humans. With 2 probiotics capsules a day, we actually give a lot of control to humans to control their lives and make it a better way instead of spending a lot of money on expensive treatments. It's easy, effective, and natural. Well, what's next? For Cambiotics, I know that at the end of 2026, we will launch probiotic capsules first in US market and extend it to the rest of the part of the world. But how can you help us to do that? Some of you can actually spread the word about PFAS and think about how we can fight against it. We are raising money, so investors, please come to our booth number 10, and we can have different insightful conversations about how we can actually scale up. Remember, guys, 2 PFAS capsules a day keeps 2 probiotic capsules a day keeps the PFAS away. Let's clean this mess together, 2 probiotic capsules at a time. Thank you.
Okay, wait, now I'm on. Hello, everyone. I'm a little damp this morning. No, it's not because I went swimming with our reefs, but it's because I stepped out in the wonderful Copenhagen weather. And I'm the co-founder of Reef Circular, as you may have noticed by the beautiful reef I was carrying today. We started Reef Circular because, unfortunately, 50% of coral reefs and 85% of oyster reefs have disappeared from our oceans since 1950. And this biodiversity collapse has serious consequences for us also as humans. It's led to a decrease in fishery yields around the world. It's also led to an impact on tourism. I mean, who wants to go to Australia and not see the Great Barrier Reef, am I right? And also, in addition to this, it's led to increased flooding as reefs help boost our coastal protection systems. So one of the solutions we can use to help with this biodiversity loss is by the creation of artificial reefs. The issue with this is that the majority of materials used for artificial reefs have high greenhouse gas emissions. We use a lot of boulder reefs, unbroken glacier stone, which is incredibly hard to source and takes a lot of CO2 emissions to ship down and dump back into the ocean. We also use materials like concrete, which also are responsible for 10% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions as a material. Very, very intense. So Shannon and I put our heads together and we thought, why not use the ocean's own materials to help create artificial reefs? We have the ability to intercept tens of tons of thousands of fishery waste, oyster shell waste from fisheries themselves, and use it to create a new material to use for artificial reef projects. And my co-founder, Dr. Shannon Hansen, will explain more about the process.
Yep, so we've developed an environmentally friendly bioconcrete that's made from waste shells from fisheries and natural marine binders. So unlike regular concrete, we don't use any cement in our bioconcrete, and we don't use extreme temperatures in excess of 1,400 degrees, which is used to make the cement in regular concrete. We only use 150 degrees Celsius to sterilize the shells, ensuring they're safe for the ocean. In addition, because we're using a waste material that would otherwise be dumped in landfills and eventually burned, this saves further CO2 from entering the atmosphere. This means that our bioconcrete should have significantly lower CO2 emissions than regular concrete, which we hope to confirm later this year with a life cycle analysis. We will use our bioconcrete to 3D print artificial reefs and these will be placed in areas that have been damaged by human activity. Our reefs are designed for specific ecosystems and species, so not a one-size-fits-all approach. In the prototype that Catherine's holding, it's designed for urban environments, so harbors and things where the natural habitat's been removed and replaced with smooth concrete harbor walls. The different sized holes cater to different species, and it provides an area for things to grow on and hide in, increasing the biodiversity. Our goal is, with our reefs, to increase the marine biodiversity and the socioeconomic benefits that come with strong marine ecosystems, such as increased coastal protection, increased fisheries yield, and increased employment opportunities. To ensure that our reefs are effective and to provide our customers with data, we will monitor them regularly using a variety of different techniques, such as underwater cameras with artificial intelligence, species recognition. So this summer, we launched our first pilot project in the north of Denmark. This was in collaboration with D2U Aqua and Anima Robotics, which are another startup here, and we did it at a DHI testing facility. We deployed 24 artificial reefs that were made in clay, and this is while our bioconcrete is in the final stages of development, and this is to test the design, the deployment, and also the monitoring. After just 1 month, we could see our artificial reefs had 100% coverage of barnacles and algae, so they're doing their job. And although we're waiting on the final analysis by Anima Robotics, our partner, we can already see we have lots of visitors and lots of biodiversity. This includes crabs, starfish, shrimp, lots of different species of fish, and even a seal. Catherine will now tell you about the business model for Reef Circular and also the different organizations that can benefit from our reefs.
Yeah, so the most common question we get is, how do you make money off of this? Well, I'll tell you, this is an emerging market that currently is worth $1.9 billion and is growing. Our main customers include governments that are looking to boost their biodiversity, of course, to help with tourism, as well as other benefits such as fishery yields, but also private companies, especially offshore companies, that are required to include biodiversity measures as a part of their tenders. This is where we can come in because we can adapt our solutions to have any form of connection, attachment, or design to come into these tenders and make a competitive bid. So with our monitoring program, which lasts as well up to 2 years to start with and longer as necessary, we can provide companies with ESG data and also targets for biodiversity data for governments. And we found that this also does really have a boost for tourism. After we deployed our reefs, we received endless requests for snorkeling workshops around Hunestel to come and visit the reefs and see all the fish around them. So there really is a wonderful benefit and a wonderful revenue opportunity here for installing these reefs. At the moment, we are growing as a company. In the future, we're working to protect our intellectual property, including patenting our formulation, and we're growing. We're really looking forward to helping the ocean, and we're looking for other partners and people that want to come along with us for the journey, maybe work with us and develop a special reef or a special project. You can find us over at our booth or at Copenhagen Labs. And if you want to see footage of all the happy fish and seals swimming around our reefs, you can go visit Anima Robotics booth as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're off to a great start here today. Moving into our next panel. So Denmark is taking steps to be at the forefront, to be a leading life science nation. The country is pretty unique in the role of government in supporting life sciences companies throughout their entire journey. So our next panel is going to be moderated by the CEO of Danish Life Science Cluster, Diana Nielsen, and she'll be speaking with representatives from the Danish Life Science Cluster Nordic Health Lab, the Danish Chamber of Commerce, and DI Life Science. And they'll be sharing an overview of new initiatives within life science in Denmark that have been initiated in the past year, including the life science strategy and the entrepreneurial strategy. The panel will look to the future, and they'll reflect on the initiatives that have already been implemented to, and the impact that they have brought to the life science sector in Denmark. So look forward to this panel. Please welcome our next folks on stage. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm so happy. I'm sorry for that. We were not able to hear that the presentation was going on. So, my name is Diana Arsovich Nielsen. I'm very happy to be here. I represent the Danish Life Science Cluster, and I will be your moderator today. And let me present this amazing panel. Sarah, maybe you should introduce yourself, share a little bit about who you are, where you're from.
Yeah. So thank you so much for the invitation to participate and contribute to this very important matter and give our perspective on where we need to move the life science sector and the industry and how we could make sure to keep it in front. I'm Sarah Grustreger, and I'm a CEO of Nordic Health Lab, and we are a non-for-profit organization that works to explore new kinds of partnerships in the life science industry, matching and comparing companies with knowledge institutions and our partners, which is the municipalities and the hospitals. And we try to help really find the needs and the problems and understand them with the companies and then match them with the companies to create innovative solutions together. So that's sort of my experience from here, and I'm really happy to join the panel.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
And Lars, welcome to you too.
Yeah, thank you.
Will you present yourself?
Yeah, my name is Lars Bæk Jørgensen, and I am from DI Life Science. And I represent the life science industry in Danish industry, which is the largest employer and business organization in Denmark. In short, my job is to make sure that private companies and startups are able to help transform the Danish healthcare system. We are getting much more elderly people and patients with chronic diseases, and we need to make sure that they are treated remote or at best at home.
Thank you, Lars. And another Sarah.
Thank you. My name is also Sarah. I am from the Danish Chamber of Commerce, our department that works with life science and healthcare. And we do a lot of work to ensure the best possible framework conditions for startups, for big life science companies, and the environment itself. Yes, but thanks for having us.
Thank you for coming. So we have a really interesting topic today to discuss. Danish life science investments, Danish life science industry, a lot of things are going on. And we want to be in the forefront of life science internationally, as a country, as a market. And I'm curious to discuss with you these steps that we are taking right now to move even further up that ladder. We are right now, I think, processing a life science strategy. And I guess you guys have expectations of what you're expecting should come out of that could help our industry and our healthcare sector. So please share some of your expectations with me. Sarah, you'll start.
Yeah, I think it's important to say that the strategy will not do it itself. It comes down to implementation and execution. But I think it's a really good political signal that we are we're making these life science strategies and have been doing that since 2018. I think from some of the more interesting initiatives, we've already seen them being presented in the entrepreneurial strategy before summer. And if I'm going to give a few examples, then firstly, I think the removal of the phantom taxation is a really good step forward. The possibility for startups to give their employees shares in the companies without them risking having a huge tax afterwards is also because sometimes when you're a startup company, you can't always provide a high salary, but you can give shares instead. So that's also positive. I think it's really positive that the government is going to look into changing the strategy for the TTOs. And then also one last thing, the political ambition of creating a Danish Kendall Square. I mean, it's a really great ambition, and there will be a lot of work, a lot of important work to be done before that is happening. But I think it's a good ambition.
Right. So copying the best.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, thank you. Lars, your expectations, let me hear.
Yeah. First of all, I think we have quite a good starting point. We are at a good place. I expect that a new lifestyle strategy will focus on innovation and how we get the good innovative ideas and solutions to work within the lifestyle sector. So more focus on innovation and how we implement it. And one important thing there is that we need to make sure that the way we test and evaluate is the same approach across the country. It's not. We cannot continue doing it on a different way all over. We have to make sure it's the same way. We have it within pharma. That's the same approach and process everywhere,
Right.
but not in health tech. And we definitely need to do something about that.
Yeah, it sounds like a really good thing to do. Sarah.
So, to give a different perspective, I agree with the panelists here, and also viewing the strategy as a scaffolding and really make sure that we actually use that scaffolding to really go into different discussions and explore together across the whole ecosystem how we can sort of develop the whole industry and make sure that we also are at the forefront in the future. But adding to that, I think one of the potentials we see and I see is the need for more coalitions across the ecosystem. And what I mean by this is that, of course, we need to spread the valuable solutions across the country and really bring them to scale. But I think we also need to build capacity within different sort of fields of expertise. And maybe this has to come from some centralized healthcare innovation center. Nevertheless, I think the partnerships are really important here, and it's partnerships that goes beyond one ward or one hospital joining with one company, but we need to look at coalitions. So we built connections between, of course, the healthcare professionals, the patients, the relatives, the NGOs, the startups, the larger corporations, and research. And I hope that the strategy will really support that. And maybe even the strategy could be, if I should dream of the strategy, I would really hope that there will be like overarching challenges, and we could just have a look at the the Structural Commission's work and recommendations, and maybe even use those recommendations as opportunities for the Danish life science sector. So I think there's something interesting in that to sort of combine those two things and not see them as two completely different areas, because of course there's overlaps. And what I believe is that the strategy could actually nurture the research, the learnings, the knowledge building, the education, the innovation, and the collaboration across, if we identify strategic focus areas for Denmark. And what I mean about this is also, Denmark is a very small country, right? Even though we think our healthcare system and our challenges are unique, they are not unique in a global setting. So we actually experience some of the same challenges, and I think it's important to see that as an opportunity for the Danish life science sector.
Right. Thank you so much, you guys. So Sarah, could you maybe fold out a bit just for the international audience how we think of the life science sector in Denmark ourselves? What are our strength points
within the life science sector? Yeah. So first of all, it's one of our biggest contributors to taxpayers, and also and I think that's quite important to understand what makes us being able to have a welfare system. So that's one thing. It's a really important industry. I think our data is quite strong. If we will be better at using them and exploiting the fact that we have strong data sets, I think I see a lot of initiatives and collaboration projects that are going in the right direction. I think clinical trials are one of our forces. We are able to attract a lot of clinical trials to Denmark because we have a lot of good researchers, we have trust, we have data registration for patients, and that's also one of our strong points in the life science industry.
And so if you flip that coin and say, so what are the challenges? So you were all expecting really amazing things, expecting it to move forward, but for the international audience here, they may not know our local challenges. So could you maybe point them out, Sarah?
I think access to innovation for patients is our main challenge.
Yeah.
And that goes across pharmaceuticals, drugs, medtech, and just being able to take up the innovation within the healthcare system and scale it. That's a big challenge, and that's something that I hope we would prioritize in a coming strategy. Yeah.
Right, building on that, Lars, if we should not just wait for the strategies, but really have this amazing startup scene acting in it right now to help keep our focus on moving forward, what should we do? What should we focus on?
Yeah, I'll see that the procurement process are going to be more focused on other things than prices. So we need also have more value-based procurement. We need to have sustainable products and solutions. So when we are making new products and solutions, we have to be aware that they make an actual value to the healthcare system on that parameters. So the biggest challenge for the healthcare sector is the lack of healthcare professionals. So any solution that can help the remaining healthcare professionals treat more patients are just there will be a huge demand for it. So that's one way to make the products and solutions a better fit for the future healthcare system.
Right, so focusing on documentations and value contributions, even documenting that, how it's going to be done and so on. And Sarah, you're kind of the expert in that field. So these standard process of tests that you guys do in Nordic Health Hub, how do you see the startups coming in and being prepared for that, and how do you help them out with this?
Yeah, so I actually prepared a few recommendations or advices for the startups here. Hopefully that's something that could be helpful for all of you listening in. But I just wanted to add to what Lars just pointed to, the fact that we need to show our value and effectiveness and maybe less, the decrease of workload and so on. I think I'm also seeing a growing interest and awareness around value in a more broader perspective. So moving into the sphere of actually providing solutions and services and collaboration that's supporting well-being and life quality for the patients. So I think that's an important sort of nuance to the whole work of the life science industry. And also remembering that what life science comes to at the end of the day, it's about building or securing healthy, meaningful lives for patients and for citizens in our society. I think that's really important to remember. Also, when you move into wanting to sell your solution or collaborating with the hospitals and the municipalities and so on. So that being said, I think so there's something about value and really understanding what value is. And then I think it's important from our perspective, so we help the companies collaborate with the municipalities, with the wards, the hospitals, and we help them to really stay curious, to stay open, and to really try to understand the problem that they are trying to solve. So one thing is that we probably have a hypothesis around a problem that we are solving with our solution, but you need to stay open and curious on actually co-creating the solution even further. And then I think going back to the coalitions, I think it's important that that one thing is your own solution, but also maybe lift up your perspective and look around. What are the different other companies, collaborations you need to build in order to actually solve the problem? Maybe it's not your solution only, but maybe you could, in a cluster of in a combination of companies, you could actually bring even more value to the ward or to the municipality and so on. So that's an important new, I think, emerging field that we need to sort of make sure happens.
Right, thank you, Sarah. So Lars,
Yeah.
you were...
Yeah, that's good because Sarah, you said something about co-creation, and that is very, very important. We need to make sure that we co-create with the patients, with the healthcare professionals, to make sure that these solutions are easily implemented. They have to be easy to use. They have to be easy to combine with other products and solutions at the hospitals and in the healthcare system in general. So it is just easy for, otherwise they aren't being used.
Right. So, Sarah?
Yeah, it was just to add to what Lars also mentioned about value-based healthcare in procurement. I think if we are really to succeed with that, we need to take a step back and look more into the dynamic effects of healthcare solutions. That's not something the startups here today can control. That's the way you calculate in the Ministry of Finance and in the regions.
Right.
And I think just to link more to what can you then do, then you have to be aware and get some knowledge about what is it that the municipality or the hospital or the investors, what is important for them, what's their world, and how can your healthcare solution bring value or bring impact in that setting. So maybe that's something you can do while we're waiting for someone else to take care of the bigger structure.
Right, so I think our startup scene is very curious on that. I think a lot of companies have experienced, they have made the projects, they have talked, they have co-created with the customers, they have done all the right things, and still there's nobody buying it, the first sale or even the second sale, getting it scaled a little bit. What are your thoughts on that challenge?
I mean, communication is crucial here. You have to be able to translate your product or your innovation or your technology into what can it really bring to the patient. And I don't necessarily think that, people who are in the startup world and people who've been working in the hospitals speak the same language.
Right.
So maybe if you need help translating that, hire someone or reach out to your network, reach out to people who did succeed in selling and make yourself more aware of what did they do, what worked, and I think there's a lot of great knowledge out there to be shared.
Right. Sarah?
And that's actually something that we are doing at the Nordic Health Lab, that we are helping to communicate, to build that sort of shared understanding of both the solutions and what's needed, but also the problems and the needs. And then I would add, I think there's also an emerging field within the startups that you need to prepare yourself towards a more deeper collaboration. And we see that in several startups already, that they step into a different kind of role collaborating with, for example, the hospital. And what we see here is that they move away from the more traditional I'm a supplier that sort of gives a service or a solution to the purchaser, and they move into a collaboration around the structures, around the competencies, and around the capacity to take up this new technology or the new solution and really implement it and scale it. So I think there's a new role for the startups here, and I'm not saying it's easy, but I think it's something that's important, that we need to push for that, and we need to support that that sort of transition.
Right. And I guess organizations like ours can help do that, because I think the focus, being a startup, is pretty much how do we get the next funding. So, Lars, what do you think?
Yeah, but it's true that it's difficult to get the first real sale to the healthcare sector, but it's even more difficult to scale. And we have to be aware of that from the beginning. We have to make sure that it's easy for startups and other companies to get in contact with the healthcare sector and sell their products. So hopefully this new structural reform can it gives us a new basis for that, and the the life science strategy in other ways can support that. So we get this double effect.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, hopefully.
Right. So bringing us in front in life science is something to do with framework. You all pointed that out. But it is also something to do with competences and being ready for what the demands are going to be. We also just got this new strategy within entrepreneurship in Denmark. Can you maybe share a little bit about what's in it for the life science startups? You guys?
Yeah, it was some of the stuff I also mentioned in the beginning. There are different taxation initiatives that could become quite good for companies if they're implemented in the right way. There's also the Innovation District Copenhagen. That is something that some organizations have been talking about for years, is to copy the Kendall Square in Boston, basically, and being able to build an area within Copenhagen, close to the University of Copenhagen, where you can bring investors, startups, talent, big pharma, everyone who is a part of the life science environment to collaborate and to create this innovative environment. That's not easy, and there will also be some other framework condition that probably has to be changed to make it more attractive for investors to come. I think it's also quite important that we have a more differentiated investor environment than we have today. So how do we succeed in attracting more investments for the startups so they have somewhere to go and get their funding?
Yeah, that sounds really good. So what do you think, Lars? Should there be something that is even more focused directly on the startups that are here now? Because building these visions and so on may take some time.
Yeah, for sure. And I totally agree with Sarah. And just a bit more up in the air, we need to be better at commercialization, the knowledge from the universities and the hospitals, and how to get it outside and work in companies, so we can have a more successful life science sector and export to the rest of the world. So, but there are some difficulties there, and the entrepreneurial strategy are addressing a lot of them, and hopefully the life science strategy will take it even further.
Yeah, right. So let me deep dive a little bit on the funding issue, because yeah, we're going to have some taxation rules that are going to be changed. It's going to be easier to allow ownership and so on. And we're going to try to attract and brand Denmark and Copenhagen even more for the investors. But what else? Because I mean, this is the crucial question in every discussion we have for every step of growth for the startup scene, small, medium enterprises as well. Funding, risk, willing funding, how do we go about it? What can we do? Could we do something now? Do you have any proposals for what we could do together now? Like events like this, for instance?
Well, what I can do, that I can push the public healthcare sector to get to be more willingly to buy from startups.
Right.
So if they get the first sale, it is easier to scale, and then you have actually some numbers to show the investors.
Good, Lars. You go do that. I think that's a good plan.
Yeah.
And what about you, Sarah?
I think one of the things that could be done is to increase the risk for investors, because taking that first investment is quite riskful. And then maybe a lot of these funds, they're investing in different sectors. So if you really want to invest in life science, then maybe we could provide some kind of risk increasing model, decreasing model, sorry, increasing, quite important.
Yeah.
To make it easier for investors to go into this sector, also to invest. Yeah.
Right.
It's not something that's done overnight.
No, but that's a good point. So let me move into another issue that we touched a little bit on the tech translate office, tech transfer offices. Sorry, all these rules. Oh my God, there's so many rules that we have to live up to in this sector. How do we go about that much easier? Because this is also something where you kind of have to invest a lot to get all your certifications and all your approvals right, even before you get investors on board or as you do it. So what could we do in this space?
I think there's actually a lot to do with culture. If you look at Boston, MIT, if you look at the culture there, there's a much bigger culture for commercializing, for spinning out your research. And it's sort of more, you're not really a good academic researcher if you haven't tried to spin out your company. It's not really the same in Denmark. I think people are more likely to stay within your academic career, because what if you can't come back? So, and I don't have the right answer to exactly how to do that, but I think that's one way to start, to foster more innovation within the universities. And then of course we need to have proper tech transfer offices that have the right resources and that can help the researchers to spin out their companies. Yeah.
And the same interpretation of the legal framework across the country. We need to just look at the rules at the same way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just too difficult.
Yeah, good. All right, so I'm curious to hear if you got any really good examples on startups or companies that made it, even though there are barriers out there that could be our role models of what we could lean into to get inspiration on how to. Do you guys have some examples for that? Yeah? You want to start, Sarah?
Thank you. So we did a collab with a Danish startup called Nord Insights. And I have to look at my paper here because they provide a database or a library for radiologists to sort of search and find specifications on different implants for patients who are about to have their MR scanning. And have implants, and it can be very dangerous if they don't know the right specifications and they do the scanning anyway. So it's an interesting case because we collaborated with them at the Nordic Health Lab and helped them match up with a hospital, the North Zealand hospital, and they co-created the solution. So this is actually a case of a company coming in, a startup coming in, and thinking they have the right answers, but they actually co-created the solution. So they had like a test session and a co-creation, and they were open and curious to get the inputs from the healthcare professionals. And the reason why this is really interesting is because what happened afterwards was that the hospital procured the solution, and it's now implemented. And actually, they have taken the solution to scale it in UK, and they are actually also nominated for Entrepreneurs of the Year by Ernst & Young. But the interesting thing about this case is that it only took like 3 years, and they are already here. So I think that's a great point, a great underscore within the field that we need to collaborate more. We need to have these tests. We need to have co-creation and more perforated collaborations between the public and the private sector.
Right, thank you, Sarah. Good example.
And maybe I could just say, as a service information, they are actually here tomorrow to present their case together with the North Zealand hospital here from this stage. So,
thank you, Lars.
Yeah, and I would just catch up with the collaboration, because it's not only important to with collaboration between startups and companies and the healthcare sector, also between companies.
Right.
Because that will just make it easier to collaborate with the hospitals, so they don't. If we look at it from the hospital side, they have a lot of startups and companies to interact with. So can we make this easier? So we have a Danish startup, Cerebrio, who had partnered up with Siemens Healthineers using AI in the scanner. and we have and another scale, two smaller companies, Ward 422 and Unique, just connecting their solutions to make even more value to their solution. So I think that's two good examples on how companies can interact together just to get more value.
Right, really good example. Thank you, Lars. And what about you, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, luckily there are many good examples of companies that succeed. I think a great example is IO Biotech that came out of Herlev Hospital, introducing their vaccines to cancer patients that were already being treated with another drug. And that showed really great results. And I think one of the things that was the key for their success was, of course, strong data. Also, they had a lot of people on board with long careers from strong life science companies, so they had a lot of experience and knowledge. And then they were also focused internationally from the beginning, so they had a lot of different collaboration with universities outside of Denmark. Yeah.
Really cool. Because I think that would maybe hit that nail of how do we think of our growth and scaling more internationally. I can see Jesper from Health Tech Hub Copenhagen is in the audience. He would definitely say that it's a big challenge to scale inside of Denmark, right? So having bridging programs or help to get that first move into new markets. What do you think about that?
Well, the Danish share of the global health expenditures is 0.4%.
Right.
So the big business is outside Denmark.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure that we develop the good solutions here and then get them to the international market. In doing so, we need to be aware of the international scaling further on. So we cannot develop solutions only focused on the Danish market. That's just too small in the big run.
Right. So how do we go about that? I mean, what do we do to get out there? We, of course, can invite guests to come and see what we do, but how do we bridge even stronger to these international sceneries? I mean, even our regulations are depending on the EU rules and the systems for pricing and so on. Everything is connected. So how do we do that?
Yeah, first of all, we can start giving our startups a good home market.
Right.
So they have a reference. They have been able to sell their products to their to the healthcare system in their home country. That's,
valid point.
I think that's a pretty good step one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really important point. What you make there, Lars. A strong home market, willingness to invest in innovation within Denmark. That makes it a lot easier when you're out in the world. And that goes for startup. That goes for big pharma. That goes for across the entire life science system. And another thing, I think it's important to have a strong health diplomacy. We have and we are building, and I think we will see in the life science strategy, to just get back to the expectations, a stronger health diplomacy. I think to make export delegations to important markets, that being US, China, Brazil, also within Europe, UK, France, Germany, I think, and for startups to be able to go on these export delegation and meet authorities, meet people in other markets, it's also another thing we can try to do to support startups.
Right, because I think some of the challenges you guys have touched may also be challenges in other markets. So if we solve some of that together with some of the other guys, we may be able to help them as well. So helping with the health diplomacy, I guess both of your organizations do that a lot, huh? How do you do that? How can startups be a part of that?
They can join expert delegations. We also collaborate together on these health, because it doesn't really come down to who goes and who doesn't go. It's for Denmark that we are trying to do this. So we collaborate with the embassies, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with each other.
Healthcare Denmark as well.
Yeah, and Healthcare Denmark, of course, not to forget. And I mean, we try to communicate when we go and where we go, and everyone are able to sign up and join.
Right, thank you. So good advice is here. Sarah, I know you guys also made some agreements with other country markets to collaborate even closer on these test collaborations. Could you share a little bit of your insights on that?
Yeah, and also to remember our name is Nordic Health Lab, so we think that we believe that there are some values and some sort of DNA built into the Nordic countries that we can actually offer to, and to sort of expand the market and expand sort of the tests. So we are looking into collaborations with Norway and Sweden and the other Nordic countries, because some of the countries actually look a lot like ours. And you know, delegations also join Denmark and look at Denmark, but also at the Nordic countries to understand how we build our welfare systems. And also within that field, it also it builds solid and innovative healthcare startups. So I think there's also an opportunity to build on that sort of brand of the Danish and the Nordic brand. So we do collaborations across the Nordic countries.
Okay, that's a lot of stuff, and I think a lot of good invitations to the crowd. Let me just give you the last question. We are closing off in a couple of minutes, so I will have you guys close your eyes a bit and imagine that you move into the future now, 10 years. You're traveling through time, and now you're there. And we really succeeded being the forefront runner in Denmark of the life science sector. That one thing that really changed it, what was that? I didn't prepare them for this, by the way. Oh, Sarah.
Yeah, okay, I can try and start. We've already touched upon it. I think it is the access to innovation and a strong home market, because that will attract more talent, more investors, more life science to Denmark. So a strong home market, and that would be a really, really good starting point.
That's what we did. Thank you, Sarah. Lars?
Yeah, exactly. And the willingness and for the healthcare sector to buy the new innovative solution also for startups.
I can see that. I can see that. Sarah?
And I would say that we have large coalitions where we sort of build excellent environments around specific areas that we are very good at in Denmark, and people will join us, and people will love to sort of collaborate and test and so on within these fields.
So showcase for a lot of strong, innovative partnerships that the whole world can be a part of. Thank you, you guys. Give them a big hand.
Discussion. If you're just joining us here at the Life Science stage, welcome. If you've been here, thank you for continuing to stay. I just want to make a note in this next keynote talk. We're asking please not to record or stream this particular talk. The rest of the conference is fine to do so, but we'd ask you not to do that for this next session. So, as I mentioned at the top of the day, life science at TechBBQ this year encompasses not only biotech, medtech, health services, but also planetary health. And our next speaker has made a successful business in that area. So, Denmark-based Biofonia is a pioneer in the production of pheromones that are used for insect pest control in agriculture, offering an alternative to either chemical inputs or genetically modified crops, helping us to have a healthier Biofonia. And please join me in welcoming Irina Bardina to our stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Well, this is an experience for me with the headphones and the microphone. It feels a little bit like in the evening with my family. Everybody's running around with their own headphones, just that I don't have the microphone to get through to them. So, well, thank you very much for having me here. Thank you for joining this session. It's my pleasure to share the journey of Biofonia with you today. Biofonia is a startup that was spun out from my lab with the goal of producing insect sex pheromones for environmentally friendly pest control. So before we get to the sexy part, I want to say a few words about pest control in general. So according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, we lose about 20 to 40% of the world crop harvest to pests and to insect pests and also to diseases. And if we didn't actually treat protect the plants from the pests, we would have lost even more. And the way how the protection is being accomplished right now is with the spraying of insecticides. They can be sprayed from the planes, from the tractors, or for the smallhold farmers, they have to spray with the backpacks, where obviously very often they don't have a good protection equipment, and so this really puts their life and health in danger of chronic and acute exposure to these insecticides. And it's not only, obviously, the farmers that get exposed, also the insecticides, they hit very broadly, so pollinators such as bees are also affected. Another way is to use genetically modified crops. You can clone, like express a cryo protein from Bacillus thuringiensis, create the BT lines, and they will be resistant to insect attack. But you can see in many parts of the world, the orange parts there, that's where genetically modified crops are not very welcome. So, in 2013, I learned from my colleague about a completely different way of how you could accomplish pest control with their help of insect sex pheromones. Can you imagine that? I was so intrigued, basically, just as soon as I heard about this, I bought the tickets and I went to Athens, where this incredible person lives, and his wife is also an insect entomologist, and they taught me about how this insect sex pheromones can work for the pest control. So apparently, they're used by many insects for attracting the mating partner. So in this case, you can see a female insect sitting there and it's calling. So it's emitting a very special compound that attracts the male insect that can sense it through the receptors in its antennas. So they can find each other and then they can mate, and then you have the larvae that do the damage on the crop. So apparently what you can do, that if you in some way distribute exactly the same pheromone molecules in the air, block the male's GPS system, so it will not be capable of allocating the female, in which case they will not mate, there will not be any eggs or larvae, and then there will not be any damage done on the crops, because it's the larvae and the caterpillars that damage the plants and not the adult insects. And what is particularly incredible is that this method is incredibly species specific, and that's why it does not have insects. So that sounded like a dream method, you know. So supports biodiversity, it's non-toxic, pheromones are not toxic, they're volatile, they don't leave any residue, and there is no development of resistance because they're basically essential mechanism for insects to propagate. So why are they not used more? So apparently they're currently being used mostly for the protection of organic fruits and vegetables. For example, apples or grapes, if you buy organic ones in the supermarket, most likely they have been protected with the help of pheromones. But if you look, the areas of these crops are very, very small. So what we really are interested in, how to bring the pheromones to the large crops like maize, rice, and so on. And apparently there are two major barriers. So one barrier is the cost. So if you want to synthesize these pheromones by chemical synthesis, it will be simply too expensive. They will be like more than $2,000 per kilogram. And they will not be able to compete with insecticides. And the second barrier is the way how you apply them. So here you can see that the grower applies their special strips with pheromones. You need to apply like about 300 of them per hectare. It's going to take you 2 to 3 hours. Extremely convenient to stand there with a stick, you know. So there is a need for both of these methods because the second was already being addressed. So we took care of the first one. So we decided we want to solve the cost challenge of the pheromones, and we want to produce them using fermentation money. And I wrote very many grant applications and got even very many rejections. So when I finally got a small grant from Novo Seeds, I was so happy and that we could finally get started. So we got started and we developed the technology actually to produce these pheromones in yeast. And we filed 3 patent applications. And and I registered a company, but it was just basically a company registered, in a drawer. And then we ran out of money again. So I needed more money, and I started talking to investors, and I signed their licensing agreement with DTU to get the patents out. And I also applied for EU grant, and I got it. I was so lucky. So it was a large EU grant that I got together with a lot of other partners. And there was money allocated for Bioferro. But you remember, Bioferro was still a company in my drawer. And they had to come with co-financing of €500,000, which I didn't have in my drawer. So that was not good. So just 1 month before the deadline of signing or not signing this grant agreement, I was very lucky that South Danish Innovation Fund, they went and decided to invest €500,000, just exactly what I needed. So I very quickly signed the grant agreement with the EU project, and we could actually get started. And so we also got more money from Novo Holdings and Agenda, a total of €3 million seed financing. So now we got started, but we didn't have any location or any equipment. So we rented some 2 offices and half a lab, because the whole lab would be too expensive. We rented that in the digital science park, and I made a logo very quickly on a computer, like using some free online software. This is a logo that remained actually for our journey. And then we got started. So we developed the technology for the yeast strain development for their fermentation, also started scaling up, and also developed regulatory expertise. In 2020, in March, middle of March, we moved to bigger premises because their lab and Skylab became too small. So here you can see we are the only people in the building, and do you know why? Because this was the COVID. Actually, there were 2 companies, moving companies, that refused to move us because of the COVID. So it was a very desperate situation. So anyway, we discovered, we managed to unpack, and we set up our lab. So you can see the lab before and after. We have the fermentation and chemistry lab here. And then we needed even more money. So we were again very lucky that we got another EU project that was together with other partners. And this is our kickoff meeting, where it's not much of a meeting. This was a Zoom meeting. So it's a very new experience for us, how to collaborate with international partners through Zoom. Well, nevertheless, we managed. And this money gave us an opportunity to build our own pilot plant. So we have a 200-liter reactor established in Østerbro. I think we're the only company in Østerbro or in center of Copenhagen that has its GMO bioreactor. And then we also scaled it up to the full scale already in, I think it was July the same year. So this was at a factory in France. It's a huge reactor, almost 200 cubic meters. It's 3 floors tall, and it even worked. And we got our product, as you can see there, our happy team with their pheromone product. So this was also very lucky. We got the spot there in between the production of ethanol for the hand disinfection. So with all of these results, we could actually fundraise again for the Series A, and we got $17 million investment, and we had 2 new investors joining in, DCVC leading the round, and FMC as a minor investor. And then we felt very confident that now we could actually invest in some serious facilities, and we decided to build a downstream processing factory in Fredericia in Denmark. So this is some of our reactors that we need to process the pheromone after fermentation. So here we are celebrating a lot of different things, and the team has really grown during this time in many ways. So we were about 30 people at the time when we got acquired. And I think you all probably are sitting here with the question of, well, do these pheromones actually work? So through the EU project, we had very nice collaborations with many partners who were formulating our pheromones and testing them in the field, and I'll just show you a few examples. So the first example is from Novagrica, and this is Dimitris who introduced us to the pheromones altogether. So here you can see a solution for the cabbage. So what you see there is a stick, it's a bamboo stick, and on top of that is a hydrogel, which comprises pheromone as well. So the cabbage field is irrigated, so as the water slowly dissolves this hydrogel, the pheromone fields in their, this is in Bangladesh, and they have developed a very advanced, as you can see, technological solution. There is very fancy stick there. So on that stick, you basically can hang your rubber thingy that also contains pheromone, and that releases the pheromone in the air also for about 4 weeks and disrupts the mating of their rice stem borer. And what was interesting here was that their protection of their rice field with biological control only, so using pheromone, they used an active pheromone and their microbial mix, that actually gave 40% higher rice yield than the neighboring fields that were applying insecticides multiple times. So this 40% increase is a huge benefit for the farmers. So in 2022, we were acquired by FMC and now have become a part of the company, which is actually the third largest insecticide producer in the world. So we really believe that we can change this industry from within, and obviously the FMC also believes that pheromones will continue to develop. So what I think this technology really enables is this transition from the current niche application of the pheromones for pest control to ability to use it in the large row crops and really make a difference, because then there will be very large areas where we can decrease or even completely eliminate the use of insecticides. And I just want to tell you a small story from there that we have experienced in Spain, where we went just before COVID, just exactly finished that trip. So we went to Ebro, to the delta of Ebro River, and that's where they grow very special rice. So it's a paella rice. It's quite hard and it's quite valuable. And they have about 22,000 hectares of this rice there. And about 8 years ago, they started using pheromones. So this is for chemical insecticide pheromones, but they use it in so that's why they use it. And they only use insecticides as they need to. So during about 5 years, the insecticide use was dropping. And several years ago, so already at the time when we were there in 2019, they were not using insecticides altogether. So they could control the rice stem borer there on this whole area of 22,000 hectares only with the pheromones. And the growers, they noticed that there were more insects that were appearing, there were more frogs and also more water birds. So I think it can really have a big impact, reducing, the effects on the health of growers, consumers, and also reducing the impact on the environment. So with that, I want to thank all the funding bodies, our investors, EU, the team, of course, who has done all the work. And thank you also for your attention. I'll be so happy to take any questions.
So I lied unintentionally when I told you there'd be a QR code because, of course, Irina had some great slides. But my colleague Anne-Marie has a microphone. So if you do have questions, please raise your hand. Anne-Marie will get to you. What else do you want to know from Irina?
Hi Irina, amazing story, very inspirational. My name is Sana Blajmovic, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sigrid Therapeutics, a metabolic health tech company. I was wondering the process from the first dialogue with your acquisition partner to actually closing the dialogue. What was that like? And any specific learnings you can share to our companies who are in that stage right now?
Thank you for the question. The situation with Biofonia was quite unique because FMC joined as investor already in the Series A round. Already at that point, they have had a lot of pitches from us. They have done the due diligence, and they were very, very well aware of what was going on and about what kind of technology we had. So I think it was quite a unique situation in this case. And I would say from initial offer, maybe there was only half a year or something like that went until we had an agreement. And, I would say I was not much involved in this because I was not particularly interested actually in selling. So I let investors of Biofonia run the process.
Great story, very inspirational, very impressive. So 2 questions actually from me. So one question is, do you have any good advice for early stage companies that are trying to get into these subsidiaries? that and coordinate that. It was quite amazing how you managed to first get the grant and then find an investor. Is that a general advice, or could you give any sort of advice on that? And then also, secondly, would you do this journey again? And what would you do differently if you choose to go for another opportunity?
Thank you. It's really a great question. So I must say that I started looking for investment before looking for the EU grant. So that was kind of process that was run in parallel, but just that the EU grant decision came earlier. And I would definitely recommend going for a lot of like any kind of soft funding that you can get, because developing biotechnology business is very expensive affair, and the more you can co-finance it, soft financing, like the less of the hard venture capital money that all the equivalents that you need, like the better. And of course, it also gives you as a founder a much better negotiation position when you're going to negotiate the value of your company. So the more of this you can get, the better. And I'm also an ambassador of the European Innovation Council, and I can really encourage you to apply for the very attractive grants that European Innovation Council offers. That's their Pathfinder.
Already. If you are just joining us, welcome. Thank you for staying if you've been here. So again, we're focusing on the health of the planet and its connection to the health of people. Our next panel is going to talk about energy. So a key challenge to a healthy planet is finding and developing and scaling sources of energy that are low carbon, non-polluting, and sustainable. Wind and solar are great. They work best when the weather allows for it. Nuclear comes with a handful of complications. So, but what if our power could come from the Earth itself? That's where geothermal energy comes in. So in this discussion, this fireside discussion that we have coming up, Aurora Belfrage from Baseload Capital will speak with Torsten Kohlen from Underground Ventures. They'll talk about the potential of geothermal as a power source, how it can scale, the geopolitics of energy, and the growing venture case for geothermal. Please welcome them to the TechBBQ stage. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. I mean, you did a great presentation of geothermal. One of the things that Torsten and I usually have to face is explaining geothermal, and that is the main ambition of today. My name is Aurora Belfrag. I'm an angel investor into the space of geothermal. And last time I was here at TechBBQ, I was with EQT Ventures, a classic traditional software investor, and so were you.
Not with EQT,
No,
but
no.
yes, a classic software person, that is correct.
And now we've shedded, and we're now in the world of renewable energy and all the good things, the hyperbole that we just got from Adam. So Torsten, give us a short introduction to yourself, and then we'll dive into what is geothermal.
Let's do that. And first of all, I apologize. I already spilled coffee on myself, so TechBBQ is off to a fantastic start. I've also torn my name tag, which I'm sure many of you have because of the water, so we are good. This is already off to a very good start. Okay, so I run a venture firm that's specialized in geothermal energy technology. So very, 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 very specific, and for that reason, global in terms of where we invest. It's called Underground Ventures for that reason. That hopefully makes sense. That has been my life for the past 2 years, diving into this space. Fascinating. I've learned so much.
And before we get the updated advanced version of geothermal, let's start with something's wrong. Can you hear me? Yeah.
We're good.
What is geothermal energy?
You asking me or everybody here?
No, I'm asking you. Give us the top line, because between Speakers Lounge and here, we've tried to explain it 5 times.
Yeah, then let's see. Okay, so the idea is that there is almost never-ending energy in the planet that we're standing on. And that energy is heat, thousands of degrees in the center. So if we can extract this heat, we can actually power ourselves, both electricity, heating, cooling, any of this stuff that we need. It's right here below our feet. However, it's complicated. So if you're in Iceland, any Icelanders here? Yes, yes. So if you're in Iceland, you're in the Saudi Arabia of geothermal. These people have fantastic resources, and for that reason, Iceland is both district heating, industrial heating, and powering a large part of the economy with geothermal energy. So the idea is that you essentially pump water into a well, and the water flows in a reservoir or aquifer, and then the water comes up either as hot water or steam, depending on what you produce, and then you recycle the water down the same well. So you have a little bit of a loop, and the earth naturally just heats up the water. So for that reason, if you have water coming up at, let's say, 70, 80 degrees, you can use that in your radiators in your homes. And in fact, 99% of Reykjavik is heated this way. So that's how you kind of do it if you have 80, 70, 80 degree water. However, if you go even deeper and you get water that's above 100 degrees, it turns into steam. So now you have steam coming up of this well, and you can drive a steam turbine the exact same way as a steam turbine works in a coal power plant or any other way, and thereby produce electricity. So these are really, really valuable parts of geothermal energy. They already exist in Iceland and California and a number of other places. And I would say the last thing I like about it is it's fossil-free and it's base load. And base load means that it runs all the time. So we don't have the problem of wind and solar that needs storage and that creates unevenness in the grid and negative electricity price. All of this stuff we get rid of because this thing just runs all the time. Does not care if it's night or day or what the weather is like. So it's really an incredible energy source, but we have some engineering challenges in bringing this from Iceland to the rest of the world.
Should we put this in an energy context? I mean, it's an obvious statement. We are in a green transition, in an energy transition. We've set ourselves ambitious targets of net zero by 2050. We have a few technologies. There's debate around how we do it, at what pace, how do we decrease our dependencies on oil and gas, etc. Where does geothermal fit into this larger energy analysis? Is it great for Iceland, we give them high five and we go on, or how does this work?
I would say if anyone asked me that, I would ask Aurora that very question. It's a really good question. Because of how it's limited today to those certain places on the planet where we have the geology that's favorable to produce geothermal, it really is only an active big part of the heating, cooling, and electricity flow in those countries, in those local areas. So as long as we can broaden access to this, it could absolutely fit into the overall energy mix. And that again is what we're going for. We're going for that mix of where when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing, we can produce electricity those ways. But when it's not, we need something that's not natural gas and that's not coal. Even in Denmark, you know, you have half of our annual electricity is fossil fuels. It's natural gas, even though we have more than enough wind turbines, more than enough to power ourselves, but we need something that runs when the wind is not blowing. So this is where this stuff is really important. I probably didn't answer the question, but we got to start at least.
We got it started. And I think anyone right now Googling geothermal will at some point find something saying this is 0.5% of the global energy mix. Could you put that in relation to the US Energy Department's latest report on the US's ambitions for geothermal?
Yeah, so 0.5% is not very much. Little bit of a comparison there is you have wind is about 8% of global electricity production. Solar is about 6% or so. Both are growing. But both have really happened globally in the past 15, 20 years. And that's important to remember. If you are from the Nordics, particularly Denmark, we've done wind energy for 50 years, you know, so it's not new for us, but for most of the planet, it's a relatively new increase. So when you think about how do we go from 0.5% to something meaningful, it's absolutely possible, but it requires a dramatic increase in power plants, heating plants, drilling activities. We're talking about thousands of power plants. If we are to live up to, you know, U.S. ambitions, they are sort of the leading power in this space, and that's maybe I'm getting too technical here, but there are two types of new geothermal.
Yeah, that's
no?
way too technical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I wanted you to quote the number of the U.S. Energy Department's ambitions. Because you're not, I will. The U.S. DOE has stated that geothermal will be minimum 10% of the energy mix by 2050, which is a massive uptake.
Right.
And they've outlined an exact plan of how to make that possible. What are the actual challenges and how do we address them?
Right.
That was the answer I was looking for.
yes, but they have. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was switching because even though we are potentially activists at heart, we're on this stage and we're doing this with a investor's hat.
Yeah.
Could we look at the economics of this investment versus the opportunity? Like, why are we doing this instead of just increasing solar and wind and potentially nuclear, which is the traditional analysis?
Yeah. Yeah, so the idea with this is that there was a big breakthrough last year where there was a big, not a big, but American startup that Bill Gates and others backed that managed to show that for the first time we could produce geothermal energy without having a naturally occurring water layer on the subsurface. And this is really key. This means we can go outside of places like Iceland and Northern California. So that demonstration for many people, including us, felt like we're about to see a massive land grab here. If we can go from less than 1% of the planet to close to 100% of the planet by essentially engineering these reservoirs, we're going to need a lot of new technology. We're going to need better drilling technology that can go deeper to hotter temperatures, can drill faster, more cheaply. We're going to need reservoir development. We're going to need new type of turbines, conversion of heat into power, insulation of the wells, the so-called casing or completion of the wells. There's so many different things.
Bragging about how many words you know in the geothermal space.
Yes, I have learned a lot. I'm no expert, but I have learned it for a lay person, learned a lot. But this is the interesting piece, that we're going to need all the building blocks. Again, think about thousands of power plants. Thousands of power. You know, this is a massive exercise. So we're going to need a lot of new technology to be able to do that safely, cheaply, and fast around the planet so that we can hopefully impact global warming before it gets too bad.
Before we open up for questions, what is our call to action for the audience here at TechBBQ?
That's a really good question. I think the most important thing is that we need to all of us think about the fact that this is a viable alternative. I think especially in the Nordic countries, we're stuck in this wind and solar is the only thing we can do, and then maybe a little bit of power to X. You know, we're trying to somehow make this economically viable, but in fact, there is a very, very long-term, abundant, safe baseload energy source that we need to get. We're going to need to figure this out. There's no way around it. So you might as well know that first, and talk to people around you, educate yourselves. There's going to be a lot more of this coming up.
It's a huge opportunity, and I think from both the investor and the entrepreneur side, just as Torsten was saying, there's an opportunity to build a lot of sub-technologies around. So there's several industries that are going to be built around the opportunity of geothermal, and that's where Underground Venture and Torsten are investing right now. And for the investors in the room, I hope to instill a bit of FOMO, fear of missing out on one of the big sectors that are being built right now in parallel to solar and wind, because we'll need all of them. There are no silver bullets. And the geothermal opportunity in parallel to nuclear, whatever you feel about that, and the others, is actually a foregone conclusion, and it wasn't a few years ago. Do we have any questions from the audience?
So we'll have questions appearing up here. There's a QR code if you would like to add to the questions that are coming up. Thanks.
Why don't we ask Aurora a question? Because you're an investor in something called GA Drilling. That sounds fun. It's drilling.
I mean, I'm very, as you can tell, we're both quite excited about the geothermal opportunity. And as an investor, I've betted on both sides of the opportunity, so to speak. The shallow end, less technical risk happening right now. You drill somewhere around 1 to 2 kilometers in soft sediment with traditional conventional drilling for heat and district heating systems. Happening right now. We're building plants with baseload capital. And at the other end of the spectrum, I've invested in a company called GA Drilling that has forefront technology, and Torsten has also invested, Underground has also invested in GA Drilling. Forefront technology to cost efficiently drill through hard rock, accessing that really supercritical heat, creating and unlocking all of the things that Torsten was speaking about. Why isn't it more used? Well, I would say this is the reality of the energy system. Until Russia invaded the Ukraine, there was a quite slow development in terms of energy prices. And one tragedy created another crisis that then opened up for a need to invest in resilient, resourceful energy. And therefore, geothermal suddenly got on the rise. In parallel, there's been years of R&D. The amount of lovely engineers with PhDs that have spent the last 20 years that are finally coming to fruition and waving their flag. I mean, that's one of the beauties of investing in this space.
Absolutely. And I would say there's so much R&D going into other energy sources. You have solar, you have wind, you have nuclear. That's attracting a lot of investments. But I think geothermal is a little bit in the shade of oil and gas. And I think that's important to remember. We haven't, for so many years, developed new technology in oil and gas because they don't really care. There's so much value in the underground that no one cares if it's expensive to drill or it's complicated. They just need to get to the good stuff and extract it. So you have this sort of weird, there's a lot of things we can learn from oil and gas, but they're also not really helping as much as they could and probably should. So some of this happens outside of them.
But I will challenge you on that. Let's meet on this stage a year from today, and my prediction is that the oil and gas industry are moving in the right direction.
I agree with you, actually.
Their rigs and potential assets are more and more seen as stranded in a world where we're hitting our net zero targets. It's an opportunity to use the oil and gas culture and DNA, digging deep. And I'm sensing also in the talent pool of the oil and gas space a need to move into something else and use the skill set for a different society.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There's a lot of interest. There's a lot of questions up here. I think
I can't read.
Maybe the more technical questions, let's talk about them afterwards. We'll stick around, come up and we can talk about decommissioning and all this other stuff. I think there's an interesting question about what is the challenge for geothermal startups?
Yes.
Because that is really, when you think about a startup that's building, let's say you're building a drilling system like GA that you mentioned, right? It's not an app. It's not something you just turn around in a day and send out to users and test. Like, this is complicated stuff. We're talking about 2, 3, 4 meter complicated systems that need to go multiple kilometers into the ground to actually be thoroughly tested at the pressure and temperature they have. So it's complicated. It's expensive. So they need not only money, but they also need testing sites, testing facilities. They need government to make sure that they're allowed to go out and drill in certain places. You know, I went to see a Swiss startup that's literally drilling in the back of the local utility parking lot. Like, they made an agreement with the local electricity plant, and they're drilling in the parking lot to test their drilling device. Like, it's very, very, let's say, unprofessional, given how big the opportunity and challenge is. And I think, so it's not just money, it is money, but it's also infrastructure for them to be able to grow these companies.
It's the analysis of that money that I think is shifting. So if you look at a software investor, slightly spoiled, let's be honest with ourselves, with the opportunity of the potential hockey stick. And once you have that process of looking for software with that potential hockey sticks and 100 times your money, that's what you do. And now, as we move into the energy transition, more and more companies will have just that. Infrastructure risk, policy risk, physical risk, hardware. But that is building in security, making it much harder. I'm trying to speak here, but I've got this finger, making it much harder for other companies to enter the space. So it's less of a risk, actually.
And I agree with all of that, but I just feel like, can we put some numbers on it?
Yes.
Because, you know, I agree on the software, there's big numbers, whatever, but there are really big numbers in this space. You know, when you think about, for underground, our declared goal is that we want to see 10% of global electricity production be geothermal. Now, if that were to happen, let's say that those 10% replace coal, which is still globally the dominant, more than half of electricity production is coal. It's really, really, really still very common. If we can replace 10% of coal, we are taking out 3 gigatons of CO2 of global emissions. That is the equivalent of all of Europe's, collectively, all of Europe's CO2 emissions. If we can switch 10% of electricity production from coal to geothermal. Like, just, that is massive. What is that in market value? Think about the market value of buying that electricity. We're talking about almost $1 trillion a year, almost $1 trillion a year in market value. You're shifting by technology investments. So it's an enormous upside. And that's why I feel like this software argument, I understand that yes, there's a lot of money, but let's run the numbers and talk about this.
But I'd say one of the questions were the major obstacles, and the obvious major obstacles were the ones that we talked about, like policy, physical infrastructure, etc. Right. But I think fundamentally, the second layer of that onion, what is the major obstacle, is the fact that we're still standing on a stage talking about what is geothermal. We have a narrative issue and a storytelling issue. And once that FOMO hits, or there's, I don't know, there's an inflection point.
Yeah, where it becomes commonplace in people's minds. Yeah, that is true. And again, Iceland is a good example. Everyone there knows what that is. But we need the rest of the world to also get there.
There's a myth-busting exercise that also needs to be done.
Absolutely. It's happening in the back, as you can tell.
Thorsten, what are the most common misconceptions about geothermal that you address in investor meetings? Let's get that out of
there are many, and again, I would love to ask you the same question. First of all, it is that it's only possible in places like Iceland and California. That is the number one thing, and that's because historically, it's only been commercialized there. But it absolutely is possible anywhere. It's just more or less expensive depending on where you is. That's the first one.
GA drilling means geothermal anywhere drilling.
Let's take turns. You can do one, I do one, until we run out of time.
Okay. Oh,
that was my first one.
Okay, the other one is seismic activities.
Yes.
Will you create an earthquake with a geothermal drilling? And I think that's really important to address because, again, if you Google it, that's probably one of the first things that you will find.
Yeah.
If you drill a hole and you push water too quickly through that hole, you will create seismic activities. Drilling in hard rock, in stable mountain, doesn't. And I think, again, we will be able to lean on our brothers and sisters in the oil and gas industry because they drill 80,000 holes a year. And they've been doing that for 100 years. They know how to drill. And no one ever asks the oil and gas industry if they create seismic activities.
And I think,
agree.
Yeah, no, but you kind of half took my next one, which is it safe? I think, is it safe to develop geothermal energy, here in Copenhagen? And that absolutely is the answer. We've drilled, over 1 million oil and gas wells so far on the planet. We know everything about that. So it's absolutely safe to do. And in fact, you also need to remember that it's not very safe to not do it. Like, if we have coal everywhere, people die. There's, from bad air quality, from coal mines. I mean, the alternative is terrible. So that's also fair to
I would
remember.
shift safety to security.
Yeah. Ooh.
If we are rebuilding our energy infrastructure, is it morally responsible, and I'm a slightly leading question here, to build big plants above ground? Or should we build subterranean assets? We talked about the Department of Energy. The Department of Defense in the US are investing in off-grid geothermal solutions because it's off-grid, because it's green, because it's renewable, and because it's subterranean. Therefore, more easy to defend.
That is the cliffhanger, because we are out of time, but it's a really important topic, the energy security and geopolitics of it. Come and ask us afterwards, or next year.
Next year. Thank you, Torsten.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Great, thanks guys. Super interesting. Geothermal energy. More than you ever thought there was to know. So, in his best-selling book, In Defense of Food, the American writer Michael Pollan offered some pretty good advice. Said, eat real food, not too much, mostly plants. So planetary and human health really merge when it comes to food. Rethinking the way that we produce food and consume it is essential. And so Pollan's description is a pretty good start. Tempy Foods has embarked on a journey to create delicious and sustainable foods, changing the way we think about meat alternatives. So in this fireside chat that we have coming up, Tech Savvy Media's Erik Lilleland will speak with Martina Lokajova, the CEO and co-founder of Tempy, about their startup journey, the challenges of entering this space in the established food industry, and collaborating with leading food service companies. They'll be taking audience questions when they're done speaking. There will be a QR code appearing on the screen shortly where you can put in your questions for them to answer. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Perfect. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here. My name is Erik Lilleland, and I'm from Tech Savvy Media, the Danish startup media. And I'm joined today by Martina from the Danish food tech startup, Tempy Foods. Why don't you introduce yourself, Martina?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm super excited to be here today. You know, I've been going to TechBBQ for many years, and every time I get home, I feel like I got inspired. So I hope that by the end of our conversation here with Erik, you will also feel like you took something out of our conversation home with you. And yeah, my name is Martina, and I'm the co-founder and CEO at Tempy Foods. We are a Danish food innovation company that is on a mission to change the narrative of meat alternatives. We're pretty much creating new products that are not trying to imitate meat. They are just all about having good taste and texture. And aside of that, we're also using mycelium, which is the super innovative protein source made from fungi, which is the sort of roots of mushrooms part. Yeah.
And Martina, the food industry is so big and so dominated by big players. Why were you crazy enough to try to change just 3 students?
Yeah, so as you said, our story started at a university at DTU, where I met my co-founders. Just before I started the master's program at DTU, I was working in the software industry here in Copenhagen, and I had a really great team, and I was feeling like I was learning, but I also felt like I'm missing some sort of meaning in the work I was doing. So I decided to quit my job and go back to studies and join the master's program at DTU, where I heard about mycelium for the first time. Honestly, I had no idea what it was, and as I started to explore it, I realized that mycelium can actually change the way we eat, because it's such a sustainable and efficient source of protein. So when I started to look into it more, I realized that I'm really passionate about the subject because I myself struggle with eating only plant-based due to irritable bowel syndrome that is connected to having intolerance with some chickpeas and some other legumes. So I decided to really take on the idea of mycelium and try to bring it to the market with two of my co-founders that I met at the university. We were very naive, so that's the answer to your question. We didn't know how the food industry works, and that's why we started on the journey.
And now you're here at TechBBQ. I want to ask you, because in the food industry, in the whole green transition, we of course need alternatives to meat and to animal protein. How did you go about finding your way? Do you call it meat? Have you gotten another strategy? Do you call it a meat alternative, or do you call it something completely new?
Yeah, and this has been a huge topic for us, and we've been having a lot of forwards and backs on the team on how do we approach it, because when you try to call it completely different, we actually call our products Tempy, so it's not plant-based nugget, plant-based burger, we call it Tempy. We realized that when you try to talk to people about the products, it's not that easy for them to understand what it is. So you end up anyways saying that it's an alternative to meat. And that's why we started to work on changing the narrative of meat alternatives instead, and saying that not all alternatives have to look or taste like meat. They can be something new, something different, like a new sort of next generation category of products.
Did that require you developing new recipes or new ways to look at your product? How did you go about that? That whole branding exercise.
So it all definitely started from the visual aspect of the product and what the product was made of. So what we focused on early on was trying to identify how can we make sure that when people are served our products, they don't try to compare it to meat. And my co-founder Anna, she started to use ingredients like quinoa to sort of give the product different sort of visuals, and then it was of course combined together with the mycelium, which I mentioned before, which is the super innovative ingredient. So yes, definitely we had to spend a lot of time thinking around how to visually make the product not look like meat, and then the second part was trying to make sure that when we communicate with customers or anyone who is trying to taste our product, that we're very upfront saying this should not look or taste like meat. It's something new, and you decide whether you like it.
What was the process in terms of finding like a taste? Because you said you wanted to do like a whole new product, not a meat alternative per se. When you were in the lab, as I guess you were, or in the kitchen, what kind of tastes were you aiming to get that new product feel?
So I would say that our product development early on was not that well planned, as we would aim for a specific flavor. What actually happened was that we were part of accelerator program, and just a week before we had the final competition where we had to pitch the idea, we received the mycelium 1 week before that. So my co-founder had literally 1 week to make the first prototype of Tempy. So she used the opportunity and she developed it. She was not feeling proud, but everyone else was like, "This is good, Anna. You should go with this. We can win." And we actually won because the product was already tasting good at the time. But then it took about 10,000 people to try Tempy and to give us feedback until we actually arrived at a product that we're today selling in the B2B segment for chefs in canteen chains.
And that's interesting, because why did you choose to go that way? You could have gone to all the supermarkets. You could have gone to all of us and got it in the stores. Why did you go B2B? What was the thoughts behind that decision?
So initially, we were looking more at the retail side. So the idea was that we will launch in retail. We actually in 2022 we had an agreement with Irma in 5 of their stores to launch the product with them. But then we all know what happened to Irma. They closed down, so we couldn't really go on the market with them. So instead we decided to take a step back and to really tried to look at all the data we had available to see whether the retail is the right way forward. And that's where we discovered that food service, where we have the chefs as the end customers, is a market that is growing a lot faster when it comes to adoption of sustainable food here in Denmark. And there's also a lot more sort of requirements on the chefs, but pushed down from the top to really make a change. Consumers in Denmark are saying that they want to reduce meat, but unfortunately we don't see that on the data in the supermarkets, and that could be because there are not the right products yet. But at the same time, when you're a new brand and you're trying to do something different, you don't have all the commercial power to really try to persuade the consumers in the shop with just the packaging that this is something they should suddenly give a chance. So that's why we're going first through the food service to create the demand through the chefs.
Okay. And where would we be most likely to see Tempy Foods products being used? Out in the canteens and the big industrial kitchens? Where are chefs using it and how?
So the first biggest customer groups we're having are canteen chains, where we have chefs in canteens at workplaces serving Tempy as part of the lunch menu. We have two shapes today. One is sort of rectangular shape and one is more of a round shape. So they serve it depending on what kind of meal they have to make. And actually the meal can fit Tempy in any shape or form, because you can cut it, you can pan fry it, bake it, deep fry it. So it's kind of like a protein source that is super versatile in that sense. Then we also have now newly new restaurants starting to serve Tempy, and we really want to focus more on the large food chain segment, where you have a food chain that has maybe 15 to 20 locations, because that's where we get the biggest predictable revenue. If you serve in canteens, of course you do have chefs buying it and serving it on the menu, but there it's a bit more unpredictable, because they have to make decision every single time that they want to include the product on the menu, while when you're in a large food chain where it's fixed, it's predictable.
Is there also a benefit from being the new product on the block, and having chefs prepare your product in food versus having me go down to the supermarket, getting it and pan frying it and destroying it?
Well, the good thing is that even when you pan fry it, it should work out. So that's how we've built the product, so that it's difficult to make it go wrong. But definitely it's an advantage, because chefs are creative and they're also giving us new ideas on what should be the next things to develop that are easy to be used in kitchens, so that then when consumers eventually start buying the product at home, they will feel like it's easy for them as well. So I think that of course it's an advantage for us. The chefs, they are creative minds.
And take us some of the steps on your journey, because getting into the market as a new product is not easy. How did you go about that whole process? It's a market that it's dominated by big organizations and gatekeepers, if you will. How do you go about that process?
Yeah, it hasn't been easy at all, and I think that the food industry and the food service section has high barriers for starting companies like ours, and it took some time. But the way it works is that you have the chefs, the end customers, and these chefs, they order products from food service distributors like the Grofa, AB Catering, Herkram. So you kind of have to have your products on stock with the food distributors. And there comes the challenge, because they will not put your food on stock unless they are sure that it's going to turn, right? So first of all, you have to showcase that you have customers who are ready to buy. So you have to bring customers to them saying, hey, we want Tempy on a menu every 2 weeks and take 100 kilos a month. And then you have to showcase on your supply chain side that you can actually deliver the quantities that might be taken. So you need to have large production partners who can commit that they can produce for you when you need it. So those have been the two things we've been really sort of focused on, trying to secure our supply chain. And that's where we also needed to make a decision to not produce ourselves, but find a production partner that can already do it for us, because we are a small team, and it would take a long time to get to being able to produce the quantities we needed.
So just to be concrete, you went out and did some sort of alliance with some local distributors, and then went to the big guys, the Grofa and guys like that to deliver Tempy Foods to the country, or how did you go about it?
So what we did was that first we found the production partners and said, well, we are going to be selling to food service, we need large quantities, can you produce for us? And when we had kind of the partial yes, then we went to chefs in large canteen chains and presented the product to them and said, hey, we can produce a lot of it. If you like it, your food distributor can take it. And then we pretty much took the customer to the food service distributor and say, hey, this customer is waiting for our products. And that's kind of how it happened with each of the food services.
And now you've established some pretty big partnerships. Could you shed some light on where you are today as a startup?
Yeah, so we're currently part of all the major food services in Denmark. So all the 5 major ones, and we're trying to enter the bigger food chains as I mentioned before. We're having, I think, several big tests with large food chains that are hopefully going to come to fruition in the next few months. We're of course present in different canteen chains already, but our next big step is really focused on the large food chains and also exploring private label for markets abroad. We're actually visiting potential production partners in Netherlands this weekend and next week, so that would be the big next step for us as well.
And food plays such a big part in the green transition. Where do you see yourself in 10 years, and where do you see food going in terms of the green transition? What role does it have to play?
So I think the most important part is that we create more options for consumers, because I don't believe that there is only one kind of products that will help us achieve more sustainable food system. I believe that we need a lot more options. We need products that are trying to imitate meat. We need new kind of products like what we're doing. We need cultured meat. We really need whatever we can get to help to create products that the people adopt. That's sort of the biggest barrier. So our mission in our company is just to focus on creating the new kinds of products that are not imitating meat, but we hope to be really joined by the whole industry and trying to work together on changing our food plates today.
Rather than replacing meat in general, you're seeing more like doing a bigger spread or assortment of products than people can consume?
We're looking into assortment, but it's not our priority. Right now, our priority is to create products that the food chains adopt. So our strategy is not just to have like 10 products with different flavors, but instead first find the right customers who might even want something specific in their products that we can accommodate through customization, and then work with them. Because for us, it's really important to have partnerships instead of trying to reinvent everything ourselves. So that's how we go around the strategy for the products.
Very exciting, Martina. Thank you so much. I want to open up the scene here to some questions. Let's do a Q&A, because that'd be really exciting. If you have any questions whatsoever for Martina, please don't hesitate. Yes. Unfortunately, I don't think we can hear you though.
Maybe?
Fundraising? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Are you currently fundraising? And if so, what are currently the main challenges that you see that are raised from investors? Especially looking at the growth trends or the trends of investment in the food tech space between 2021, 22, and 23.
Yeah. So we actually raised our pre-seed round last year, where we got a syndicate of business angels, and it took us some time to find the right deal for it. So I feel like already at the time the market was quite challenging, but we managed to find the right angels that could provide competences that could help us on the journey to to get to the next round. And now we are raising a seed round of 1 million euros. So we're actually just starting these days to raise. And honestly, I don't know how it's going to go. We will see. I hope that there will be a lot of investors that would be open to it. We have some meetings already now scheduled, but I haven't yet had those conversations. I assume that it's going to be still tough, just like last year, because the market has changed. I mean, in 2021, everyone was getting money from every side almost. I don't want to make it sound that it was easy for the startups, but it was easier generally. So let's see. I'm positive. I think we still need to change our food system, so I hope that more investors will be thinking that way.
Great question. We've got another one, Martina. Since you're proposing processed food, is it still sustainable? Would you like us to go through, would you go through the sustainability side of Tempy Foods?
Yeah, definitely. So I can pretty much start by saying that our team is very focused on doing a lot of evaluations of how sustainable the food is. So we have had the life cycle assessments done already on our product, where it's about 30 times less CO2 than for beef. So when you have our patty, it's 30 times less than a beef patty. But it's not the only thing. Another thing is that we're using mycelium, and when you use mycelium in food products, to grow the mycelium, you actually use a lot less water and a lot less CO2 than when you produce meat or actually other crops as well. So there are different aspects of the sustainability part. We're also not having highly processed foods, just to be clear. We're very much focused on low processed food, so there's no additives, no e-numbers, nothing added that is kind of not part of the ingredients themselves. So the ingredients are the ingredients that give the products the taste and the texture.
And there's another question related to this in terms of the whole process creating this mycelium. Could you walk us through this? What the concrete question is, what fungus does your mycelium come from? But maybe you should explain the whole process of production.
I hope that this doesn't get too technical, but pretty much the way mycelium is grown, it's that you take strains of fungi, which is like a small particles of it in a sense, and you place it in a fermentation tank, which is similar to the tank of beer production. And in the tank, you have nutrients in a liquid form, and then the fungi starts to grow through fermentation, and it starts to yield this mycelium, which grows really fast. Actually, in a week or two, you get hundreds of kilos of it, because the process is just so efficient. And then by the end of it, you just harvest the mycelium, so you need to inactivate some of the cells of it. But pretty much that's how it works. And the mycelium is coming from Fusarium venenatum, which is the most common type that is used for mycelium that is in the food today. There are other companies in Europe, many companies that are now looking into using other types of fungi for also food production, but a lot of it is unfortunately at the stage of being novel food, so it has to go through quite a lot of steps of being approved. But I think we will see a lot more of fungi in our food in the future. Yeah.
This way of production, in terms of all the other meat alternatives out there, how does it differ? For example, we have a question here from a US alternative such as Beyond Meat. How does Tempy Foods differ from Beyond Meat, for example?
Yeah, there are major differences. I would say 3 major ones. So first of all, we're not imitating meat. So our whole idea is not to create something that looks or tastes like meat, but just something that tastes good and has good nutrition profile. That's why we don't use any E numbers or additives to try to chase the flavor of meat. So we don't do that. Secondly, we are using the mycelium. Actually, Beyond Meat has just announced, I think it was this week or last week, that they are also jumping on the mycelium train, and they will in the future launch products that are imitating meat, but with the use of mycelium. But the mycelium part itself, it's pretty unique source of protein, not only because how it's produced, but also because of its texture. If you look at mycelium, it has a texture that is a bit more similar to the texture of animal meat. So it has kind of like these filaments, which gives the product or the ingredient a bit more of a bite. So it kind of makes it a bit more chewy, which is sometimes missed in plant foods. So that's why it's also really well received on the sensory aspect. And the last part is that it has a light umami flavor, and that also helps because everyone talks about umami in the food industry today. We're trying to come up with more and more foods that gives this umami flavor it's associated to how your brain kind of accepts food, and it gives this extra positive add-on to it. That's why meat is so popular, because it has a lot of umami as well.
When we're at the subject of meat, there's a question from the audience. From a sustainability perspective, how does Tempy Foods compare to chicken meat?
So when we look at, for example, comparison to chicken, there is this database called the Dead Store Klima database. It's the Danish version. I know maybe not all of you are from Denmark. Denmark. And there you can see that every chicken type of meat has different kind of CO2. So this question is a bit broad, but let's say if we take an average chicken meat, I think it's something about 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 CO2 per kilo, while for us, for our products, it's 1.6 as of today, and we're also reducing it to 1.4 with our new optimized product line.
There's another question in terms of the production of the mushrooms. Are they farmed indoors, or how do you farm those mushrooms?
Yeah, so it's the mycelium. It's pretty much the root of mushrooms, but it's not scientifically fully correct to say roots of mushrooms, but you can imagine it in that way. And it's grown in fermenters that are similar to beer production, so it's indoors. It's a liquid fermentation process. Yeah.
In terms of where your product is available, is there some sort of common denominator amongst the canteens that are serving Tempy Foods? Is it all big companies, or do you have smaller clients as well? What canteens are you available at? What companies?
So until now, the main challenge in scaling, for example, for us has been the price. So when you're a starting company, you face the challenge of having a low scale. So when you're trying to compete with someone who has already big scale, of course they can produce the products at a cheaper price. And that also led us to, in the beginning, work more with canteens that had the budget for products like ours, which was about 10% of the canteen chains. But now, as we're launching a new product which has optimized recipe and we can reduce the cost by 30% for customers, we expect the adoption to be at least by 50 to 70% of the canteens within their budget, because they are limited, by how much they can spend on food. So sometimes, even if the chef wants to try new products, they really are limited. So unfortunately, it's all about the price in the end of the day in the food service segment.
And how do you go about that battle then? How do you win that battle when it's so expensive for you to produce and meat is much less expensive at the time? How do you win that battle?
The first part is that they are, like the canteen chains and the chefs, are encouraged to serve more sustainable food, and a lot of them really want to do that. So there is sort of the motivation, external and internal. But the second part is really trying to work on reducing prices so that it actually matches their budget. And of course the communication and talking about the sustainability, all that plays a role. But as I said, unfortunately, the price is such a big sort of factor in the industry that's one thing we really have to focus on. I also hope that the meat prices will go up to reflect the true costs of meat, because today the meat is subsidized by quite a lot of money, and it also has a scale, so it's a bit difficult to compete with something that has such a good price in that sense in their eyes. Yeah.
What have been some of the reactions out in the canteens? How do people, when they eat it, what do they say? What are their reactions? Are they replacing the meat? Are they taking it with the meat? How are they eating it?
That really depends on the chef. So what we see is in some places they offer Tempy as sort of the vegetarian option, but we still try to encourage them to not talk about it as a veggie burger or veggie whatever. We're trying to tell them, talk about it as Tempy, because then people are curious, and then we also see that when we are at the canteens and doing a pop-up or something, people are curious, they want to try new things. So we see that being served as the alternative to meat. or just being served for everyone as sort of a meal without a meal, like a non-meat day kind of, yeah.
And in terms of the next coming years, what's on the agenda for Tempy Foods? Are you going into other countries than Denmark? Are you raising more capital? What are your plans?
So right now we're raising capital to scale also outside of Denmark. We want to do it through private label collaborations and also through the B2B segment. We're not looking much at the retail as of today. So pretty much our goal is to go international and really try to push the new agenda for meat alternatives. And I also want to make sure that I don't come across being like we should not eat meat at all. I'm actually pescatarian myself. I just believe that we as a society have the opportunity to try to eat new foods and reduce meat together. It's not all about black or white. I just believe that we can, especially in the countries here.
Well, thank you so much, Martina, for your time and for shedding some light on your journey. And let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. And actually, you might be able to taste it. It's on the menu instead of the beef in some of the vegetarian options. So if you want to try it, it's there.
That's a go-to tip for you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thanks so much. Great discussion. I'll give you all a minute to get settled and move around here before our next panel. So we'll be continuing on the theme of planet health in this next discussion. We'll be joined by Niels Bjerre, who's the Managing Director and Agricultural Affairs Manager at Bayer, which is, of course, a global enterprise operating in life science as well as agriculture. And Rasmus Hansen, founder and CEO of Pearplant, which is an ag tech startup. And their mission is to help farmers accelerate their transition to sustainable farming by democratizing access to artificial intelligence. They will discuss how they're doing that and share how they forged a collaboration to advance this important mission in the Nordics. They will be taking questions afterwards. This is the QR code where you can pose those questions. And I hope you'll join me in welcoming them to the stage now. Thanks, guys.
Hi everyone, I'm super happy to be here. So we're here to talk about collaborations between corporates and the startups, and just to give you a brief introduction to us, to Pearplant, what we do. We're an ag tech startup based in Copenhagen, and we are trying to basically make it easier for farmers to become more sustainable. As mentioned before, AI, sensors, robotics, new technology is all introduced in agriculture to help them do this transitioning. But in Pearplant, we want to make it even easier, and that's why we are offering today a camera-enabled AI assistant that is sort of like a GoPro, just for farmers.
Yeah, and my name is Niels Bjerre. Actually, I was introduced as CEO. That's a little bit above my payroll. I'm Agricultural Affairs Manager for a company called Bayer. And Bayer is a life science company in a broad sense, both as a pharmaceutical company, but also as an agricultural company. And you can see here that this is the startup, and there's the old man who has been in this agricultural business for ages, 37 years actually. And in Bayer we are very much focused on producing more with less footprint. So sustainable production of food for a growing population. And when I say that, I mean we do it in all kinds of ways, and often I think you associate us with crop protection, traditional crop protection. We also have biological produced crop protection. We have breeding programs for crops, big time, but we also have a digital solution department that looks at how can you use less of, for instance, our pesticides by using digital tools. And in this arena, we look around to see whatever is out there. We are quite heavy on digital solutions, but there are some things where we are certainly not so heavy, like producing hardware, which is why I look to Rasmus.
Yeah, and we of course our angle to this is that we can benefit from collaborations with corporates like Bayer, not just from you can say the classical funding, investment, roadmap down the line. This is a typical path for many startups, but you can also do it a bit more bottom up, which sort of how we have engaged with Bayer. Our first, actually, the first time we met you guys was at an accelerator program for startups who are introducing startups to corporates. It was called iFood. We met your department in Barcelona and got introduced to Bayer and more on the digital side of what Bayer is doing, which sort of sparked our interest. It was sort of the way for us to also get in contact with some of the high-level people in Bayer, which eventually for a startup like us could also be a path down the line to investments. However, and those dialogues still going on, but we realized as well that working with such a huge corporate, global organization, it can be tricky to sort of, sometimes get things started. And as a startup like us, we need to act fast. So one of the reasons we contacted the local department in Denmark, where our current market is, was to get more knowledge about how is farmers today working with chemicals. We're in the business of plant inputs. We are reducing them. Bayer is in the business of plant inputs. What can we learn here? And these people, Søren, Steve, the rest of your good colleagues, they have knowledge about exactly how farmers do it in Denmark. And because farmers are different from different regions, these were the perfect people for us to learn from. And that's why we started this small pilot this spring, where we help collect data with the sensor, absolute biomass data with the sensor, which could be used for some of the field experiments Bayer is doing with your digital solution FieldView. So there were common interest here, us getting to learn more about how farmers are using chemicals today in Denmark, and on the other hand, you guys to see what can new technology do and what can these kind of data be used for. And that's going very well.
Thank you.
But we hope, but we for sure also have learned stuff along the line.
Well, if I should comment on that, I would say, if I'm a young startup and looking where to get some knowledge, feedback, reality check, I think not everybody would immediately think of a big corporation like Bayer, multinational worldwide company. But by all means, I think what Rasmus just described is that you can reach out on different levels, and I think you should. We are actually human. We can actually have dialogues and learn from each other. And Rasmus has presented us with some tools, which we are not inventing. And the honest answer is that there may be different sources of data, and we are looking in different directions. And I think the background for our collaboration is also in a way that we are not committed, you are not committed, but I hope that both of us, for our part, we can at least say we do learn from people like you coming to us, discussing, we have this, can this be incorporated? I also believe that we are a pretty good sanity check. Because sometimes I think startups sit in their labs or basements and invent something which is technically very, very good. But it does happen, sorry to say, but it does happen that you forget to ask the question, who needs this? What's the need for this? And this is where I think we bring value to each other.
Absolutely. And I mean, very basic, the way we met your people, your guys, was at an agricultural fair. Could be this one, just for agriculture. Reaching out to people, telling what we did, and then we got started. So very very hands-on, and anyone can do that. And I think also the openness to do this kind of partnership maybe surprised me a bit, because of course you also have a lot of other stuff on the agenda. So actually being willing to prioritize meeting and working with us is really, really appreciate that. But I think like some of the learnings also I just like to share when working with such a big organization is that depending on set some very specific goals for your startup initially, like what you want to achieve. Again, if it's a usual path to funding, right, and it could be an exit or it could be an early investment or so, you probably have to somehow reach some strategic people down the line. That might be a more top-down approach, but if it's more about tech validation, knowledge about specific markets, especially in agriculture where that is very fragmented from country to country, reaching out to some of the local departments can be a faster way to acquire some of those goals. That has been the case for us at least. And then always, if we happen to find someone within your organization who actually think this was pretty cool, it's not everyone, right, who thinks it's cool. So finding an ambassador who can open the doors, who understands the informal organizational structure, not just the formal roles, who knows who to go to and who not to go to, that is extremely important if you really want to progress, as you have a lot of other things on your agenda. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy that you actually think that we are human and it's possible to talk to us, and it might give you something, but so by all means please try. And sometimes I get the question, well, if we use your technology, we'll probably lower the amount of crop protection. But that to us is not a question mark. To us, sustainability is that we need all the tools in the box to produce sustainably. And if that takes that we'll lower it here, and at the end, all of us wants to sell some solutions to the farmer, and it could be digital. For us, it's not imperative that it comes from our traditional source. So we are heavy on digitalization, and there are countries in the world where this is even more progressed, where we have some programs in as well. But many places, it's based on collaboration, partnerships, because we have realized we cannot do it all.
Yeah, and I think it's in particular for maybe agriculture, it's farming, it's agronomy, it's software, digital solution, it's AI, it's hardware, it's all combined. And you have the weather factor sort of mixing it all up. So if you want to deliver solutions to farmer, you have to have more scientists coming in, which typically rhymes with partnerships. I think one good lesson I have learned as well, just to bring that, is try to see if you can set some targets which are also realistic sort of in the short term. So for us, that has been, for instance, let's say for now, some of the targets we have had with the collaboration server have just been, if you could give us an LOI, for instance, that this collaboration we're doing have a commercial direction, or it has some kind of, it could also be a tech direction, this already sort of proves some traction for a startup, which is, when you're in the startup world, traction is important. So that has been a short-term target. That is realistic. It's realistic for you guys to do that. It's realistic for us. It can also be if we can get a contact with someone who has, for instance, who can be a potential mentor for the startup, who has a few hours a week and is super interested about that, willing to mentor the startup, go to market-wise. How do you do that in Denmark? That's also low-hanging fruits for both partners. It's an easy way to sort of get going. And then you build the relation. And that is ultimately what is key over time, right? It's people. And that is what will deliver some of maybe the bigger targets down the end, but we have to deliver a good relation first. Yeah.
Maybe I should share with you a little bit where we are coming from. We all know Corona. You were all tested with a cotton swab that you put in your mouth, and we all hated it. And that's why all of you are aware of a PCR test that can tell you whether you have Corona or not. We've basically taken that cotton swab and now put it onto plants and saying, do they have a disease? And we put one more element in, how much disease is there. If they are diseased to a certain level, you would use medicine like a fungicide, a treatment. But to us, it would make sense that you use more where there are more crop and less where there is less crop. And that exactly is the tool that Rasmus comes with, that he has some data in real time, in real life, out in the field. Can we combine these? It's fair to say we also look to satellites and other sources of data, but the whole thinking on why is this interesting, and why would it be interesting for a farmer? He has certainly interest in, if there's no disease, don't treat. If there's a lot of disease, yes. Graduation means he uses less or just what is needed. But he needs data, and believe me, I have a farming background. It has to be simple. I'm not saying that in order to talk farmers down, but they don't want to sit with different tools. Today they have almost 3 screens in their tractors and they hate it. They would like one, and it should be simple. And all of us would put up the same target. You would have one app for what? Then it should also cover this part and this part and this part.
Yeah, you totally agree. It's many of these precision technologies that is sort of the wrapping around what we both introduced to farmers, looking towards how can you reduce, but at the same time make sure you at least have the yield as the same or increase it, so the case is good for the business case is good for the farmer. I think, and one thing I like about Bayer as well is, in this world there can be a lot of polarization, I would say, like between you have farmers, you have rest of society, society's talking sustainability, reductions, and we have to do it now, and farmers can sometimes have this image of being the bad guys. They are just doing pesticides all the time. Why are they doing that? They've done that for years. Why don't they change? They know that. And I think this sort of polarization has, and especially the media I was putting up, has created quite some, like, they feel very distant from the rest of society. And I think some of the approaches we are introducing is instead of saying just only saying farmers have to reduce, but actually sort of more organically from the farmers, look at it from their point of view. They have a business. Can we reduce while at the same time give them the carrot of actually earning more? You do it with a field view. You've introduced an outcome-based business model, looking towards that, which is very innovative, very interesting. And we try on the tech side to have the rest of the farmers, the ones who are not started today, how do we get them started doing something by making it easy?
And I think actually that Denmark is a nice test ground, because Danish farmers are very digital, very. I think it's around 80% of the Danish area, agricultural area, is run by GPS down to 2 centimeters. Next question is how much of that actually is steering the tractor and how much is actually changing your whatever treatment. it's lower than the 80. But I mean, that's quite unique in the world, actually, to be at that stage.
Seems like we have a bit of overtime here. Yeah.
We have some time for some questions. If we can get the QR code up on screen. Excuse me. You can get on that now. And what else do we want to know from these guys? So just give that a minute to get going and see what people have. Okay.
Ooh, I can't read that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we can both. It's probably a question for both of us.
Yeah.
You want to begin, or?
It's a good question, actually, because I've never thought of it. And actually, I think if I should speak on behalf of Bayer, I don't think there's a lot of difference in the Nordics. There's certainly some difference in culture and trust compared to other parts of the world, and we have some very skilled people, high education, stuff like that, but the fact of doing business, from a Bayer perspective, I think it's not that different from the rest of the world.
I think one thing I can definitely tell is, just to add on that, is that what we see now in Europe is there's a heavy push from governments on subsidies into agriculture, different countries, and that is different. In Denmark, we do it one way, where we even introduced the carbon taxation. In other places, it's more about how can you create some incentive for reducing fertilizer. And of course, these subsidies, they have an influence on farmers' willingness. Farmers have been used to subsidies for ages, as you probably all know. So that's some of the changes we see. For instance, in Denmark, fertilizer is already there's heavy restrictions on usage of that. So when we tell them to reduce more, they're kind of like, will it influence my yield? But if we go to Lithuania, where they can use more fertilizer, they're much more open to that. So that, of course, you have to sort of think into when you do the business modeling, how you target the different segments, what are they actually ready to reduce?
Oh, yeah, I didn't take it from that angle, actually. Nordics are certainly regulated, and we live up to a lot of regulations where we are forefront runners, but I was more talking on the big area of, in all of the world, you have to present the customer with a business case where you can both benefit from the solution. And the moment you sort of fail to do that, you have a problem. I think the next one is probably also slightly targeted at me. I can assure you that we in Bayer is not thinking one solution for the whole world. We need to have different solutions in different parts of the world, and it's clear that when I say that 80% of Danish agricultural area is run by GPS and modern tractors, most of them 6-cylinder, high horsepower things, the solutions that I can sort of provide to this farmer doesn't resonate with one in Kenya or South Africa or other parts of the world where structure is completely different. So we are certainly looking for this also in other parts of the world where maybe the cell phone could be a tool, which is worldwide, and provide some tools instead of a tractor with 3 screens. But the basics are still the same. We are looking for more production with less input and less footprint and more sustainable production for more people in the world, which is a fact. I mean, we will be around 3 billion more people, and most of that comes from the fact that we grow older, we live longer, and I'm one of those who are quite happy about that fact, actually, because I'm getting closer to that end where you really appreciate that you live longer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. We have time for one more question. We've got one up there.
It's for you.
Yeah, it's targeted at me, but I think we should both answer it actually. I did touch a little bit about how we work with per plant. I think the thinking, once we met, which was slightly accidental, I think, we met at a fair, and when the thinking goes like this, we sort of say, how can we do this? We have put up a contract that sort of gives an intent, but it doesn't bind us. We are not married yet, but it also opens opportunities for both parties to look at this. But so in my description, it's a fair way of searching for a partnership.
Yeah, and I know specifically that if one way to engage with Bayer is through some of these accelerator programs. We were joining Food, so they have a 1-year program where startups get to meet 10 corporates, and that is one entrance. It's easy because everything is facilitated, all the dialogues established and everything. So it's a very nice way for the startups to do it. Typically has the ones we joined has a very strategic direction. So it was the strategic people of Bayer Global we were meeting with. But I think if you wanted to do, again, going back to what is that you want to do, if it's more about tech validation or like looking into the local markets, then the direction where we met your people like very informally at a fair, we could very easily set something up, go out in the field. He already had to go in the fields within 2 weeks, and we could get started doing the test, getting the data. A very, very quick way of doing it, which can be kind of a bit more complicated if you want to take it top down. So that's
I can
sort
assure
of
you,
the
Rasmus,
differences.
if you went all the way to the top, you need more paper, more contracts, more signing, and for sure less speed.
Thank you, guys. Let's give a hand for our guests. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, guys. Fantastic. Welcome back, everyone. I hope people have enjoyed lunch. If you've been here all along, thanks for staying. So we've had a few panels covering the planetary health side, and now we're going to turn back to more of the traditional life sciences and talk a little bit about drug development. So as many of you probably know, developing new drugs it's complex, takes a lot of time, and costs a lot of money. So saw some recent research over the past decade, the average time to take a new drug candidate to launch in the market has been about 12 years, according to McKinsey. And the cost of that is a little over $1 billion US. So luckily, we have advances in tools and technology that promise to shorten that timeline and potentially shorten it drastically. So in our next panel, we're going to hear from 3 players in the drug development ecosystem, from a big drug company perspective, and then from a couple of companies that are providing services and technology that speed up and optimize the drug development process to bring treatments through the drug development pipeline and get them to patients more quickly. So I'll invite our moderator, Rob Reddick, to the stage, and he'll introduce our panelists. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yeah, it's really striking that we can look around somewhere like here and we can think that we're in an age of progress, when the reality is that life sciences is slowing down. You mentioned that really long time scale of drug development, but the exciting thing is that right now we're beginning to see technologies that can actually speed that up. The first AI-generated drug went into human trials last year. That completed its pre-human testing in 2.5 years. Normally, on average, in drug development, that takes 6 years. So there's potential there, and I'm really excited today that we're going to hear from 3 companies of different sizes who in their fields are working on ways to speed up generating results in research. So I'm really pleased to welcome Hugh Simons, who is the co-founder and CEO of Claire Scientific, a Copenhagen-based startup developing microscopy tools across the life science sector. Michael Pedersen is the CEO of Glycospot, a biotech company that has developed patented technology to do fast enzyme activity measurements. And Mirana Vitazic is head of bioinformatics at Lundbeck, a Danish pharmaceutical company specializing in brain disorders, where she is involved in projects bringing new technologies and approaches to accelerating drug development. Thank you all for being here, and there may be some people in the audience who are familiar with all three of your companies, but I'm sure there are plenty of people who aren't. So could we just start by getting into kind of what your company specializes in? Hugh, maybe you can kick us off.
Seems like a logical place to begin,
Yeah.
right? So I'm the CEO of Claire Scientific. So we're building microscopes really fundamentally for life science research, but we're doing it in such a way that it makes what it takes to do really cutting-edge automated research much, much more accessible. So we've built a new product based on new tech out of DTU. You can actually try it. We're on the booth just behind the stage. So we're really excited about that.
Michael, I know you have a stand here as well. Tell us a bit about Glycospot.
Yeah, Glycospot is a company that has developed technology to be able to do very fast enzyme activity measurements. And this basically enables the green transition, the ability to actually use enzymes where enzymes could not be used before. So this is basically what we're doing, and we also have a booth here, and you're very welcome to come by and see our technology.
Thanks, and Mirana.
And I'm Maren, I'm from Lundbeck, and we don't have a booth here, but we are a Danish pharmaceutical company that specializes in brain health. And we do all our R&D development from scratch all the way to marketing the drugs ourselves. And I'm working in the R&D area.
These are three very different areas, but they're very, very sort of tightly focused. Like, how do you decide what area to focus on when you're thinking about kind of founding a business or developing new drugs and approaches? Michael?
Well, I think to begin with, you develop groundbreaking technology, and you see, we can do all these potential things, but then at some point in time, you really have to narrow down your view on where do you create the most value, and as soon as possible, get out and try it out in real life. That's at least some of the things that has been important for Glycospot.
Rana, how is it similar or different at Lundbeck?
I mean, you said it yourself at the start when you mentioned the example of in silico. The easy, low-hanging fruit for drug discovery is done. So now we are looking how we could accelerate, maybe both on our R&D phase, but also on putting things into the market phase.
What was your inspiration?
I mean, we have a pretty unique technology that's inside our machines, and that is, of course, I think the really directing factor in choosing where we focus. But I would also say, I think it's really critical that tools and techniques, also allow the people that then use them to focus and also to diversify as they have to, right? So I mean, there's kind of several layers of choice where you choose to diversify or if you choose to focus. The trick is doing that in the way that makes the most sense.
And again, just for any founders who are here, how much of what you're working with is kind of proprietary technology you've developed yourselves versus things that are available that you've been able to develop into your products or techniques?
So in our case, we have a microscope based on a really novel imaging system, and of course everything inside the imaging system is developed in-house, everything from the software, the optics, all of it. But then as a small company, you also need to build something that people can use, and you need to do it quickly and efficiently. And the best way to do that is to use the plethora of off-the-shelf components and techniques and tools that you can use, and that's what we do.
I would say in Glycospot's situation, most of it has been done in-house. The core technology has been developed in-house. But now, of course, going into a scale-up, we start to outsource quite a bit of the production. But most of it has been done in-house. And I think basically the big challenge is to actually bring that technology, once you have developed it, out into, let's say, with a partner, to a real-life situation. And actually try and develop the applications as well, because that's something that you might underestimate the workload that is there. You climb the first hill, which is developing the technology, but then there's a second hill, developing the application.
And is finding partners like that, is that difficult? Or if you have good tech, will they come? Is that sort of...
No, no one just knocks on the door. You have to do a structured process.
Okay. And Marana, kind of what sort of technologies are you using at Lundbeck? Are these things that you're finding from elsewhere, or are they things that are being built and developed in-house?
It's a little bit what we heard from both Hugh and Michael. For us, it's important that it's a proven technology. It's something that has been run and tested and proven. We don't have time to tinker ourselves to build stuff from scratch, but we would bring in things that have been tested and proven. But what we try to also do, we all both collaborate with externals. We also bring in talent in-house to do these things. So it's a combination of buy and build, but also we are trying to learn along the way. That's the most important thing, that we learn from these new technologies, and it's something that we can put in as a new tool in our drug discovery toolbox, that way we can accelerate the process.
Fantastic. And I mean, I think this is probably the question that's on everyone's mind. Like, what impacts are you finding that users of your technology are having kind of out there, kind of in labs or out in the real world?
I think in our case, something I find so exciting is that imaging is one of these things in life science that you really have to do if you want to be doing cutting edge research. And in particular, automating that is something which is now becoming commonplace. And so what we do with our technology is we bring this high bar of automation and bring it to the young people, the people that have the best ideas but maybe don't have the same facilities as, dare I say, Lundbeck. I just assume you guys go swimming in money every day like Scrooge McDuck. Maybe that's not true, but it's what I imagine at least. But I mean, at least for us, the impact, is in making, really democratizing cutting-edge life science, and that's fulfilling and exciting at the same time.
Marana, are you?
Sorry.
How is life in that swimming pool of riches?
I've been put in the spot. Am I red? Maybe I am a bit red. Well, actually, and I'll talk on a concrete example here. When we're looking at this, let's say, accelerating target qualification, which is kind of what my team is involved with and what we do in bioinformatics, it's actually a combination. My own team is not that big. But what we try to do is actually find a partner out there that will help us set up a proof of concept and then bring it in. But then the big problem is actually getting buy-in, because there's a lot of change management here, because people are used to doing something in a certain way, and we've all been now hearing about AI and people being afraid of, how it will impact their jobs and stuff. So it's also, when you bring in something new, you have to also find a nice way to introduce it into the company and into the standard drug stream that we do. Yeah.
And are there particular kind of conditions or diseases that Lundbeck is sort of making strides in this
Yeah,
area?
and the particular example I wanted to talk is when we brought in a knowledge graphs as a technology to kind of accelerate drug qualification in the migraine space, which is one of the spaces we're working in. Yeah.
Great. You hear so often of drug companies kind of focusing on very specific diseases, but that's a very broad use case.
Right.
Michael, what sort of impact is GlycoSpot's technology having out there?
But I think it's probably the most important thing that we as GlycoSpot contribute with is that enabling this green transition. The fact that we enable the use of enzymes in areas where you would not normally be able to use enzymes, thereby substituting chemicals and all other stuff. So I think this is probably the biggest impact, the environmental impact, the sustainability impact, to create a better world for all of us and for the next generations.
Are there any sort of particular sectors that people might be familiar with? Like, are we talking sort of food or petrochemicals?
Yeah, that would be definitely the food sector is one of them. Food production sector, biofuel production, where you use enzymes in all kinds of processes.
Okay, great. This is perhaps a question more for those of you at the smaller end of the scale. How did you go about sort of validating your technology, and how hard was that?
You speak about validation as if it's always already happened, right? But the truth is, when you build an instrument like ours, validation is constantly ongoing. I mean, every time we test with a user, every time we have a new customer, I mean, we're learning something new, they're learning something new, and we want to make sure our product develops alongside with that. So, I mean, we're always comparing our products compared to its competitors, compared to what people expect, and compared to what's scientifically accurate, right?
Michael, how about for GlycoSpot?
It's partly the same, I would say. You need to validate, of course, yourself, but I think the real validation actually happens at the partner or your customer in principle, because that was what I talked about with the application challenge. That you might have technology that needs to be applied in a specific setting, and that particular validation in that setting, that's actually quite a big task for any company, especially a small company.
So it sounds like you're sort of like there is a separate process for each use case depending on what specifically is being deployed.
And I think that's very valid for most startup scale-ups actually.
Whereas with Lundbeck, is it the case that you're looking at things where you know the validation is in place and therefore they can be brought in, or is there still kind of
more or less
some of that work in-house?
And this is especially true if you're looking to bringing in towards the clinical side. Then of course it needs to be validated to be even applied in that sense.
Hugh, you mentioned kind of democratizing access, and I think that's something that's really important. How important do you think that is for kind of developments in other sectors, Michael? Like, do you think GlycoSpot's technology kind of allows more people to be involved in processes such as sort of dairy production, biofuel production, etc.?
Oh yeah, definitely, and it will also help the people actually doing these processes. For example, our partners. And this is one thing that I think is quite important to understand, that these big players that we work with, which are billion-dollar companies, they are losing to some extent their innovation power. So they need companies like us, at least the two of us, to actually help these companies bring new technology out there to make these disruptive moves in the market.
That's for any larger companies out there. That I think that may be an advert for collaboration from Michael. But Hugh, how did you kind of think about kind of the democratization sort of point? Like, was that always kind of something that was a core aim with developing Claire's kind of technology?
I think I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. I mean, I've been in a position of building research labs at universities and being in this position where, you need to build a lab from nothing, and a typical lab costs something like 250,000 euros to build, and a typical microscope is also around that. And I mean, you simply can't afford to buy the equipment you need to be at the cutting edge. So what do people do? And I mean, it's such a shame that it's often the best ideas which are slowed down by this problem of cost. And so it's my own experience which has really driven the case in point as to why we should be applying our technology towards democratization.
Would any of you say that there's a counter argument that if you're automating sort of processes, you risk in the longer term kind of de-skilling people who are practicing, or am I being overly negative here?
I think you're being pretty negative, mate. Come on. No, I mean, you're not taking somebody's jobs away. You're taking away the really manual part of pipetting things, or of moving from one sample to the next, and letting them do things that people do better, which is coming up with a new idea for a new molecule, or coming up with a new way to test something. And so, I mean, you're empowering people. You're not limiting them, and I think that's the really important thing.
In the process of doing that, how do we make sure that the efficiencies in research get kind of reinvested back into it? Because, this is probably a crass simplification, but if you make a lab twice as productive, you can double its work, or you could maybe half its workforce. So how do we ensure that, we get the good side for everyone of speeding up research processes?
I mean, our final outcome is the same, right? It's bringing, at least in the case of Lundbeck, it's bringing drugs to the people that need it. So at the end of the day, if you can make the life of the scientists easier, that they can make their conclusions based on more technologies that make redundant, reading all the papers by hand and other things, then you release their time for thinking, for discovery, for coming up with new things, but also for feeling their work is more rewarding, because they are using that big brain of theirs that they've been training and preparing to use for their work life. Yeah.
Michael, what do you think?
Well, I think that it all comes into speed, and time to market. The more effective you can be, I think this is the main cost is the time. So I think the fact that you can speed up things, I think that's the main driver. So I would not be worried about the workforce and so forth. Are there any sort of parts of the research ecosystem where you think
we're limited in how much speeding up we can do. I'm thinking here perhaps, when we think of clinical trials, there is a certain point at which you cannot compress that any further. Are there any other spaces where we can't really expect to make progress, or is there efficiency to be gained everywhere, do you think?
Well, I mean, from the point of clinical trials, of course, there's a certain level of regulations that we need to follow, and those cannot be sped up. Also, the length of the time we should be testing a product on the actual patients, and to ensure the safety, efficacy, and other things. But there is also been a bit of changes in this regulatory aspect in getting the diseases that do not have yet treatments or approved treatments, for getting them on a bit of a fast track. So there is a bit of change happening there as well. People are understanding that we need to be able to speed up where there is necessary, where there is no fear of having coming to the bad side of other things that we are worried about, such as side effects and other things.
Michael, is any areas where you think we're
I think one. I totally agree with the regulatory issues, and I think we also should look at this from a more global perspective, because regulation is different in Europe than it is in, for example, the US, which I think you have to take into account, especially in the EU. If you want to be on the forefront of research, you need to be able to speed up things, because else you will move to the US to do your trials there.
Do you say that does the US kind of have that sort of like magnetizing effect of drawing in kind of everything? Is it the place that kind of absorbs most interest in terms of?
Yeah, I think if you talk with the CEO of Novo Nordisk, his main issue is that how do we bring innovation back or one issue he's looking at is how do we bring innovation back to Europe? Because all the testing will be done in the US, because regulation is not as hard there.
Hugh, what do you reckon about sort of where we can or can't kind of gain efficiency?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a question of can or can't, it's a question of that we have to. I mean, it's been shown statistically that life science is becoming less and less productive, and it's the rate of productivity is slowing exponentially, actually, which is really terrifying considering this is what we rely on for health and medicine, right? So the question is, how can we even keep that curve anywhere close to linear? And the truth is, I don't think anybody actually really knows how to do that. If we know that, we would be working towards it, but we don't. One of the big problems that's been identified is just simply that the science is becoming more complex. And so, one of the ways to resolve that is to come up with better ways of making sense of enormously complex data sets. This is something that, AI is working towards, but, any statistical method in general. Maybe it's something that also requires, more collaboration across borders. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely, I can agree to that, because as you mentioned, kind of the low-hanging fruit is done. Now we need to go into more complex diseases. We need to collect more data, and then we also need to find a way to actually handle that data, because it's not about just collecting. We all sit on a ton of data, but it's the way that we can use it, and that is where we can get the edge, the advantage, and find new potential targets.
So should we all retrain as IT data scientists, maybe?
Do you feel like we have enough data sharing kind of across life sciences, or is...
That can always be better. I mean, always just already starting within big companies as themselves, then it's also already on the data sharing spectrum. But I think what is happening is, for a lot of the new approaches and new ideas, there is pre-competitive agreements between companies. There are places where we in pharma share ideas, and we share approaches and things, and we try to help. How do we get there? Because at the end of the day, we are all working for the same thing, and that is bringing drugs to patients.
I mean, you talk about data sharing, right? But I work in imaging, and I don't have enough fingers and toes to count the number of ways in which people have proposed to share imaging data. But no one can agree. Everybody wants to have their own image format, right? And so no one can agree on a standardization. Everybody wants to be the master of their own standard. And I mean, how do you negotiate that, right? Maybe centralized bodies, but I mean, until people get over themselves and agree on something, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to make progress. Our approach for doing it is to create a really accessible machine which produces data in a standardized way that everyone can get behind and produce data on, right? But that, to a certain degree, was a response to the frustration of there being no real standard for biological imaging data, right?
Do you have any hope of there being some sort of body or sector leader that would come out and kind of demand or even legislate for that, or is that unrealistic given that we've not seen it happen?
There are certain academic organizations that are working toward data standardization, towards data verification, trying to develop standards like the OMOP and similar that is interesting in the data science field. So it's happening. But again, if you look, I mean, now we're making a lot of data. We were not ready for that, right? This data revolution happened in the last, what? The human genome 2001-ish, right? In the last 20-ish years. So we're still learning how to handle it. It's much easier to make data than to spend time to like, okay, so how are we going to structure it? And once you made it, then it's like, okay, now we have to step back. Who's going to do it? Nobody really wants to do that.
That was basically the conclusion of my PhD thesis, I think, right? A lot of unanalyzed data.
You mentioned, this sort of slowing down the graph of kind of productivity sort of.
Irum's law.
Say it again one more time for those.
Irum's law. It's the reverse of Moore's law.
Reverse of Moore's law. Okay.
Sorry.
What sort of technologies are the three of you excited about outside of your fields of specialism, where we think we can maybe see some progress counter to this? Like, what areas are we seeing sort of progress and good development being done?
I think at least from a technology point of view, I think technology will help us going forward, especially the quantum computing. The power that we now get in order to analyze all the data that we are talking about. I think that will be one area that hopefully will be able to speed up the whole drug development process.
Rana. You know what I'm going to say? RNA for drug targeting, which is kind of work I've done also for my PhD thesis. It's amazing. I mean, just last week there was the news about Sanofi acquiring Haya company that works on long non-coding RNAs for drug targeting. So it's moving. It's again similar things happening in pharma. There's a technology or knowledge that we've known for quite a while, but until it gets to a certain level of development, that's when the acquirements happen. Yeah.
I think the thing that really excites me most in this world, maybe even more than microscopes, but it's related, is the fact that theories for describing things are getting better and better and becoming more and more closer to the life we see, and at the same time experiments are getting better and better and being able to see deeper and deeper. And there's been a chasm between them for as long as humanity has existed, and that chasm is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and I don't feel like it's going to be there for much longer, particularly with quantum computing and the improvement in quantum mechanical simulations of chemicals. And that's the step to not thinking that we understand something, but knowing and being able to relate cause and effect in a way that is really, can be known fundamentally.
Okay, well
that's exciting.
That is a pretty positive idea to bring us sort of close to the end. I think we may have some time for some questions from the audience soon, but I just want to ask you guys one question before we potentially move over. What do you see the future being for your companies? Rana, where are things going next with Lundbeck's work?
Well, I mean, this is kind of the comment that was about pharma being slow and everything, but I think we are aware of this. Obviously, we're trying to bring in talent, we're trying to bring in new technologies, we're collaborating much more, we're much more open to collaboration to get these things moving faster.
Michael?
I think for Glycospot, what will drive us will be the green transition, the sustainability agenda, the E in the ESG, the ability for us to do things in a more sustainable way, or enable our partners to do things in a more sustainable way. I think that would be one of the drivers for us.
Hugh, what's next for Claire?
I think in our case, we've built this beautiful, sleek machine. Again, everyone take a look at it, please. You can adore it for us. We're looking at getting this into as many people's hands as possible to really understand how it can be useful to them and how we can make it even more useful.
We have some questions. We mentioned in silico first, but what kind of impact do you think AI is having on research? And perhaps a follow-on question: is this yet another area where the influence of AI is slightly overhyped, or should we sort of believe the positivity? Do you think?
I don't think it's overhyped. I mean, machine learning approaches to image analysis is massively changing how microscopy is done. It's the only hope we have of actually making use of all that data I couldn't use during my research career, right? That's how we deal with this influx of data. It's the only solution I've seen, so pretty fundamental.
And I would say that AI get more and more embedded in products. So you actually do your AI directly in your processing.
I'm going to quickly ask a couple more because we've had some just come in. What extra skills do young people getting into drug research need as technology progresses?
I think, at least in Denmark, that's already quite well taken care of. We have great technical universities here that are actually talking to us in pharma and asking us which skills we should be focusing on. So that dialogue is already happening, and I think that's actually great.
You, Michael, any particular skills you'd like to see more of in sort of your fields?
I think confidence with data and software and light programming is needed.
How can we ensure that drug development is done more inclusively and isn't just serving the already well served?
Oh, I'd love to kiss whoever asked that question. Maybe there's too much information, but
you can make yourself known afterwards. Yeah, how do we make sure that drug development is focusing on the broadest number of users and not just those who can afford to pay? Hugh, you seem very enthusiastic about answering this.
I'm just about to gush. I don't know. We've got to make sure that we make. There's so much to inclusion, right? It's not just making things which are inexpensive, which is one big hurdle. It's about making things which can be easily used, which are applicable to the most valuable use cases. And we need to do all of these things and to incorporate them. And you need the sort of courage to build products that do that, right? Rather than just building something for, Lundbeck, Novo, any of these big companies, right? You've also got to build things for little guys.
How does Lundbeck think about this?
I think for us, the main thing is that we are doing more and more, which is really important, is actually talking to patients. So similar what Hugh just said, it's not just building because we can, it's actually checking, does this make sense? And because we have seen that what we hear from medical professionals and from patients not necessarily be the same.
Michael, anything?
And for us, it's definitely the fact that you need to talk. You talk about patients. Our patients are the customers, and our partners, and then we need to bring the technology out with them and do these applications.
Okay, one quick one. Any future thoughts on the wellness space and preventative healthcare? Because that's not something we've really touched on here. Is there any connection between sort of where you're working and developments in that space that you see?
I saw the Theranos documentary yesterday, and that put me off the wellness space for kind of, diagnostic instrumentation for a long time to come. So,
okay,
I think which just means regulations. I think that's the challenge there.
Yeah, regulation and I guess validation as well. Cool. Well, thank you very much. I think that's pretty much all we've got time for. I just want to say thank you very much to our three panelists. Do visit Claire and Glycospot's stalls just behind us here if you want to take a look at what they're up to. And yes, thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to our panelists.
Okay, everyone. If you're here, don't leave. If you're not here yet, come. So we're fortunate. Come on up. Have a seat. We're really fortunate today to be joined by the CEO and co-founder of a healthcare unicorn, really a double unicorn, right? And I'm going to butcher the name, but I'm going to attempt it. The Swedish company Kry.
Sort of, yeah.
Kry. Which has really revolutionized the way that patients are able to access care in Sweden, Norway, France, and the UK, combining a technology platform and real-world doctors' offices. Since being founded in 2015, Kry has raised over $700 million in total funding, with a valuation of over $2 billion in its most recent Series D round in 2022. So I will be sitting down to talk with Johannes now about his journey, the challenges along the way, and the path forward. So please join me in welcoming Johannes Schultz and let's talk.
Let's talk. You should come closer.
Great. So thanks for joining us today, Johannes. I'm from the US, as you know, and I hadn't been aware of your platform because you're not available there and because we have a pretty crappy healthcare system.
You do, yeah.
So it doesn't seem like there's really anything wrong with the healthcare systems in Europe, especially in the Nordics, but obviously you saw some problems or some inefficiencies there. Can you talk a little bit about specifically some of the issues that you saw in healthcare delivery in Sweden that really inspired you to start this company?
No, I think in one way we're spoiled with good quality care in all of Europe, but there's clearly been an accessibility problem. That was my own starting point when starting Kry, and my own frustration was that I have had my fair share of primary health care as everyone else, and although it's good quality, it takes forever to actually come and go and see someone. So before Kry in Sweden, you had to call a landline early in the morning, you had to travel long distances, you had to wait for days or even weeks to see someone. And no, that was the starting point, that we thought there must be better ways of doing it, must be more efficient ways of delivering care. And back then, what we're doing now at scale, digital care, remote consultations, that was something that was fairly new. The concept itself was not something that was new, but no one had managed to package it and scale it. Now, like in all healthcare systems, it's fairly well anchored that what we do is a critical piece of the infrastructure, but it was a very different story back then.
Right. So everybody has, in theory, has access to healthcare through the state-funded healthcare, but maybe they're not getting appointments in a timely fashion, things like that. It wasn't so
like
easy
if you
to
compare
access.
to the US system, obviously the European systems are significantly better. Like you spend 20, 25, what is it, percent of GDP on healthcare, and yet people are dying of simple diseases. So from my perspective, I think from most Europeans' perspective, our system is obviously better, but it's a very different structure. But it still have challenges. So we are increasing healthcare expenditure in all European markets. Access is going down. There's a lot of inequalities when it comes to access. I really like a term that they use in France where they call it medical desert, which is a lot of areas in France where they have zero, very low access to care. That's something that we can help solve. So it's not like the European systems do not have challenges. It's great challenges. If we just continue to pour money into the rather ill-functional existing system and hope that something will change and be better, like that, then it will eventually will end up as the US.
Yeah, you don't want that.
No.
So before we talk a little bit more about the actual platform that you developed, you have a somewhat different background for a healthcare founder. I think you started out at Stardoll, which was an online community for really teenage women, teenage girls.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about that and how you got from there to here?
I can tell you about it. That's true. I joined a fast-growing startup when I just graduated high school. This was before the Spotifys and Klarnas of Sweden. It was a lot of great people working there. It was a lot of fun. But it was, as you said, a gaming platform for young teenage girls online. But I always wanted to build and start companies. That was a good learning ground to build things.
Yeah. Any particular learning that you feel you took from that into what you're doing now?
I think my background is in tech and product, and I always rather consumer-focused things. I think that's something that is definitely lacking in healthcare in general. I think that is slowly changing right now, but having people as myself with a strong technology and sort of consumer background, that's quite rare. It is changing now, but 10 years ago that was very rare. I think the healthcare system in general is lacking that consumer or patient-centric focus.
Right. So in the US, we sometimes talk about the PayPal mafia, which has a bunch of famous entrepreneurs coming out. You talk about the Stardoll mafia.
In Sweden, there is a Stardoll mafia for sure. So Daniel, a good friend of mine, started Spotify. He was the CTO at Stardoll before starting Spotify. So there's a lot of Swedish companies coming from that initial small team, yes.
Yeah. So you launched the company in 2015. And originally it was a technical platform so that patients could access doctors have virtual consultations, and it's not just medical doctors, it's psychologists too, I believe.
Psychologists, psychiatrists, dermatologists. So it's a very broad offering that we're running right now, but a lot of what we do would be in the primary healthcare bucket, although that we are now going deeper and deeper into specialist care as well in our more mature markets.
Sure. How long did it take to develop the actual technology, and were there any sort of particular technical challenges that you needed to?
I think one of the large technical challenges is obviously there is a lot of legacy systems in Europe, and it's not like you can just get rid of them. And it's healthcare after all, right? Like it's a lot of compliance, a lot of legacy, slow moving. I think for us a huge challenge will obviously be that our ambition since we initially started have been to make sure that this is a mass market solution. And in order to make this a mass market solution, you have to address the really large payers of care, and that is the public healthcare systems. And there's a political element to it, so it's a lot of complexity. I think if you look into our sort of consumer front and consumer app, it looks very simple, but on the background it's an extreme amount of complexity. But I think that we also as an organization have been now rather good at using that kind of complexity to our advantage. I think it's always two sides of the coin of complexity, but that's the tough part. That is a complex space. And also on the technology side, I think part of what we do is not super complex, but like having that fit into an existing healthcare system with all of the infrastructure. We have, in some markets, in Sweden there was a well-built e-prescription system when we initially launched, for example. In France there was nothing, but we built it. Then we had to build it ourselves. And there's a lot of legacy systems, EMRs, compliance stuff that we need to integrate towards, and that's usually quite slow and time-consuming, and that's hard.
Yeah. So how long did that process take?
But we're not like on the technology side. We're never done, right? Like we obviously continue to developing it. Sure. But the first offering that we launched, obviously there was way more shallow versus what we're offering right now. But I think we had the first developer starting to work on it in mid-14, and then we launched the first version of our services in March 2015, but obviously like the complexity of the product and operations that we're running now compared to then is obviously huge. Now we employ thousands of healthcare professionals across 4 European geographies. We have a very deep technology stack that can support a lot of different things. So it's way more complexity now versus what it was 10 years ago, obviously.
Right. So in the US we have HIPAA regulations which govern for privacy, patient privacy information. Is there sort of comparable rules that you needed to deal with in Sweden?
Yeah, I think the complexity of this is also that it's different in the different markets.
Yeah, so
and it's also different within the market. So if you look into our payer side, who's actually paying for the services we provide, because in the end, it's not usually patients that are paying for it, right? Like we are doing a partnership with the public system, and they are paying for it. But in Sweden, there's 21 different regions. We have 21 different partnerships just in Sweden on the public side. They all run different rules of reimbursement. They have different regulations. They have different underlying systems. So that's an absurd amount of complexity, and you have that kind of complexity in all of the different markets where we operate.
Right.
But I think if you want to change healthcare and to push healthcare forward, like you can't shy away from that kind of complexity. It's a field where you just have to roll up your sleeves and go deep and understand it. But I think that's tough. I think my background, obviously now I've been thinking about this every night and day for the latest 10 years almost. But me and my co-founder, our background was not in healthcare, and we asked ourselves a lot. Like I did an e-commerce company, my co-founder did a fintech company, and was like, why are we spending time on those stupid things when there's like really important things that we can spend time on? And there was not that many that were doing it, and I think a part of that is just because of the complexities itself, and people shy away from that kind of complexity.
Yeah,
you just can't.
So I want to dig into some of what you just said. So you started out in Sweden, but you pretty soon expanded into several other countries. Can you talk about how you decided which countries to expand into after Sweden, and then we can get into some specifics of that journey?
The very honest answer is that the decisions have been based on a mix between a lot of research and pure opportunistic views on where to go next, to be honest. I think our decision to launch in France, like we covered a lot of markets. We had boots on the ground in a lot of European markets, and we launched in France based on regulatory changes in the French market. UK, we basically just said to ourselves, we need to be in the UK. Let's figure it out. And that was the same thing in Sweden. When we launched in Sweden, there was no business model for it. Like there was a lot of regulations that were unclear. But I think the concept itself that a lot of healthcare consultations will move from physical to digital, that was very clear to start with. I think from a regulatory perspective, a lot of change have happened since we initially started. I think during the pandemic, people started to understand that this whole thing with remote consultations is actually a thing. And on the policy side, that very much anchored it in most European markets or across the world. So I think when we thought about entering new markets a few years ago, first questions we had to ask ourselves was, is this legal? Like, can you actually do it? And stuff like that. How can we get paid for it? I think the legal, usually in most European markets right now, like one can actually do it. It's proven, it's tested. Like we have done millions and millions of healthcare consultations right at scale, but also others have also been doing that with sort of simplified tools. Like during the pandemic, doctors were forced to use just regular video calls or WhatsApp or whatever, and it's proven that you can actually do quite a lot of things digitally, right? So that is less of an issue on the compliance and the regulatory side, although it's a challenge to partner with public payers, obviously.
Sure. So I think it's important to understand that your path, the path of the company, hasn't been necessarily linear, this straight path to success, and that you went into some markets where you're no longer operating, Germany being a pretty big one.
Yeah.
Could you talk a little bit about what happened in Germany and
what
why
didn't happen in Germany?
there?
we have entered a few. We have looked into a lot of markets. We don't run anything in Denmark. We looked into Denmark quite a lot, and we looked into. We had plans to enter Italy. We were live in Germany for quite some time, but we paused Germany. It's a shitty market. Don't go to Germany.
Was that so? To quote you, shitty market. Why? Regulation?
No, but I think eventually that will happen. But right now, if we compare, alternative cost for us, we could either doubling down on France and the UK and the Nordics and Sweden, or we can sort of fight our way into Germany. I think there's a lot of regulatory, not blockers, but hurdles in all markets, but especially in Germany. And that will eventually change because the system will change as well. But I don't really want to put the time and effort and the funds into that market compared to other markets right now.
Yeah. So which country is your biggest market now?
In volume, France is our largest market. In terms of revenue, Sweden is our largest market. It's the most mature market, so we go deeper. Maybe there's some Swedes here, but Kry in Sweden, that's a power brand. There's more Kry accounts than there is Netflix accounts in Sweden. A third of the Swedish population are signed up in the service. All your Swedish friends would know what Kry is. So we go deeper, and we started with a pure digital offering, but we also run physical healthcare centers. We do more on the specialist side. So our revenue per users is higher because we go deeper. But in terms of just usage, France is our largest market.
Oh.
And growing quickest.
And you operate under a different name in France and the UK.
Because it's hard to pronounce it.
So it's called
Livy.
Livy in both of those countries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might actually change it because it would be easier to run one single, but it is hard to pronounce it. And it's a bit sad if you pronounce it Cry, because that's not at all what we're about. But
right.
So we do two brand names. Yeah.
Right. So you work through these public-private partnerships. I wonder. Could you just explain that a little bit? So does everyone who's covered under the public health system in Sweden, are they all able to use Kry?
So in Sweden we have full coverage, meaning the full population can access our services as any other public healthcare. So it's not free at the point of care, it's a co-pay model, so that's how all healthcare works in Sweden. So you pay a bit and then you can use it, all Swedes can use it. Same in France, everyone in France can use our services as a part of public healthcare offering. Slightly different story in the UK. So we have NHS partnerships in some areas, and in some areas we do not have NHS partnerships, which makes it tougher. Also, from a system perspective, it's not great that it's in UK right now it's a postcode lottery. If you're in one area, we might have a partnership with NHS, in one area we do not have a partnership. From our perspective, I think for a healthcare system as a whole, it's better that actors as ourselves can scale nationwide, right? Because our type of healthcare doesn't have borders really.
Right.
But that's usually how healthcare is structured. It's, you know, so that's the tough part. Like the reimbursement models and how it's usually very local. So that is an issue for us when scaling.
Sure. So as you mentioned, you started out as a pure play digital health company, but at some point you actually added real world physical clinics, and now you run a lot of them, and you employ a lot of doctors.
Dude, and a lot of doctors
in those clinics. So why did you make that move?
That's a very good question.
and that seems like a really different business.
It is fun. But when we initially started, we tried to keep the technology and the healthcare operations a bit separated, and we actually partnered with others that were running the services within our tools. Like this was like a year in, we realized that this will not work. We need to run the operations behind this ourselves. It's not enough to just give the existing rather ill-functional system some tools and hope that you will change behavior. Like we tried that, it will not work. Because it will drive some efficiencies, but not a lot of efficiencies, because a lot of it is also how you adopt that technology. And with our service, we have 24/7 access, right? It's 20 minutes waiting time in average. Like we can request doctors speaking your specific language. Like all of that will not automatically happen by just us giving the tools to the public healthcare system. So we realized that we need to run healthcare operations ourselves to drive change quick enough. Like we've always been very generous with our tools, so it's not like we're not letting others use our tools if they would like to do that. And we have some pure software streams in the UK where half of all of the DP practice use a subset of our tools. But as I said, we realize that we need to run this ourselves. So we now employ thousands of clinicians in 4 geographies and also running physical healthcare centers ourselves. But the physical side of this, that's the backup, right? It's not the opposite way around. The physical infrastructure is the backup to digital. And by offloading the physical assets, we can free up a lot of space for the people that actually are in need of physical attention, right? So it creates a lot of efficiency. And from a pure product perspective, it's always been very important that we can bridge that gap between digital and physical well enough, right? And now we can do that in a controlled environment with ourselves. Because I don't want to build a silo system where you only have, like here it's only digital healthcare and here's the rest of healthcare. Like, it needs to be interlinked with existing healthcare infrastructure, and there's no way that you can move all healthcare digitally. Like a huge portion. I think our estimate is that we can do 70% of all healthcare consultations will eventually move online, but there's still be a physical element to it, and that's usually the bottlenecks. And by freeing up space in those physical healthcare centers, as said, we can make them way more available for the people that are needed.
And how many actual clinics do you operate now?
I believe we have around 60 healthcare centers, like 30 primary healthcare centers, and then 30 on the mental health side and stuff like that.
These are standalone operations.
I don't know. It's deeply integrated.
But
it's super integrated.
They're your buildings.
It's starting to be. It was not initially, but they're now starting to be extremely integrated into our whole system, and that creates a lot of efficiency. Not all of them are equally integrated, but when we're able to do that, we can run things with extreme efficiency, which is awesome.
Yeah, so
majority of those clinics are still in Sweden. We run a few Centre de Santé healthcare centers in Paris. We have a few in Norway, but the majority of the physical locations are in Sweden.
Right. So efficiency was one of your big goals in starting the company. How have you added to your initial technology to increase efficiency? Are you incorporating AI, for example, into your platform?
We've done that since we started. I think it's extremely interesting what's now happening with large language models and generative models. It's clear to me that healthcare, like our sector, will be probably the sector can benefit the most out of this. And we have great things in production right now. But on the efficiency side, I think for me, my starting point has been driving efficiency on the patient side, because my entry into this has always been from the patient's perspective. And I think that's quite rare. And then obviously, in order to achieve that, you need to drive a lot of efficiency on the clinician side. But on the AI side, yes, what we have right now in production, so we partner very closely with Microsoft and OpenAI on this, and we do transcripts in real time of all of our consultations, use that to automatically write medical notes, etc. I think a big inefficiency in healthcare is that clinicians spend an awful lot of time on administrative work, and with us, they just don't do that. Like we're automating all of the administrative tasks, and our ambition is not to remove the clinician out of the equation. It's just to give them more time to spend with the patient and not spending time on administrative tasks.
Right.
It's absurd actually how much time they spend in the system as a whole, not with us.
Absolutely. So you've funded the company's growth entirely from private sources. Can you tell us just a little bit about your fundraising journey in the couple of minutes that we have left?
Yeah, is that a fun topic to talk about? I don't know. But as you mentioned, we raised quite a lot of capital. I think it would have been hard to build what we have been building if we had to raise quite a lot of capital to do it. Like we have basically created this industry. Like there was no one doing this at scale when we initially started doing this in back in 2015, and that have required quite a lot of capital to build all of the infrastructure that is needed. So yeah, we raised an awful lot of money from really good investors, yes. But now we are fully funded, so we're not in need of raising more capital. Like we are profitable in all of the markets that we operate.
So let me just circle back. Could you implement this model in the U.S.?
Yes.
Good.
But for us, when we looked into the U.S., it's obviously a very different payer landscape. You have employers and health plans that are the largest payers of healthcare, and I think we are fairly good at addressing the public healthcare systems. Obviously, like we're agnostic, really. Like we do some large private partnerships with European health plans and insurance companies. But if we can do it, yes, we could do it. If you want to, I'm not sure that I want to.
Yeah. Some big challenges there. Let's see. We're almost out of time, but what data or evidence would you point to that shows the impact that you've had? Like average patient waiting time. How would you say that you've improved the health system?
So the interesting thing now, like I don't know exactly how familiar people in the audience are with healthcare in general, but like if you simplify, like you have two main models in healthcare. You have capitated models and you have fee-for-service models. Half of what we operate now is on capitated models. Like meaning we take full responsibility of those patients, and like we have 250,000 patients that we have on the capitated side, and it's like we are able to deliver more care to those patients for the same or less cost, way lower, way higher accessibility, way stronger consumer front ends, happier clinicians working for us. It works. The model works, which is super cool. So now for us, it's just about scaling our model. Then maybe less stressed now on addressing new markets versus where we were before. But for us, our plan moving forward is just to take what we have been building for 10 years, continue to improve that, and then apply that to more patients and clinicians.
Great. Well, congratulations on what you've accomplished so far. Thank you so much for talking with us today. Everybody, let's thank Johannes for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Yeah.
And now, looking for our next life science unicorn.
Tack.
Är du nöjd?
You made it.
You're happy.
Gott.
Okay.
Gott. Wow.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. No. It's okay. Sorry about that. Now, it's okay. Let's look for our next unicorn. We're going to move on to the life science pitch competition, which my colleague Jan Thortzen will be hosting. We'll meet a bunch of companies in this space, followed by, they'll present their pitches. That'll be followed by judging. And after Jan finishes, I'll be back to join you in a little bit. So please join me in welcoming Jan to the stage. And please stick around for what's sure to be an exciting pitch competition. Thanks, everybody.
Hey. Can you hear me? Awesome. Welcome everybody to TechBBQ's second Life Science Pitch Competition. It is sponsored by the Novo Nordisk Foundation and made in collaboration with the Venture Cup Denmark. My name is Jan, and I'm the project manager of the Life Science track here at TechBBQ. And it is the second year in a row that I have the pleasure to introduce this pitch competition at this stage, and I'm very, very happy to do so. Before we start, I would like to give a brief introduction to Morten Ugelvig Andersen, CEO of Venture Cup Denmark, for his welcome remarks.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I hope you're excited for this, which is probably the most important segment of this entire event. So life science being the most important industry in Denmark, at least, and also in the Nordics. And these startups that you'll see, they are the best startups in Denmark and the Nordics. No pressure, guys. So I hope you're really excited to see the pitches. My organization, Venture Cup Denmark, we're an association of the Danish universities specialized in supporting entrepreneurship and also hosting competitions. So I'm very happy that we were asked to co-organize this event. And shout out to the team, Simon, and the rest of the guys for organizing everything. But that's it for me. I hope you really enjoy this segment and give the pitching startups a warm applause when they pitch. Really give them some support. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Morten. Okay, so today you'll have the opportunity to meet the top 7 finalists within life science in Denmark. These startups have been evaluated and selected prior to this event by 7 business professionals and domain experts, and they have been evaluated on the 3 criteria you see here behind me: the quality of the idea, sustainable and financial impact, and the execution strategy. I want to give a very, very special thank you to our selection jury for the time and dedication they have spent making all this happen. Their expertise and efforts in sifting through numerous applications have really brought us the cream of the crop for today's pitch competition. So please give them a big round of applause. They are here by the audience. I also want to make a very special thank you to the lovely 5 people I have here in front of me, our judging panel. They will take us through this exciting journey today and help us pick the best of Denmark's life science pitches. We have here Anne Lerche, Managing Director, Alliance for Biosolutions of the Danish Chamber of Commerce. If you can stand up and wave around. And we have Bjørn Broby Glavin, co-founder and COO of Nerescu. We also have Jesper Grønbæk, CEO and founder of the Health Tech Hub Copenhagen. And Signe Ulrik Holm, Project Manager, Danish Life Science Cluster. And lastly, we have Stefan Christau, who is founding partner of IR Ventures. All right, the rules are pretty simple for this competition. Each startup will present themselves in a 2-minute pitch, followed by a 3-minute Q&A with our judging panel. At the end of today's program, we'll announce a 3rd place, a 2nd place, and the winner of the pitch competition. And again, the winner is the pitch that scores highest in the aforementioned criteria, which is quality of the pitch, sustainable and financial impact, and the execution strategy. We will also today, which was not in the evaluation, look at the pitch performance. The winner can look forward to the grand prize of 10,000 euros for the startup and the journey. And right now, behind the scenes, we have the 7 finalists who are eagerly waiting to show you all of their remarkable innovations and to give us a glimpse of the preparations and what they have been through prior to this competition. Please welcome the founder of Amazing Hall and an expert in storytelling, Anne-Marie Hall.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, good.
This is my speech to you guys, okay? So I'll forget all of you, I'm sorry. But it's a daunting task to actually be able to communicate your solution, the impact, whom you're actually helping, doing it with passion, telling the process, where you are right now, and doing it in 2 minutes. But this is actually what you have accomplished, all 7 of you, and I want to applaud you for that. I know it's difficult. We have had 3 times 30 minutes each, and it's remarkable what you have achieved. So thank you for embracing this, and I'm just wishing you all the best. Thanks.
Okay, let's take a quick look at the 7 finalists that we brought to this stage today. Each of these startups brings something very unique to the table, and that is groundbreaking innovations within planetary and human health. And their solutions could help shape the future and bring a better tomorrow for all of us. So let's really show our support for this, because they're doing it for the greater good. And without further ado, let's just jump right into it. I would like to present, and please join me in welcoming the first of our 7 pitch finalists, who is Ella Harris, founder and CEO of Ariza Health, drug-free solutions to gynecological health.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. All right. Hi. At Ariza, we're developing solutions to the 11% of all women globally aged 20 to 50 that suffer with symptoms of vulvovaginal infections multiple times every year. Currently, their treatment options are antimicrobial medications, targeting either bacterial or yeast infections, often leading to side effects and adding to the huge issue of antimicrobial resistance, often leaving chronic sufferers with no alternative treatment options whatsoever. So we're developing the first Class 2 MDR medical device that leverages the antimicrobial properties of light to tackle infections without the need for medications. Paired with a digital health tool, we're offering the first complete end-to-end solution from education through to treatment, specifically focused on this issue. So when somebody's experiencing either a bacterial or yeast infection, they simply buy our product from a pharmacy or health retailer, take it home, insert it, turn it on. It does work. They turn it on. They carry on as usual for the 30 minutes of the treatment duration, take it out, wash it, and store it again for next time. Of over 1,200 women surveyed, over 90% are open to using our product, and 100% of relevant healthcare specialists spoken to would recommend it. With over 180 million chronic sufferers worldwide and a World Health Organization mandate to find alternatives to antimicrobials, there is a huge market potential. In the past 2 years, we have built on existing literature, validated safety and efficacy, developed our products, and raised over €1 million in soft funding and angel investments. And we're preparing to start clinical trials and fundraise again in 2025. Our diverse team is very competent in achieving these goals, so please join us in shining a light on women's health.
Okay, thank you very much, Ella. Now, let's hear it from the judges. Tina?
Amazing solution. I was just thinking, is it a prescription or do you choose it yourself?
We actually are targeting both routes because with the very specialist LEDs that we're using, it's not a cheap device. It's not a cheap solution. So when you compare it to drugs, it's actually more expensive. But obviously, we're targeting chronic sufferers that get this again and again. So yeah, both routes. Both routes is what we're going for. Make it cheaper for those on prescription, or if you just want a fast solution, you can pay the extra and get it off the shelf.
Thanks for a very good presentation, and I believe exactly on time. You mentioned a clinical trial, so you're seeking financing to do a clinical trial. So what trial, and you will compare it against standard of care, which is antimicrobial treatments?
Yeah, we will eventually. Actually, the first phase is in-human proof of concept feasibility, where we will look at both safety and performance. Just does it have a clinical effect? Because right now it hasn't been shown in humans. It has in the literature, but we haven't done it in humans. After that, we have a pivotal study, which will be a multi-site study where we compare it to antimicrobial medications.
Thanks for an excellent presentation. In terms of competitors, could you elaborate a bit about that and how do you see the market potential?
Our main competitors are drugs, as I mentioned. There's currently no light-based products for this problem on the market. There is a competitor in the US that is very good for us because it validates that we're not the only ones doing it. And hopefully they go through the FDA process first in the US and give us a predicate so that we can go in faster.
Yes, thank you. Fantastic presentation. In terms of your team, we only saw it very briefly. What's the strengths of your team?
So I was joined by my amazing co-founder 2 years ago, who is a PhD medical scientist that studied interventions on the vaginal microbiome. So she is obviously an expert in this field. We also have a mechanical engineer, industrial designer, who's our head of product. Around us, we have a plethora of like freelance and part-time staff that are working in regulatory affairs, quality assurance, design, marketing, all sorts of things. So yeah, we have a vast array of competencies. Obviously, always need more, but that's who we have today.
Fantastic. I really enjoyed the presentation too. Could you give me just a quick overview of the IP and the patent situation?
Absolutely. So we filed our first patent almost 3 years ago, actually, which is a European patent, which I'm told is soon to be granted. From that, we filed another PCT application, which are now in the national phase, where we filed both in US and Europe. And we've just last week filed another patent, a new patent, that is protecting the development actually since the last ones.
Thank you.
More? One last? All right. Thank you very much, Lille. Give a big hand.
Very much. Oh, and we're in the life science area. Come and see us.
All right. Next up, we have a very exciting startup. Please join me in welcome Andrew Stretton, co-founder of Sylvia Health, next generation solutions for pelvic organ prolapse.
Thanks. 2 years ago, I was in a hospital. I was observing a gynecology department. And it was there that I witnessed firsthand the profound impact that pelvic organ prolapse has on the lives of women. In prolapse, the organs in the pelvis descend downwards from their normal position, bulging into or even out of the vagina. The symptoms, including pain and incontinence, have a detrimental impact on physical and mental well-being. Despite over 8% of all women globally having symptomatic prolapse, it is overlooked and the treatments are limited. We thought we could do something about that. We've designed a simple but effective solution. Imagine a menstrual cup, but instead of collecting fluid, it provides support. Our first product targets a subtype of prolapse called rectocele. This occurs when the rectum descends into the vagina. Our device provides precise support, but it also uniquely targets subtype-specific symptoms, including incontinence and obstructed defecation, major symptoms which are not addressed by existing standard of care devices. In our most recent phase of patient testing, 10 women took a device home to test over several weeks. 8 of those 10 wanted to keep the device. Sylvia Health is a 1-year-old company spun out of the biomedical design program. We're currently funded primarily by the Danish Innovation Funds. Our team has expertise across tech R&D and medical practice. And in the next year, we're going to conduct a clinical investigation and also submit our Class 2A medical device regulatory application. Today, we're looking to meet with investors, potential teammates, possibly even a co-founder who shares our interest and passion in transforming the future of pelvic health. It's long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now, let's hear it for judges.
Thank you for a good presentation, although completely carried on your own authority here on stage. So this solution, it's symptom modifying, right? You don't really treat the underlying pathology, i.e. the women would still be at risk, but they just have the device that sort of stops the symptoms from progressing. Is that correct?
That is correct. I suppose it depends on how you define treatment in many ways. If you address the symptoms, you could classify that as treatment. But in our long-term plan, we actually want to build upon that kind of structural support and actually modify it so that you could feasibly have a non-surgical treatment for prolapse.
What does the market size look like for this?
So for rectocele prolapse, there's over 110 million women globally who have rectocele. And that's our first target. So in terms of like a market size, we're still working on our pricing, but we think a provisional pricing around 100 euros, $100 is about there. It could be higher, it could be lower, depending on which sales channel you go down, B2B or B2C. But if you look at the global numbers, that translates to 10 billion. Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually my question. Is it B2C or B2B? How do you...
The starting point is B2B. So we're targeting hospitals because we can fit into the existing treatment pathway. We know that at the moment non-surgical devices are typically prescribed by a gynecologist. We want to become, with our first product, the go-to option for Rectosil, which currently doesn't exist. But over time, there's a trend in women's health and definitely pelvic health where it's becoming more over-the-counter. So simple solutions like ours actually fit into that mold.
Thank you for putting spotlight on women's health. Do you see any obstacles in terms of scaling right now for you? Can you put a few words on that?
Yeah, there's plenty of
opportunities
obstacles.
as well.
Yeah, so our major challenge at the moment is actually funding. That's our main focus at the moment. We're waiting to hear back from 4 grants, and we're also having a ongoing dialogue with some angel investors, but we'd like to speak to more.
In your trial, you said 8 out of 10 wanted to keep the device. What specifically did they like about your device?
Most women who are prescribed a pessary from a doctor will often get a generic type, regardless of the type of prolapse they have. So if you imagine the bladder versus the rectum moving in the pelvis, they're going to have different physiologies and different symptoms. We're the first device, as far as we're aware, that actually targets one subtype. So the women that we work with, they find that we actually target that precise part of the anatomy which the symptoms originates from. And because we've focused on ease of use and ease of insertion and removal, we actually fit into their life. So it improves their quality of life.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes the questions.
Thank you.
Give him a big hand. And now we make ready for the next one. Please give a warm welcome to Hung De Beer, co-founder and CEO of SenseView, glaucoma AI detection and diagnosis to prevent vision loss.
I am Hong, CEO of SenseView. Today, 1 in 4 of us are losing vision. The figure grows faster due to the aging, lifestyles, and genetics issues. Glaucoma is a main cause of permanent blindness. Showing no symptoms, you wouldn't even notice it until too late. Expensive to diagnose it. Once, I needed the urgent eye check. My optician, a lovely young man, said to me, there, you are getting older. You need new glasses. I went to my optician because in Denmark, the average waiting time for the eye doctors is 7 months, but even longer elsewhere. So, thanks to my private insurance, I got in fast track, tested on several machines. But for a full check, I still have to pay 900 euro for the first time or 1,500 for the full year. Do you recognize that? So together with our eye doctors, we are developing SenseView glaucoma AI detection to enable more care services to take images with a scanner or even smartphone, upload them in our app, and detect glaucoma in seconds. Reliable and affordable for more people. Payment per subscription. Also bring happy customers and healthy business. While traditional players enjoy drug development and treatment, the innovative AI has entered several disease areas, so the competition is coming. So far, we've built prototypes, secured 400K funding, gained utility model patent, and signed in pilot customers. We are validated in Denmark, going for the 10% of the total 30 billion euro market.
Right, thank you very much, Song. I know it's tough, but the 2 minutes are up. All right, give her a big hand. Thank you. Right, judges?
Thank you, and clearly highlighting an important problem and a growing problem. What are some of your competitors? Because I mean, many companies are working in this kind of image analysis and also applied it for optometry. So what is your competitive edge compared to some of the competitors?
Thank you for the interesting question. So Our biggest competitor at this moment is the current way of working. So traditional technologies, the big machines, but there are innovative AI coming into this domain. However, they are focused on different diseases, and in glaucoma itself, they are trying to get they are struggling with accuracy. So ours can reach 95% accuracy, built on 100,000 patient data. That's why we see ourselves in advanced position.
Thank you for a great presentation. Very exciting idea. Getting a solution like this approved as a software, as a medical device, can be quite cumbersome from a regulatory point of view. Could you share a bit more about your clinical and regulatory strategy?
Great question. Indeed, we are developing a software as a service. So it's a medical class 1A. Well, we have two steps in terms of strategy. Step one, we are focusing on screening market. That doesn't need any medical clarification. But step two, that means MDR and all the regulatory certification. So we want to get the first proof of business and then moving on to the second clinical area. I hope I answered the questions.
Are you collaborating with more medical doctors, more eye doctors? Because AI is sometimes difficult to bring to the clinic. How is your experience with that?
We are building our solution together with eye doctors and specialists based on 100,000 patient data. And our doctors actually, and also in our team, they are leading the research. So we trained 90 eye doctors and selected 30 of them to build the strong database. And there we developed our algorithm and AI.
Thanks. Who's going to pay for your product, do you think?
Thank you. It's a B2B. So we encourage care services to pay per subscription. So they, it is two different models. One is prescription, one is license. Even pay per use, so per image. For B2B customers during customer acquisition phase, we do pay per use. But when it's mature, it's subscription.
All right, thank you very much. Give her a big hand. All right, next up, we have Andreas Torngård Heitmann, co-founder and CTO of Raya Medical, making pelvic surgery safer and faster. Give him a big hand.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Andreas. Every year, 3 million patients in the Western world face a hidden risk during surgery, the accidental injury of the ureters, the tubes that carry urine from the kidneys to the bladder. Such injuries can lead to severe complications, including chronic pain, kidney failure, or even death. In addition, most of these injuries go unnoticed, resulting in delayed treatment and a much higher risk of complications for the patient. At Raya Medical, we're developing a medical device that significantly reduces the risk of ureter injuries during surgery. Our equipment makes the ureters clearly visible to the surgeon by making them move with electrical stimulation, ensuring they can avoid accidental damage and speed up the surgery. Furthermore, if an injury does occur, our equipment detects the injury and provides an immediate alert, enabling the surgeon to address the issue on the spot, which greatly improves patient outcomes. The estimated value of the target market is $1 billion with robust growth rates. Our solution has already gained significant validation. We've conducted more than 50 interviews with leading surgeons worldwide, securing multiple letters of intent from potential partners. Our patent application is submitted, and we have successfully demonstrated proof of concept in a live pig model. Additionally, we have raised more than $250,000 in soft funding to accelerate our development. I met my co-founder, Trine, at the Biomedical Design Program in 2022, where we also discovered this unmet need. Trine brings more than 10 years of leadership experience from Novo Nordisk, and I am a medical doctor with previous startup experience. We are now raising $200,000 to reach design freeze. Please reach out if you want to take part. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas.
Oh. Well, okay. I thought. Well, there we go.
There we go.
That's us.
That's it from the judges.
Thank you for a good pitch. First question about competitors. Could you elaborate a little bit about how do you see the market, the situation?
Sure. So most competitive devices are based on stents, so tubes that are put up into the ureters. Those are not used very often because they require a urologist to put up the stent, and therefore adds time to the surgery.
I know it's not easy to pitch your idea in 2 minutes, but can you elaborate a little bit on how do you target the ureter and not other anatomical parts?
That is confidential due to IP rights. But we do it in a way that is completely integrated with existing workflows, so very easy to use and saves time.
Thank you for a great presentation, Andreas. You say that there are some competitors that are kind of working in a different way. Would you still be able to use the existing reimbursement codes for that, or will you have to go? Do you know anything about how you could obtain market access for your device?
Reimbursement is still a bit of a question mark. We do believe that we can tap into the existing codes at the moment, but we'll have to look further into it because we are quite novel in the way we apply our technology.
Thank you for pitching this interesting idea, and you clearly have taken the first steps. The next financing was 200,000. What would it take to bring this program to clinical testing? How much more time and money do you need?
So our plan is to reach design freeze first. We have to do that by the first half of 2025, and then raise a second smaller round to do a prototype testing in a small pilot with 15 to 20 humans.
How much would that cost?
We think in the vicinity of 200 to 300,000 Danish kroner.
Thank you. And your team, are there any other in the team than the two of you? And what is the strengths of your team?
We're collaborating with external advisors, an engineer who's very experienced in medical devices and also in RAQA, which is a very big help. And talking to our strengths, we're both experienced in each our way. I have previous startup experience. I have brought a Class 1 device all the way to market. And Trine knows how to work with suppliers and production with a lot of experience in medical devices from Novo Nordisk.
And do you see any roadblocks for your regulatory roadblocks for your solution?
I mean, the technologies of electrical stimulation and measurement, there are known technologies that are used in other places of the body. So not immediately, no.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Give him a big hand. Up next, we have Maike and Friedel, founders of Nervapax, helping cluster headache patients take back control of their lives. Please welcome them. Markus og Christian.
Can you hear me? Now, yes. Hi, my name is Maike, and this is my co-founder Friedel. We met around 1.5 years ago on the neurosurgery ward in Aarhus. We met each other and also the cluster headache patients for the first time there. And what immediately hit was the patient's helplessness. This disease has been rated worse than labor pain, and it's also called suicide headache. These headache attacks, they can occur up to 8 times a day, even at night. Each of them can last up to 3 hours, and 61% of patients cannot hold a full-time job because they simply cannot function and they're isolated from their families. They are 15 times more likely to visit a specialist, and today, worldwide, 8 million people suffer from this disease. Unfortunately, treatment options today are insufficient. At least 30% of patients do not get sufficient long-term pain relief from their current treatment, and there's many side effects. Therefore, we are developing a non-invasive neuromodulation device that stimulates a nerve on the back of the head in order to prevent these attacks. Researchers have tested this in an experimental setup and found that they can reduce these attacks in 4 out of 5 cases.
In the last year, we have been able to raise 175,000 euros in soft funding. We have achieved proof of concept and we have a functional prototype. The patient is in the center of our innovation, and we are planning our first pilot study early next year with the Danish Headache Center in Glostrup. And we're also working on our patent that we will file next month. We have a passionate team. Mike is a PhD in neuroscience. I'm a physiotherapist with experience from a successful medtech startup. And finally, we have Morten, who is a medical doctor and our regulatory lead. Today, we're here to look for smart money and to extend our team with a technical profile. So, if our mission sparked your interest...
Thank you, thank you. It's tough, it's very tough. All right, judges, please.
Well, thank you for a very good presentation. It's really nice to see that you act on observing a real clinical problem with your own eyes and then trying to do something about it. What are the there are many reasons for people getting these terrible headaches. Do you think your solution will be equally applicable across the board for all patients, or will there be some patients where you will be more applicable for than others?
So we know that there is a diversity between the patients, which is simply because of the thickness of the skin or the degree of moisturization of the skin. But the patients will be able themselves to regulate the intensity of the stimulation to account for this.
Thank you for a great presentation. Very exciting technology. There's quite a lot of, the world has seen the emergence of quite a lot of different computer-brain interface devices which do a lot of different types of stimulation. Have you done any patent landscaping, freedom to operate, to make sure that you can actually secure a patent in this space?
Yeah, so we are working with an IP lawyer on our first patent on the electrodes right now, and we've conducted a preliminary IP landscape search for those electrodes, yes. And also to add, we are not stimulating the brain, we are stimulating a nerve outside of the brain, which makes us different as well.
I guess neuromodulation is still heavily regulated. How is your regulatory strategy? Well, we are a Class 2A device, and that is also why the reason why is that we don't stimulate the brain. Yeah.
How do you think you will go to market? Who will be your first customers?
Our beachhead is the UK, and that is why the reason why is that a competitor recently got the reimbursement there, so we are aiming for a B2G model.
I was quite intrigued by the existing science on it. You said 4 out of 5, it helps 4 out of 5. Does it fully remove the symptoms from the 4 out of the 5, or to what degree does it show so far in science that it helps patients?
So this is a study that's currently still ongoing, but it's a mix of reducing the frequency of attacks and also reducing the intensity of the attacks that are still occurring.
And the prototype that you guys have developed, have you had the chance to try it out on a few people with cluster headaches? Or?
We have used an off-the-shelf device to test if we can stimulate the occipital nerves without discomfort, which we can. And our own prototype we will start testing end of the year.
Oh, exciting.
Asking about the financing. So what are you looking for? How much are you looking to raise, and where will that bring the company? What's the next milestones?
Yes, we are looking for 500,000 euros in funding, and that will make us able to make our MVP and also our first pilot study in patients.
Thank you. That concludes the questions from the judges. Please give them a big hand.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have an exciting startup waiting, and it will be Line Kloster Pedersen, CEO and founder of VisiBuild, reimagining road construction inspired by nature. Please give her a hand.
Thank you very much. My name is Line, and I'm the founder and CEO of VisiBuild, which is a biotechnology startup which is replacing the fossil binder in asphalt with nature's own binder, mycelium. Since I founded the company 1.5 years ago, we have gotten numerous supports from, for example, the Bioinnovation Institute and the UDP, and we've even been on the cover of an asphalt magazine. The center of our technology lies underground. The mycelium root net, which feeds on waste, is growing at very low temperatures and naturally binds rocks. We have used that technology to create our first prototype, Visibit, that is a mycelium binder that can bind recycled asphalt to make some of the world's first fermentation-based asphalt. That will go in and replace the bitumen, which is a normal way you make asphalt. In fact, you cannot make asphalt without oil today. So we're really enabling asphalt producers to make greener pavements in the future. And that's the most exciting part about Visibit, is that it fits into existing infrastructure of asphalt producers. And we validated that today. We actually produced 4 tons of pavement with Visibit at much lower temperatures compared to the 200 degrees that normally used for asphalt producers, which is why we have the asphalt industry super excited about our product. Today we have signed 2 letters of intent with NCC and Munk Asphalt that make up 45% of the Danish asphalt market. With me, I have this brilliant team, a dream team, in fact, with the scientific background, technology background, business developers, and we have assembled an advisory board which comes with experience from Glycom and the asphalt industry. I hope you'll support us on our journey to disrupt a 100 billion global market, a 100 billion euros global market for asphalt binders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Line. Should I take that one?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Judges, please.
Yeah, thank you for a very good presentation. I learned a lot, including that there is a magazine called Asphalt. But very interesting. What do you think the duration of your asphalt? I mean, asphalt is put on the street and then it's lying there for decades. And would the durability of your product be comparable?
So we're testing that currently. How long will it last? We've done climate chamber tests where it resembles like the freeze-thaw cycle of winter and summer. And here we see that when we heat it, it actually becomes stronger. So of course we have a lot of lifespan tests to do, and that's also why we're going for the base layer of road. So we want to keep the top layer or some kind of coating on top of the binder so that it's becoming even more durable while we refine the technology.
Thank you for a great pitch, Line. And could you maybe tell us a little bit more about the global potential and the impact in terms of sustainability?
Yes. So today, like I mentioned, there is no other way to create asphalt than using bitumen. It means that now we want to go away from oil products. So the asphalt industry is looking for alternatives, and there are very, very few of those, close to none. And that means that the global society has an issue of becoming climate neutral. In fact, by 2050, 60% of the world's roads still need to be made, and that's why it's crucial that we get an alternative.
And what are the competitive landscape like? There must be many others who do similar things, or what?
The asphalt sector is quite few and very big players, and there are some, such as Colas, which has developed a binder called Vegicol that is using plant oil, but that only works for the top layer. And then they try to use lignin, which is a waste stream from paper production, but that's more like a filler. It doesn't bind. And that's why Visibit is so unique, because by using mycelium that naturally grows and bind, we have a full binding product compared to the other bio-based.
Thank you for a great, very interesting pitch. Super cool mycelium solution. What's like the next big chapter for you guys? Have you started building roads yet? Are you gonna build a road, or?
We made our very first outdoor pilot this summer, and we still have more to do in the lab. We're still very much innovating in the laboratory, but we have a milestone of finishing Visibit next year with this data from the outdoor experiments. And as I mentioned today, we made our first production with NCC, so in a month you can get back to me and I'll tell you how it went.
Very cool. Just one last follow-up question. How much CO2 does this actually save per kilometer of road? Do you have any data for that yet?
I have made my own back-of-the-envelope calculations, and I think I need a third-party validation and LCA before I can tell you, but my own estimation says that we can save up to 90% energy and 83% CO2 emission.
Then there's a question about the cost. I understand you're in the early development phase, but when you have this at scale, what will the cost be compared to the current bitumen?
Competitive. Yeah.
So you sort of same cost and then with all the benefits.
Yeah. So we of course need scale for this. We're competing against the oil industry, which is currently where bitumen is like the residue when you're done distilling the other fractions. So it's very cheap, of course, now. But by scale, we can reduce the cost of Visibit to be competitive.
All right. Thank you very much, Line. Give her a big hand. And now we're up for the final finalists for this pitch competition. Please welcome Jakob Junker Jeppesen, founder and CEO of MyEpi, digital epilepsy management platform.
Thank you. Worldwide, 50 million people are diagnosed with epilepsy. and in 2017 I became one of them. A life with epilepsy equals a lot of different challenges in your everyday life, such as the daily fear of seizures, the lack of tools to handle your condition, and the memory issues as one of the most frequent side effects of the diagnosis. The solution for this is MyEpi. Currently, best practice of epilepsy management consists of physical calendars in which patients write down the seizures and the medication. We digitalize this through our patient solution MyEpi, where we have made the logging more user-friendly and convenient. The MyEpi app connects with the EpiHub dashboard solution, where we give the physicians an advanced insight into the data. Our business model consists both of B2C and B2G revenue streams. Users can pay an upgrade for a premium model where they get access to other features, such as family members getting access to admin access, helping the epileptics manage their condition. And the hospitals pay an upfront integration fee of 250,000 Danish kroner and a monthly subscription fee of 20,000 Danish kroner for integrating EpiHub with their existing systems. To date, we have validated the market potential for our solution. We have raised 1.14 million Danish kroner in soft funding. We have been awarded several prizes. We have been recommended by several Danish hospitals, such as the Epilepsy Hospital Philadelphia, and we have just closed our first investment round of 10 million Danish crown valuation. We have the right team with both commercial, technical, clinical, and scientific profiles. Thanks for your attention.
Jakob. All right, judges, please.
Fantastic. Your customers,
Yeah.
what do they like specifically about your product?
Yeah, so
Why do they buy your product?
Yeah, so if we have two different target groups. So for the B2C, especially mom and dads, really likes being able to take part of the management of the condition, but also the safety of the solution. So when a seizure is detected, the relatives will be contacted with a GPS location of where the person with epilepsy is located. In terms of the hospitals, they do not have any access to any data to take any data-driven decisions in terms of treatments, and that's what we're going to offer them.
Thank you for an excellent pitch, Jakob. Can you elaborate a bit on what makes your technology especially truly innovative compared to competitors?
Yeah, so currently the way we differentiate us from the other competitors are that the other competitors focus solely on either the automatic seizure detection or the management part. So we have combined it all into one platform, and then we also innovate by integrating other features such as the kin control, where we give the family members admin access to be a part of the management. And in relation to the hospitals, the only hospital solutions there are today are standalone applications. So the hospitals have to onboard another solution beside their patient system, and we integrate that so they don't have to change anything in their current workflows.
Thank you for a good presentation. And I have a question on sort of because there is a lot of competitors, right? There are many companies that are working on epilepsy in various ways. And can you protect your idea? Is it possible to file patents, or do you have some data protection, or what is your strategy for that?
Yeah, so I was actually thinking that you would give me that question today. So I don't know how you actually put a patent on a software solution like ours. So the only way that we try to differentiate us, and the only way that we can be on the best side of the solution, is to innovate on new features and be even better on the automatic seizure detection, but also in the solution for the hospitals, because there aren't any solutions out there today which can integrate with any patient systems, and that's where we want to be the first mover.
Thank you for a great pitch, Jakob. Is it correctly understood that this requires no regulatory approval? It's not a medical device?
No, it's not a medical device right now. We don't have to, but we want to do it, especially with the EpiHub solution. Yeah. I don't know if it's a requirement from the hospitals, but that is what we're figuring out right now.
Do you have clients right now paying you money for the solution?
So we have 1,000 users right now, not paying because we have just implemented the payment solution. So I think it's like 10 users, but we launched it last month or something like that. But we are in dialogue with a lot of different hospitals, both in Denmark, and previously today we closed the Oslo University Hospital also.
All right, thank you very much, Jakob. Please give a big round of applause. All right, that concludes the pitches. And I would like to say thank you to all the pitch finalists for these enlightening and interesting and entertaining pitches. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Now, our 5 judges will get up and leave, together with some of my colleagues over here, because they're going to vote now for the winner of the pitch competition. And while the judges are voting, we have an exciting fireside chat planned. And last year we dived into the interesting topic of what investors want, and we gained some very nice perspectives from a life science investor. This year they're back talking about human and planetary health redemption. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. And gain insights into an investor's perspective to a winning formula. So please welcome Markus Remmers, partner at Novo Holdings, and Christian Wartz, business developer and investment manager at Accelerace.
Thank you. Thank you. Should we do a real fireside talk and sit down?
We'll do real fireside.
We will,
exactly.
We will. So thank you very much. My name is Christian Wartz, working at Accelerace, where we run a program, Nordic Mentor Network for Life Science Startups called GNOME. If you are interested to hear more about it, I will give a short pitch tomorrow here at this stage at 10 o'clock. Today I'm here as a moderator, interviewing Markus, like we also did last year. Markus, so really happy to have you here again. I prepared some questions, so we do have an agenda, but we would also like some topics from the audience, some questions from the audience at the end of the session. But before we go into the questions, maybe it would be nice to hear a short introduction of you and Novo Holdings and what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks, Christian, and great to be here again at TechBBQ. It looks like the crowd this year is much bigger than last year, so great to see the energy in the room. My name is Markus Remmers. I'm a chemist by training. I spent 25 years in big corporate commercial roles, strategic roles, plenty of R&D leadership. And prior to joining Novo Holdings as a partner in our planetary health team, I was Chief Technology Officer at DSM, Dutch company that some of you may be aware. Now at Novo Holdings, we manage the endowment of the Novo Nordisk Foundation. That includes our controlling stake in Novo Nordisk. It includes Novozymes, now Novonesis, but it also includes about 170 portfolio companies that we invest in, from very small to very large, in the space of healthcare, as well as, and that's the team that I'm part of, planetary health. And planetary health for us is important because we feel it's great if we're all these healthy people, but what's the point if we don't have a healthy planet to live in? And how we define it, we invest in areas around food and agriculture, energy, materials, and circularity. That's how we see this, the 3 big systems: climate change, urbanization, and feeding the world.
Great, and that's also something we will dive more into today, about investing in planetary health, which maybe, we're looking forward to hear your answers, may be a little bit different than traditional life sciences. So we'll get around the topic a little bit more. But overall, it would be nice to hear and start out with, what are you actually looking for as an investor in terms of investing in a company and a deal? What is a good deal for you?
So the way I think investors would look at companies, preferably with an end in mind. I think that's a really important point, also from a company perspective, to embrace this way of thinking. Because venture capitalists would look at an exit at some point, or growth equity, or even private equity, and work backwards from there. What's the valuation at which the company at some point gets exited, and to who, and how do I get to that point? Who do I need to run the cap table? What kind of valuation can I afford today? What investments do I need? What team, perhaps most importantly, do I need to get there? So I think the notion of having the end in mind is an important concept that you want to embrace, because that turns things on the head. And the simple question is, if this whole thing works out, who would be a good owner for this? Is it a strategic? Is it a financial owner? At what stage would that be the case? And what are these people looking for? Do they even know startups? Do they work with startups or more advanced companies?
So you mentioned the cap table and investors. So what are you looking for when assessing a company in terms of cap table and other people on the cap table, the investors that may or may not enter around? Is that something you pay attention to, or
so
how do you go
one of
about
the things when you look for the investment and you start talking to the company is the syndicate around the investment. That's a very critical point because you essentially are dating to see, do you fit together both with the company but also with the other investors? Do you have the same vision for the company? And that's one of the key points when it comes to the strategy. Is it an aggressive growth, or is it something else? What's the time horizon that we have in mind? Are we talking 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years? Are we patient investors, or do we have a fund that closes at X point in time, at which time then certain investors need to get out and liquidate? And that's very important because you don't want tension around the cap table when everything's going well in the company, and suddenly one owner has an urgent requirement to leave that can create tension. So you want to make sure at the time you build your syndicate that you have a common view and a good alignment of what are we trying to achieve at what time and what's the end game here, so that you work towards this together.
So essentially, you as investors getting into a company, you also create this common understanding of what is the journey we're on, and time frame, and so forth.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And we, as Nova Holdings, we don't see ourselves as owners of companies. We see ourselves as bringing our services to the companies that we work with. That means our due diligence is probably twice as long as everybody else's, but then by the time we really make the commitment, we know we'll take your 2 a.m. phone call with a smile when there is an issue, because we know we can do this together. We don't see ourselves as owners, we see ourselves bringing our services that includes the capital, but also our knowledge, our networks, our engagement, our portfolio companies. And you want investors around the cap table that have a similar approach, that bring complementary networks or capabilities, especially for a young company when you don't have everything in-house. Access to networks, or access to other customers, access to certain requirements are absolutely critical at the cap table, and you want to make sure that you find an investor syndicate that complement each other to bring everything that you need to grow.
So have you seen good examples of investors bringing in knowledge, network, all that into the companies that you invest in?
We just exited one company in the animal health space, which was actually a fantastic fun and great success. And that was actually a company that was built, a company called Invetics. They do monoclonal antibodies to treat chronic diseases in dogs and cats. And the company was incubated having the end in mind, which is what I was just saying. When the company was created, the thought was, who would be a potential buyer? And at every decision along the journey at the boardroom, we decided, do we bring this in-house or do we outsource it? And we looked at it exclusively through the lens, will a future buyer already have this certain thing that we're looking about? If we bring it in, will it duplicate? Will it make the company less attractive for the exit, or will we be more complementary to future owners? And around the cap table, there were questions about CMC, so how do we produce our monoclonals, and access to early stage research facilities. And we decided to have 2 strategics that bring these specific capabilities to the cap table, to make sure that we have the full commitment of these companies working with us, and that worked really, really well. That said, you have to be a little bit careful with strategics around the cap table when it comes to exit, because you want to have the strategic players close enough that they can fall in love with the company, because large strategics are complex companies. They take time to take decisions, and it takes time for them to realize who you are and what you do, and for that it's ideal that they start working with you. But if they get too close and it's perceived by other strategics that there is some degree of exclusivity there, they're scared away, and you want to have competitive tension at the auction, at the exit. So you need to walk a fine line there of having engagement with the strategics, but not so much that you get too close to one to scare the others away.
Right. So basically, you want to have all your options open at the exit as well. So how do you go about it, both as a company founders, but also as an investor coming in? How do you find that balance?
I think one of the points is finding investors and investor management is not something that you do before a capital raise. For half a year you go around, you call 10 people, 3 call you back, 1 makes the deal. And then you stop this for another 2 years as long as you capital and you start it again. That's not the way it works. It really should be seen by the leaders of the company as a continuous effort. You need to continue to engage with the investing community to look for investors that have the same view, that have interest in you, because investors come in all shades and colors, interests, and finding the right one that fits to you at the right time in your journey is something that needs time to build those relationships, to engage, to make people curious, talk to them over a year or 2 or 3 even until you get to a point when maybe there's the right moment to make it happen. And as you build this, I think you get a good sense for who are these people, what do they bring, what do they want, to then take a good decision when it's the right moment to put together the right syndicate that helps me to get to where I want to be.
So in the case you just mentioned, there were actually 2 strategics that you got on board on the cap table? Or?
There were 2, actually there were no strategic of the potential buyers, but there were partners in the developing the products.
Okay.
And we very carefully decided not to have an animal health company that would be somebody to acquire these products at the cap table. Okay. But we're having another company at this stage, a company that does spider silk through biotech expression. Super exciting, now going through the rapid growth curve and scaling. And there we get calls from the big fashion houses and textile companies that say, we like this, we'd like to be at the cap table, and our venture group would like to be there to be able to see what you guys are up to. Mm-hmm. That's a tricky question, because if you bring in one, then everybody else would say, these are married to LVMH, and then we don't want to play with them. Right. So it's either you bring in 5, and then they have small percentages, or you stay away from it. That's the way at least I look at it.
Okay, great. So you said start with the end in mind, the exit in mind. You look at as an investor even before you marry with the company, right? So how do you go about it, and what considerations do you do before marriage, or however you want to phrase it? What do you do?
I think a good focus on your strength and who you are. A lot of companies that we meet initially feels like a fantastic aspirant that's looking for a headache. So you want a solution that is not academic, but you want something that solves a real problem of a real customer and a real headache. So spend more time when you talk to investors thinking about the headache than about your aspirin, which is tricky because the technology naturally is something that makes you, that's your idea, that's what you're in love with. But when you talk to investors, you want to look at through the lens of why is this exciting for a customer, who would spend money on engaging, and then specifically if you look into planetary health, and that's the difference to healthcare, there very often the value chains are rather complex. Take this example of the spider silk fiber. The fiber gets spun into a fiber, then it gets woven into a yarn, then that gets printed, that gets cut, that gets designed. And by the time this is a piece of fashion that you can buy, it has changed hands 3, 4, 5 times. And everybody needs to learn how to deal with this material in somewhat different ways. That's incredibly difficult because customers hate change. Changing value change is very difficult. So you need to keep an eye on your entire ecosphere. If we look at successful companies, it's always easy, but if we look at the companies where things went wrong along the way, it's typically not with the technology. You can always make the technology work. It takes a little longer, it's a little more expensive, fair enough, but you typically can solve what you want to solve. Where it goes off the rails is that you underestimate the complexity of customers having to change the way they cut the fabric, or the way they put a module together with your solution in it. Bioconcrete is a good example. Another company that we're working with, super exciting, is address a reduction of carbon footprint of concrete. So we have a biological solution for concrete that's carbon neutral essentially. but the way this concrete is produced and fabricated is somewhat different than the traditional ways. So you have to re-educate people now, and that's a tough thing to do. So that's where your focus needs to be. What are the elements that you need to change, and then help make this as easy and painless as possible.
Perfect. I can see the time is already running out. Actually, we only we can have a little bit more time. Okay, great. Because because I said initially that we would like to take some questions from the audience. So maybe we should open up for that straight away. I do have more questions myself, but please, if anybody has a question to Marcus about investment strategy or anything that Marcus can already talked about here today, it would be interesting to get your questions. Just raise your hand, and I guess we have a microphone. Or you can. Oh yeah, you can actually just scan and post a question here. And now I just need to. I see it's reflecting here. So yes. So why choosing separate human and planetary health? So any considerations of the difference here?
So human health is a very specific space. I mean, we've seen it here today, especially in the therapeutic space. You've got phase A, 2, 1, 2, and then the community of companies that acquire this is well defined. Right. When you go to concrete, to food ag, to energy, to circularity, the big players in this space are not used to innovate externally. It's something that is not in their genes. Typically, we're talking big volume commodities. And addressing that change requires a different mindset and very different approach. The questions that you ask are very different. We look at supply security, we look at off-take agreements, we look at financing a first-of-a-kind plant that easily costs a couple of €100 million. These questions don't typically show up in the healthcare space, and you want to figure out how you can address this for that, you need different competencies. That's why we have a separate team looking at that.
Right. Great. Then we have a question about why Novo Holding is not investing in medical device startups. I don't know if you have any insights here, Marcus, to that
specifically. If you would ask me, I would love to do that, because in the previous life I was very close to medical startups and medical devices. But the problem is there's so many things that we can do, but the things, as I said, we want to do properly, and we want to be having deep knowledge that we have at the cap table that we bring, and there we have to be a bit selective. So for the very early stages, we focus more on the therapeutic space. We do medical devices, but only at a later stage.
Great. So any advice on funds for funds that are raising money? So funds of funds, I guess. That's maybe a different question, but any.
So if I look at a fund that is asking for money, the first thing that I ask is, what's your past performance? That's always a very good indicator, and have a sense for what is your approach, how do you add value to your portfolio companies. And I think that's where every fund will have to have their own strategy, focus on what you want to invest in, but how then do you create value with your companies, and be very clear on that. And then I think that was probably the differentiating point that will be attractive for people to put money in.
Great. And then there's a question about how you evaluate pre-traction startups, pre-revenue startups.
Revenue startups.
Well,
I would. There is. That's a tricky one. The first thing that I would look at for pre-revenue startups is the team. And I think if I had the choice between investing in a company with a fantastic team with a mediocre idea, or a mediocre team with a fantastic idea, I'd rather go with a company with a fantastic team, because why? The fantastic team will figure out that the idea is mediocre and make it better, but the mediocre team will find a way to screw up a fantastic idea. So it's always important to look at, especially at this stage, to be comfortable with the right mix, the right level of energy, the right creativity, and the right fit that I would push for.
Great. So talking about the team, so what do you assess? That they have complementary skills, or some technical, some more commercial, or how do you evaluate?
Diversity is the key. We really, we very often see teams with some very deep, nerdy technology angle. I love that. That's kind of, I'm more of a nerd myself, but then you also need somebody to be able to stand at the stage here and create emotions and tell the world why we need this. And then you probably need somebody around, depending on your growth journey, that knows a thing or two about financials to make it happen, and then you can add this along the way.
Right.
But then there's also diversity in terms of gender, in terms of nationality, personalities. That's certainly what we will look at. The more diverse you are, I think the more you are equipped to deal with the storms that are coming, and you have a higher chance to make it through.
Great. I'm looking up here because there's a lamp, so I can't see the entire screen here. So, but how are you thinking about the interface between AI and drug product development?
In your investments. So that's my colleagues on the healthcare side, but I would say we do look at, we get a lot of deal flow in the space of AI at this stage, enabling drug development or even new materials development. It's a tricky one. I think there's no doubt that there's enormous power there. But what I would look in those companies primarily is the business model. That's a tricky version because it's almost impossible to convince a big strategic to dedicate royalties all the way to the AI that enabled finding the active. And R&D euros are typically scarce, and there's an imbalance between internal and external spending, and R&D organizations, and I've been on that side of the aisle, are very hesitant to make enduring commitments for external R&D dollars. And the larger ones would think we're so large, we're so cool, we have it in-house. So there's a lot of hurdles that you have to overcome to show that the power that you bring, you can actually translate into sustainable growth.
Great. Then we have a question about the spread between Danish and international investments. And then the later part
What is the spread between Danish and international investments? Do you have a geographical preference? We're a global organization. We have offices in the US and Asia and in Europe. We have a specific heart, of course, for Denmark because we're a Danish company, and especially for the early stage, there's many companies that come out of the BII and otherwise that we very much like to invest in, because there's also something to be said about the same culture and geographic proximity, especially in the early stage. We want to be there. We want to have, make our hands dirty. But typically, for the larger investments, we're a global organization, and we go where the best places are. If this is in the US or in Asia or Europe, doesn't matter.
Great, great. You mentioned the aspirin looking for a headache, and vice versa. So product market fit. Maybe can you elaborate a little bit on that part? What you're looking for, because I guess most of the investments, or at least some, won't have any revenue. There was a question about pre-revenue, how you assess that as well. So.
I think the closer you can get to emulating customer interest, even if you don't have a product at scale, that's what people want to see, because you can iterate faster and learn faster if you've got a product in the hands of customers, even if it's not perfect. What we see when you get to scaling with these big planetary health investments, back to my fiber, to the bioconcrete, you get unit economics is the name of the game. If you're not equally at par with the incumbent solution and better at the same time, it's going to be very difficult to get to large scale. But you only get to large scale if you have a large commercial plant that produces at scale, which requires significant capex, and that's where the chicken and egg situation starts. And the way to break it is with small volumes that you deliver to customers that are at the highest premium. In this case, for fibers, the luxury people, they only buy very small volumes, but they're willing to pay a premium. That enables you to get going, to have a small plant, generate cash flow that you can use then to build a bigger plant and step by step improve your unit economics, and then step by step unlock the larger volumes and really get to where you want to be.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Marcus, for taking this time to give your insights on how to get investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, and curious where the winner is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcus, and thank you, Christian. All right, we now have our judges back, which is really, really nice. For this, they have found a winner, they have found a third place, and they have found a top two. So now I would like to welcome all the judges to the stage, and I'd like to give the word to the judge that are going to present the third place, the top two, and the winner.
Thank you, Jan. It's been an amazing pitch. I think Denmark is good off with all these great startups. It's been really difficult for us, but we've discussed the 7 finalists. And the third place is Novapax. Yeah, and then we are going to present the top 2. It's just going to look in my notes because you know it's been really difficult. It's Visible and Uvisa. Right? The top 2? Yeah. And now I'm going to announce the winner. The winner is Uvisa. Congratulations. So we've discussed it a lot, and what we really we think that Uvisa has a really clear business plan. You really know your business, you know your backbone. You're addressing a really huge global issue, not only women's health, but also antibiotic resistance. It's not a women issue, it's a global issue. So we really like your solution and your company, so congratulations.
All right. So, congratulations. Do you have any idea of what you're going to use all this money for?
I mean, we have so much that we need to pay for, right? So our next big milestone is getting into clinical trials. And so this will massively help get towards that goal. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Give them a huge hand. All right. This concludes the pitch competition for today. But before we conclude, I would like to take a moment to take a very, very heartfelt gratitude towards our judging panel, our partners, Novo Nordisk Foundation and Venture Cup, the selection jury, but also the 7 finalists and all of you who have shown up here today to show your support. So please give yourself and everybody else a huge round of applause. All right, thank you for coming here today. We'll take a few minutes to take some winner photos up here before we start the next exciting session.
Hi everyone. Great pitch competition. If you're here, please stay. If you've got headphones on and you can hear me and you're interested in the life science area, please start to make your way over. We're going to start our next panel in just a few minutes here, so find a spot, find some headphones, and we've got a couple of more panels and some really interesting content coming up to wrap up the afternoon here on the life science stage. So hang out, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, if people want to start making their way over and finding some seats in the life science area, it looks like we've got a bunch of open headphones available, and our panelists are, it looks like they're ready, and we will start here in just about 1 or 2 minutes. So please stand by. Okay. And we're back. Denmark is home to one of the strongest life science clusters in the world. And one of the keys to the country's success in that area is a strong tradition of collaboration between industry, universities, and the public health sector. It's important to think strategically about collaboration from the beginning of the life science startup journey. Yet many Nordic startups aren't even aware of all the supports that exist for them to take advantage of. Life Science Academy, also Business Hub Zealand, same thing, for startups is a Nordic product development program initiated in Denmark. It involves leading Nordic life science organizations in a collaboration with the purpose of preparing companies for the product development journey as they move toward market. In this panel, moderator Annette Soniksen of the Life Science Academy will speak with some of the organizations involved. These are stakeholders from across the ecosystem about the value of collaboration and the steps that startup founders can take to access the available supports to build stronger, more prepared organizations. Please welcome Annette and our panelists to the life science stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for attending this panel debate. Let me start by making a short introduction of the Life Science Academy program. An introduction to me. My name is Annette Høgh Soniksen, and I'm a startup coach at this program. The Life Science Academy for Startups is an EU Interreg-funded and supported program who's tailor-made into science and health innovation startups across the southern Scandinavia. And it's it brings you concrete skills and resources for you to move on to the next level in your life science journey. How do we do that? We help with expert help and a strong, very strong collaboration between Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. And we support you in 3 different steps. A 360-degree readiness analysis, who gives you a hand-on action plan. And then training camps, who is designed especially for your benefit. And then last but not least, a matchmaking, which we will talk more about in the next 20 minutes. And the matchmaking is a match you get across to access to experts in the Nordic countries. So welcome to you. I would appreciate if you could make a short introduction of yourself, and could you also please pinpoint why you agreed to attend to this Nordic collaboration Life Science Academy for Startups as a partner. Let's start with you, Ebba.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Ebba Freus. I'm the CEO of Smile Venture Hub. We're advancing life science projects from concept to commercialization. And we have been doing that for 17 years. We are joining this collaboration because we know how much it means to have a good network for the startups, and this is a way for us to increase network. This is a way to get new resources for the startups, and I think the Nordics is very small. Each of us are very small countries, so it's quite important that we collaborate to have critical mass when we present to investors, when we present to the world all the Nordic innovation.
Thank you, and Rune?
Yeah, hi there. My name is Rune. I have background from industrial design, where I worked with medical packaging, and today I work at DCI, where when we work with life science startups, we help them do pre-screening tests. So these more quick and dirty tests before the clinical trials. So that could be shelf life testing, it could be durability testing, it could also be something else that is something that we can do as quickly as possible to get the time to market narrowed down. I really enjoy advising inventors and startups because I've had my own startup as well. I know what it takes and also how hard it can be. But yeah, love being here.
Thank you. Good having you here.
Yeah.
Hanne-Mette? Yeah, now it is. Try again.
Thanks.
Try again.
Yes, I'm Hanne-Mette Christensen. I'm the CEO of the Norwegian Life Science Cluster. We are a cluster of 120 members. Myself, I have been part of starting 4 life science companies, been CEO of 3 of them. And just like Rune, I really enjoy being part of sharing insights, supporting them in seeing what is next in their entrepreneurial journey. And in this project, being able to benchmark the way we work with our 50 investable stage companies together with the 10 partners in the Life Science Academy, it's very rewarding and interesting, and hopefully also for the companies we are working for.
Definitely it is. So I guess a large part of the audience here today is life science startups. What would you say to them if they ask, what on earth will I get out of participating in a program like this? Hanne-Mette, could you elaborate a little on that?
Should I start with the 360 screening?
Yeah, I think that would be perfect. Yeah.
So by being part of this program, you can spend as much time as you have or want as a startup, but you also get quickly a feeling of what kind of reward you could get back from it. So the initial part would be a screening phase where we do a kind of a 360 analysis of all those things you should know as a startup.
And what would that be?
Very typically, I'll start in another corner, because very typically you know quite a lot of things you need to know. And then also you do know that there's quite a lot of things you don't know. But there's also a huge amount of things you don't know that you don't know. And that's typically where you fail. So being able to kind of screen through the different areas from, of course, people very often know about technology, but then also IP, investability, market, etc. It gives you a broader experience of what you need and what you need to do something about.
To set in. Yeah. Cool. Rune?
Yes, I really agree with Hanne-Mette. I think it's truly important to get out of that stage where you don't know what you don't know. And for example, in the business readiness level, in the least amount of what you don't know could be that you have a business model, right? But then it's all filled with assumptions about who are your customers, who are the decision-making units who will decide whether or not they will buy this product and implement it. And so actually knowing that that's the bottom, and at the top you have validated all those. So you've been out there, you've done all the validation that you need to be able to know that this is not assumptions yet. Now this is turned into something you know. And we do that in the analysis, but we also do that in the training camps. So the training camps is much more tailor-made. So it would be together with other startups, getting to know them, like-minded people who are also facing the same challenges as yourselves. And here, of course, you'll work with that, and then also there'll be one-on-one sessions where we'll, of course, help you further on with your journey.
What could one of the training camps be about?
Yeah, so the business training camp, for example, that's very much about how you validate all those assumptions. So you all know about experiments, but we also talk a lot about business experiments. So making more, as you say, quick and dirty, or at least cheaper experiments to validate your business model. So these are all structured experiments that can help you go quicker to market.
Super. And Ebba, what would you say that the startups could benefit from attending this program?
Yes, and I agree with everything my smart colleagues are saying. I think the matchmaking part, matchmaking is helping the startups meeting the right experts. It's also about helping them and introducing them to potential industry partners and potential investors. And do not forget that being a startup CEO is pretty lonesome. Some of you might know. It's quite important to be part of the community. So I think you have all these resources you get access to, and there is also monetary support in accessing some of the resources, but do not forget that you actually get your crowd, you get your community, you get other startup CEOs, and that exchange might be just as valuable. So I think that's the community aspect is quite important. Of course, matchmaking, but that's another kind of matchmaking with peers.
Thank you. this program is we talk about it's a Nordic collaboration, and it's a Nordic collaboration between the partners. But what about the participants? Is the program aiming towards the Nordic market to enter other Nordic countries, or
I could say something about that.
Yeah, could you say something about that? Yeah.
Because in the life science sector, as we know, it's a global market. If you solve a problem for your very close doctor colleagues in Norway or Sweden or Denmark, it's actually a global problem that you're solving. So you need also to know and be prepared for the global competition from the beginning. So that's also part of this 360 screening that we are doing, talking through some of these elements and looking at how they understand the business opportunity, the market opportunity, and then also the business plan that they're building around the opportunity.
So it's not about entering Sweden if you're from Denmark, or
no,
it's about
not primarily. Of course, the Nordics are also an important market for Nordic inventors, but the large markets are the US and also broader in Europe.
So the program also helps you to find out which markets am I supposed to turn to.
Yeah, so by asking some
yeah,
questions.
I'm thinking that some of us as partners, this of course is just one of many collaborations we have. Some are pan-European, some are to other parts of the world. So we all have some insight in special markets, and by gathering and working together, we can help startups to enter the right market, be that Germany, be that US, be that Japan, etc. Because we all have different connections, we don't have the same. So I think there's an economies of scale in joining these programs, because we are not huge organizations, but we're bigger than any startup, so the network effect is quite important, and helping each other to understand what markets is suitable, and that is of course part of doing the analysis, that's part of this, and meeting the experts.
As an inventor advisory project leader, are you talking about then the market, the global market, or are you more helping the startups with figuring out which business model? Maybe it's not about entering at a certain market. Maybe it's about a different business model.
Yeah, we do have a lot of startups that do the traditional way to do a startup. So create a company, get a culture going, get a team structure, all those huge things that are actually pretty big and pretty hard to do. But we also work with licensing as a business model, which is where the startup or inventor do quite of an early exit. And I know, being here at TechBBQ, I've been here quite a few years, it's been something we don't talk about so much. But this is actually something that is beneficial for a lot of startups and inventors to go and get a proof of concept, get a proof of the idea, and then by doing that, actually selling the idea in an early stage, so that you somehow become either incorporated in a larger company, or you sell the license as a license agreement, and that's also a possibility, of course. And then, of course, it's up to finding a partner who has global connections and who can scale it, for sure. Yeah.
Could I add something to that also?
Yeah, definitely. Please do.
Because when you're then looking at the different markets, you really need to have your things in place. So being a sparring partner from our separate organizations in understanding what it really takes to go into different markets. So for life science medtech products, it could be, for instance, that I have met companies who are planning to do GMP at the European level and then aiming for the US market. So really understanding some of these seemingly small but very, very important details could be part of it as an example. And also this 360 analysis that we are doing, it's building on the KTH readiness scale. That also means that it's a way of ranking the maturity of the company in detailed areas that we know already. But the KTH readiness scale, it's general, so it's really lacking a few things. So we have kind of developed it further on IP, on life science or medtech specific areas, and also on the investment cycles, where we know that investment cycles for digital medtech, health, life science type of products are longer and many more after each other. And then you need to have a different strategy also to actually have milestones as you move along. So it's kind of the KTH with an add-on.
Yeah, yeah. Cool. We talked a lot about, I would like to talk a little about building relations, because that's what this is about. A lot of it is about building relations between the Nordic countries. So we talked a lot about collaboration, but what about building relations? Why is that important? And who are you going to build relations to? Is it investors, business angels, companies? Does any of you have some wise words about not only collaboration, but also building relations?
Yes, the more the merrier is my first word. You never know who you're going to need to talk to later. You never know who is going to be that person that can introduce you to that super important investor or that industry. So do focus on building relations. And also don't forget for future employees. You meet a lot of smart people at these events. You might not be ready to employ today, but keep in mind eventually you will need to employ. So I think you need to build them, and I mean it's hard. Maybe you are two people, maybe you're one person or a small team. Obviously very, very hard to build relations, very hard to keep track of all of this. But I cannot underscore enough how important that will be in your future. And it's also about word of mouth. How do you appear? Who do you talk to? Who will say, oh, I met this really interesting startup that talked about yata, yata, yata. I had that conversation this morning. I met a lady who's actually in the audience who was investing in women's health. So right away I could say, well, I have this and that company, and I know of this company. I saw one on the stage here earlier. I thought that was a super interesting company that won the pitch competition. So you don't know who's going to help you. You might not even know them, but do make an impression. Do build the relations. And when it comes to the industry, our companies in the Venture Hub, they go to Bio Europe, Bio Japan, Bio US, etc. All of these partnering events very, very early, not to partner because they're not ready for that, but to listen, to learn, to understand what is the industry looking for. And likewise, meeting investors. At what stage are these investors interested to invest, and what kind of investors are they? So I think all of this takes a lot of investments, and obviously us as actors or intermediaries, we do some of that work. We try to help. But at the end of the day, you also have to have your own relations and help with introductions, etc. So I cannot say enough about how all these relations, unfortunately, I wish I could say, oh, you only need these 5, but you do need, in all these areas, you need to build strong relations with people and leave impressions.
And in the training camp on basics of financial strategy that we had on Monday, we also discussed doing a stakeholder analysis to really understand who you need to build relationships with. So investors, of course, and future business partners, but really understanding who is the user of your product, for instance, in a hospital setting, who's the payer, who's the decision maker, who's actually doing the buying process, when and where are decisions made. All these things is also something you can figure out by, for instance, going out to conferences and talking to people. So investments also build relations before you think you need them. So there was a European example now. Kerecis, the Icelandic company, had a huge investment a few weeks back. That also actually trickled down to a Norwegian company in the same space, because when one pharmaceutical company or one company showed interest in one technology, the others who have kind of been looking for it, they started looking at what is left in this portfolio because of this space, because we know it's very interesting. And if that Norwegian company hadn't been out, they wouldn't have been on the radar. So be out before you're ready so that you actually have relations and that people know that you are there.
I think it's also about showing consistency. So show up next year, show up the year after that. Keep your contacts up to date with what's going on, because it takes time. And especially if you want to do a licensing deal with Big Pharma, they need to see that you are actually delivering on milestones for a long time before you make that deal. And investors, pretty much the same story. So be consistent and keep the story going and deliver on what you've told and have good explanations if you don't.
I think I'm going to try a different approach. So instead of doing the shotgun, I really like going into these places where you expect the unexpected, right? Going there, you should go there, of course. But instead of doing that, how about doing as you do on Tinder? When you swipe right or swipe left, you know yourself, right? So know thyself, and I'm not talking about personal development, I'm talking about know your own startup. So the better you know your startup, what is it that your customers are trying to achieve? What is it that your business model should become? When you know that, then you can go out and find relations. And then you can find out what kind of relations do you want. Do you want them to be on a personal level? Do you want them to be more private friendly? Or how is it they should be? It's not all written in stone how they should be. I think it's wise to think about not going all and just finding everybody you can, but being specific about whom you build relationship with and how you do that.
Yeah. Thank you. That's interesting. I've never been on Tinder.
No.
So, but
Try
maybe I should try it, just to check it out.
You should definitely.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, I'm just going to start. Which main obstacles are startups facing today in their development? Does any of you have an answer?
I can start with one element at least. On the medtech space and also in the in vitro diagnostic space, there have been some huge changes to the regulatory framework. And if you don't know the specifics of it, if you're not prepared for that kind of changes, you might do everything right, but something has changed. So that's one of those elements that could be challenging. So you really need to understand the landscape that you're moving in and how it affects the different markets.
Yeah. And it's a huge landscape, right?
I think what Hanne is saying, so not knowing what you don't know is really what is the biggest obstacle. And that's where our 360 plan can help you see what is the next step and how can you be when you're at the very top, when you know what you should know. So I think, for example, regulatory, readiness level, there are so many things to know.
What is your overall outlook for biotech investment? Eva?
Yeah. I don't know, but I guess you've seen the biotechs go bankrupt. The small biotechs are actually going bankrupt now. It's been very, very hard for them to find capital. During COVID, everybody was rushing and pushing a lot of money into that space. Right now, it's high risk. Rewards are very far in the future. So right now, the outlook, I would say, is actually pretty tough. My colleagues also say, well, it's back to normal. It was not normal for a while. There was too much money being pushed in the space. Maybe now it is the way it should be. That's another way of looking at it. Not everybody should get money. So it's tougher, but specifically biotechs, we can see a shift. The other part where I also see problems, that wasn't a question, but I was thinking about that, is actually all the great solutions for preventive health. We all know we need preventive health. But the financing, the business model for that, the governmental financing of healthcare in our countries at least, don't finance preventive health to a large extent. So all those startups that have really smart, good solutions, they also have a very hard time finding financing. Yeah. I'm really hoping that's going to change because we can't afford this anymore.
Well, thank you so much.
Pressing, but sorry.
Yeah. Do we have any other questions from the audience? No? Okay. Then, now one. Yep. Oh, thank you. Is there a question? Okay, yeah. So, wait. Cool. Do you think big pharma will be more keen to invest in biotech pharma startups going forward? Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, you think?
Yes. I went to JP Morgan's healthcare conference in January and listened to all the CEOs of all the big pharmas. They are saying, come to us early, come to us before clinical. They're in harsh competition with each other, and they don't have pipelines from their own innovation. They need to source about 60% of everything they're going to be putting on the market in the future. So they are quite aggressively looking very early on, and they are using their investment vehicles to take little stakes and get little looking holes here and there to cover that space. So that's an interesting space, which might actually be the reason why investment comes back into the space, because now pharma is looking in this space. So I think that's a good thing on biotech. Pharma is going much earlier on than they ever were previously.
And I also heard from JP Morgan, this conference in January, that on the US side, things are carefully beginning to be more positive, both from the pharma side and also from the investment side. And usually Europe is 6 to 9 months after, and the Nordics a little bit to the slow end of that. So we can hope that we will see things move to the better here as well.
You mentioned this Iceland. No, you mentioned the Icelandic. I mean, we're seeing that in other spaces. We're seeing that in new ATMP kind of solutions, therapies, because if one gets an investment, others are betting. And we just recently had a company that got investment from 3 different CVCs because they're in a very hot space. So that is happening. But the investors, the traditional investors, we see less of.
We have an interesting question here. Ariel is asking, building a SaaS platform for cell and gene therapy. I've been offered tech resources for equity. What do you think about that model?
There are different sides to it. It can be good and it can be not bad, but something you should think about at least, because the good thing is that you don't have to spend your money. You actually get equity and get the opportunity to do something. But the other side of it is that you're actually then stuck with, to put it that way, it's a wrong word, but still, a very early stage technology developer as one of your owners. It can be a good thing, but it can also be a preventive thing if you need other tech developers later down the line and they see that one of their competitors is now on the owner's side of a company. And then they will actually spend their funding to increase the benefits of the competitor who is now also an owner. Yeah. So there are some risks to it. So it can be very good and it can be some risks to it.
But that's how startup life is, right? Yeah. We don't have much time left. We have time for just a last question. And while you're writing, if you have any questions, I can tell you that you have met 3 experts here from the Life Science Academy for Startups. But actually, we have 25 startup coaches in this program. So we will always be able to connect you with an expert somehow, almost no matter what your issue is. So if we don't have any more questions, I would like to thank you for attending. And if you'd like to hear more, and if we have piqued your curiosity with this panel debate, you can see more on, we should have a QR code up here. Or if we don't have the, I think, is that the Slido QR code, maybe? It is. So the QR code will be here in a second. Yeah. Use the QR code or meet us by the stage or at the southern Sweden, booth number 39, right over here. We will be there to answer your questions, and you can sign up if you like. So thank you very much to the three of you for attending, and thank you very much to you for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We are ready to move into the final session of the day here on the Life Sciences stage. We've learned a lot today, and thank you everyone for being such a great, attentive, and engaged audience and sticking with us, but you don't want to miss this. I've been a business journalist for nearly 20 years, and some of the most common questions that startups have involve how do I get the attention of VCs and how do I work with VCs? So international venture capital is increasingly interested in Danish life science startups. But what are they looking for, and how can you attract them to your company? In this panel, VCs who focus or have some interest in life science startups are going to share advice on making your company stand out. What do they see as strengths and competitive advantages of the Danish ecosystem, and what sets apart the companies that they've invested in? We'll hear their tips, and they'll tell us some common mistakes to avoid as well. We are going to do a Q&A at the end of our discussion. As with the rest of the panels, there will be, yes, this coming up, where you can answer your questions, ask your questions, have them answered. And I think that's about it. So I'm going to be moderating this panel, and I'll be joined by Karina Roth from Comstorm in Vienna. You can welcome to join us. Priya Oberoi from Goddess Gaia in the UK, and Dom Malicious from Baltic Sandbox Ventures. Great. Thank you all for joining us. I feel very far from you. Let me get a little bit closer. Yeah.
Too big.
Too big.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone good? Great.
It's supposed to be a barbecue. We're supposed to be mingling, right?
This is cozy. This is very cozy.
It's so different to Zoom, right?
Yeah. So I'd like to start out just by asking each of you to give a brief introduction of your fund, sort of what your portfolio's focus is, whether that's geographic or industry or otherwise. And I'm going to start with Dom, who's all the way over there.
Right. So, hi guys. I'm from Vilnius in Lithuania, and I'm representing a fund called Baltic Sandbox Ventures. We are an early stage VC and accelerator investing in science and engineering, and our thesis is supporting founders that have intellectual property. So we have offices in Vilnius, Tallinn in Estonia, and now in Helsinki, Finland. And we invest tickets in pre-seed up to 125K and in seed up to $500,000. And I came to TechBBQ to potentially scout out a Danish deal and to add it to our portfolio as well. So that's us.
Thanks. Priya?
Hello, nice of you all to be here. My name is Priya Oberoi. I'm the general partner of Goddess Gaia Ventures. We are Europe's first women's healthcare fund. We invest at Seed Plus, which is where there's a real lack of investment in healthcare. And we invest across 5 verticals, and I need to remember what they are now. Femtech, women in sports and wellness, 7 female cancers, pre- and postpartum, and chronic diseases. And our geographic focus is first check into Europe, scale companies into the US. So it's very important for us that our founders are US focused.
Great. Karina?
Yeah, cool. Thanks for having me. Happy to be here. Karina Roth, I'm here in the name of Comstorm Ventures, which is the most active digital health investor in early stage in Europe. So investing in Europe, but also in the US, in pre-seed, seed rounds as a co-investor, the ticket size ranges on average between 150K to 350K. In the first or second fundraising round. So we have a clear industry focus, and we do anything like in front end and back end, how we call it. So who are serving either patient-facing solutions as well as back end infrastructure for hospitals, GPs, pharma, pharmacies, etc.
Okay, great. Well, glad that you're all here. So I know that some of you have invested in Danish companies. Some of you are looking to invest or in discussions with Danish companies. So I would love to know, we would love to know what about the Danish ecosystem or the prospect of investing in companies in Denmark particularly interests you? Why are you looking here? Karina, could you?
So we are one of those who has a Danish company in the portfolio. So we have more than 80 portfolio companies by now. So we do many tickets per fund. 7 are from the Nordics and 1 specifically from Denmark. The investment happened before I joined the fund, but it was in 2021. It's Adent, and I think what I like particularly about Denmark, and I think what's very unique also within Europe and European Union, is that Denmark for decades has had like this very special treatment of health data. So it's collecting those data, also making it accessible to startups for innovation and for research, which allows those startups to, use this data to run clinical trials, to iterate on the product, to find product market fit, something that's very hard for startups. For example, so I'm based in Vienna, Austria, which is very hard for companies to do in Germany and Austria alike. So I've just been on a panel recently in Germany, and we literally said and looked at Denmark and said, why can't our system be like the Danish system? So I think this is something very unique to this country, but also having companies, like Novo Nordisk, giving back a lot into the industry, having the Bioinnovation Institute, also being able to spin out companies in a way where they're still VC investable is something that you guys really manage very well. So also directing many Austrian universities towards the Nordic system, so that the cap tables are not broken. So
right.
You have lots of nice setups.
Yeah. Thank you, Priya. Why look in Denmark? What's attractive about this country and this life science ecosystem?
So I think Karina said it all anyway, but to add to that, so I was at Bioinnovation last night, and there's a new collaboration between NVIDIA and Novo for AI computing, which is going to help this healthcare data even more to classify it and put it into some sort of order, which is even going to be better for clinical trials even further. So it's fantastic that from a government level, you're innovating as well, and you're actually putting money behind that data, and that helps build LLM models. It really does move that forward tremendously. Also, the universities here, they actively want people to spin out. They encourage those spin outs as well. You've got the research, you've got the health science background. So theoretically, this is a fantastic place to start a healthcare innovation company. But there are obviously problems down the line, like in every country. But it's a great place, I think, to start off life.
Okay, maybe we'll come back to some of those problems. Great. Dom, same question.
So we haven't invested into Denmark yet, but if you're a founder in the room, raise your hand and come talk to me after the panel. Okay, I'm seeing at least 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, more. Basically, we're looking for a deal. Why? Because as a small country in Lithuania, we appreciate the effect of the ecosystem. So that means that we need to have different parts of the puzzle working together as an efficient mechanism. And we see industry super active and not only giving investment, which is crucial, but also giving industrial problems to solve the startups. We see academia that's world class. and we also see startups picking up these challenges, going out of the Bioinnovation Institute and everyone else. And so this ecosystemic effect is what attracts us here. And secondly, we think that our values and our ethics are similar. So yesterday I listened to a presentation at the same event we've been Priya by AFO, and we realized that you have a focus on therapeutics, defense, life sciences, and quantum. And if you come to a Lithuanian event, be it Investor Camp on October 2nd or Startup Fair October 3rd, I have some Lithuanians with me, so they are the cheer squad. So if you will hear a lot of conversations about life sciences and quantum, because these are also strategic areas in which our country is investing into. And basically we've heard from the report from AFO that life sciences is #1 vertical in Denmark in the VC ecosystem last year. Similar statistics in Lithuania. So it sounds like we're looking at the VC ecosystem through a very similar lens, and we'd like to explore this connectivity and build upon it as much as possible.
Great, great. So Priya, you mentioned that you've at least spoken with some Danish companies or a.
So like Nima Life, you've got Christina there. She's like, there's a brilliant company, so go check her out. I mean, there's some fantastic companies here. I mean, Bioinnovation is one of our amazing funnels, basically. They've got lab space, they've got the technology, they've got the money behind it. But the problem comes when you're trying to scale out of Denmark.
Right.
And for VC returns, the market has to be a certain size to invest in those companies. And this is where this is a problem in Europe. It's not just Denmark. For you to scale to the US, which is 50% of the world healthcare market, the numbers have to work. I need to make 100x at seed and 10x at Series A.
Sure.
That's not going to happen on companies that are funded by grants sometimes. Sure. And that is the honest truth. But we tiptoe around that all the time. But the VC, my fiduciary duty is to return money to my LPs. I would love to do it in a way that I help the world at the same time.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's a mismatch.
Right. I want to come back to some of what you said, but I want to give you an opportunity to say some more nice things about Nima Life.
Okay.
Well,
you should get Christina up here.
Yeah. What's so great? How did Christina get your attention, and what stood out about the company, about the founders?
Well, she's ex-Ferring for a start, right? She understands her business. We've just been talking about it. I've met her team. They've come from brilliant universities. They've gone through Bioinnovation. They get the product. I think that's the point. You've got to get what you're building. Mm-hmm. And you need a healthcare background, life sciences background to create a product. And healthcare is very strange bedfellows, because you've got healthcare background meets tech. And they don't normally go well together. And I think Denmark is unique for that. It's getting better at it. So that's why I would say, it's definitely worth our time to spend time in the Nordics. Whereas, there are other problems in other countries, like Karina said as well. So, it's about understanding that intermarriage between those two areas. Because traditionally they haven't got on.
Right. Thanks.
That's the problem.
Yeah, thanks. So, Priya, you already addressed this somewhat, but I'll come back to you. Dom, I'll start with you. So, what sort of framework and what questions do you ask in evaluating a startup, and whether they have sort of the size and the scale that you need to make them worth investing in, where you're going to have venture scale returns? Can you talk about how you think about that?
Absolutely. So first of all, we are a specialist fund. So we invest into deep tech and life sciences, and that means that we do technological due diligence, and we're looking at IP potential or IP assets of the company. So while some other funds might prioritize MRR, we usually work with companies that don't have MRR yet, and not always have clients, because we're the first ticket investor. So we have to devise a test for these people to show that they're serious. So we're trying to put a balance in between a global vision, becoming a unicorn in a particular sphere, and we test that by seeing whether the IP, intellectual property that the startup has, can be applied across different verticals, so it can be scaled across industries and not only geographies. And then on the other hand, we're looking whether the founder has one next step that they know they have to make, whether that's in developing an MVP, finishing R&D, testing with the clinic, onboarding a pilot user, and whether they understand how to get there and how quickly they can get there. And because we are an accelerator plus fund, we invest at pre-seed, then we see how their progress goes, and we follow on with the seed investment. That means that we get to know the companies we work with for a year or two before we deploy the seed ticket as well. So that gives us time to be patient and to really focus on the strengths of the founders that we see and like and see performing. So that's how we look at it.
Yeah, right, great. Karina, same question. What sort of questions are you asking yourself in figuring out, is this company going to be worth it? Are they going to give us the kind of returns that we want?
Yeah, so we don't go this deep in deep tech kind of things. So we are very early stage investor, and we primarily look at founder market fit. So maybe explaining market first. So our market size that we need is a $4 billion market, 100 million revenue potential within the next 5-7 years to match our fund's life cycle. So just to name a few numbers and stuff that has maybe not been said yet. And then we look for this problem. What is this problem even about? And how passionate is that founder team in solving this problem? So we are looking for founders to be in love with that problem and not with the solution that they are currently having. So we see so many pivots happening all the time in this early stage, and we want to make sure that those are founders firstly equipped to be the winners in solving that problem, no matter what the solution has to look like. Because only once you go out, and talk to the clients, they will tell you what kind of solution they are after. So there's so much iteration happening, and you want to make sure that those founders are the best ones and are able to serve the client's needs.
Right.
So yeah, that's basically our part in the investment round. We are co-investors, so there's usually a lead investor also coming in, and then they do a bit more the technical DD and legal DD. So we are teaming up and are investing very collaboratively.
Right. And then Priya, I just wanted to give you the opportunity. You mentioned that it's important for you that a company is going to be able to go into the US market as part of your calculation. Are there other considerations that are sort of important in your screening process?
So I really like what Karina just said. There's so much pivoting that has to happen within venture, and so the founder, you're looking for a founder very much who is open to pivot. And that sounds a lot easier than it is, because sometimes you're in love with the solution to such a degree that you refuse to pivot. So you need people who can see the solution in 10 years' time, and that is so important. And also, when you're scaling from Europe to the US, it's a totally different mindset, a totally different way of working. You've got to work with insurance companies there. You've got to get the right codings. You've got to get FDA approvals in some cases. That's a different way of working than in Europe. So those are the things that we need to see. And normally a lot of our companies, if they have to go through clinical trials, would have had one in Europe, but then they need to be ready to have one in the US as well, basically. And yeah, actually the resilience to deal with insurance companies to get those right codings, that it's like building Lego on Lego on Lego.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
No.
So it's not for everyone. And we're women's health, so it's $1 trillion market, but it's got to be, and I think Karina said it very well, something that you're passionate about, because you're going up against a wall. And people, and ours is a very political area as well. It's now, when we started off life, people were like, what is women's health? I don't even know what it is. And now it's on the political agenda. So you're looking for founders who've got passion, prowess, but that resilience to go into the US, but starting off life in Europe. So yeah, it's pretty clear what we need.
Yeah, right. You've touched on this, but let me follow up. So I've spoken with a lot of VCs, and often you'll hear that they're investing in founders more than they're investing in a particular company, and that it may be not even the first company that they invest in, but it could be a founder's second or third company that really hits. So, Dom, how do you feel about that? How important is the founder or the founding team versus the specific business idea, and how do you think about that?
We have this idiom in our Baltic VC circles: bet on the jockey, not the horse. So I fully agree with what Priya and Karina are saying, and that's where our sort of like experimentation model comes in. So we try to phase the startup's achievement in terms of hypothesis testing. So they have to test a hypothesis, they have to prove it works, and then they have to focus on it if it works. If it doesn't work, they have to look for a plan B and move on to pivoting. And pivoting is a scary word, right? So sometimes we disguise it as like attempting a new vertical or whatever. Yeah. But basically, the founding team is one of the core elements. And because we're investing in deep tech, we're looking for teams that have a very, very strong CSO or CTO, and at the same time has an innovation or a business manager. And we think that having this interdisciplinarity, or at least covering the two verticals, is extremely important. And sometimes we invest in companies that don't have the co-founder, so then it becomes our job to help them onboard someone that would be fit for the team. But basically, the team is the most important factor that we look at in any way.
Karina, could you talk about founding teams?
Yes, I think it's super relevant right now. I don't know if everybody in the audience has seen the founder mode discussion that happened a few weeks ago. And I think previously we all thought that founder team is super important in early stage, and it becomes less and less relevant, you know, when you go into the growth stages. But it's like this founder mode discussion has just been showing that once these kind of founders change from this founder mode that they always had into manager mode, because all their VCs, all the scaling VCs have advised them, so now you have to switch, you know, your management style, you have to become like more corporate. Yeah. And then they all performed less. So those companies actually started declining because they changed from this founder mode into management mode. And now there's this awareness raising, and probably also there's going to be now some research coming more into it, because nobody has really been collecting data. It was really just anecdotes that were shared during this one tech event. So I think it's even more important to look at that founder team and also let them stay founders beyond the growth stage.
Right, right. Any additional thoughts to add to what...
I mean, so I've done a lot of angel investing as well, and I remember one of my best tickets and best companies. I mean, I love the founders, and the founder, they're all got this sort of air about them. There is something about them that you just trust they're going to get the job done. And he has a son at the same school as my son, and it was the first day of school, and I remember just running up to him and saying, "Please take my money." And he was like, "Who the hell are you?" But you know, there are just people that you know that are really, really good at what they do, and they will go over and above. And actually, I think to Karina's point as well, they should be allowed to be like that, because I think you need to be a little bit bonkers to start a company, scale a company, and do that for 10 years and not go slightly AWOL. So yes, those people and their personalities are quite important. But yeah, I would say, you know, one of my best investments was really just I knew nothing about this company except that I loved the founder. And it was one of the best investments I've ever made.
Right.
I remembered something else, if I may add. We sometimes have this misconception that team is static. The founding team on day one has to be the founding team at the exit. Right. No. And one of the things we cover with our portfolio companies is co-founder changes. And instead of it being a taboo, when you lose a co-founder or one or another reason, we ask our founders to turn it into an asset of strength, saying that, okay, just like we test hypotheses with the market or the R&D, we also test hypotheses with people that we work with. And if we see that someone's not fulfilling a particular function, don't be afraid to swap it out and sort of like, you know, starting 5 and take someone from the bench. So I think we shouldn't shy away from this taboo of like co-founder changes as well, and build it smartly and build the mechanisms as investors to have very open conversations, whether everyone still wants to build the company 2, 3, 4, 5 years into it, and have the mechanisms on how to negotiate these transitions. And founders, don't shy away from telling your investors or friends that perhaps a certain co-founder dynamic is not working out, and that you need to make some changes in the team. It's not as scary as it sounds the first time around, and it's manageable.
Great point.
Yeah, I'd love to jump in here because this is so cool that you mentioned that, because most female founders are told, oh my God, it's so awful, you're on your own, you're a founder, if you and your co-founder break up, that's the end of the company. No, use it as a strength. You're absolutely right. But, you know, especially in my area, there are 70% female founders. They're given such bad advice by VCs, and it's like, no, turn it to your strength, that actually it's a great pivot. You know, look at it as the team will grow. And yeah, it's a 10-year marriage at least, right? Start to finish. So you're going to have changes, otherwise you're pretty dead. So yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. That's great. So I want to really get into the nitty-gritty a little bit here about how founders can work with you, starting from initial contact. How do they get your attention? What should they do during the due diligence process? What should happen during when you're negotiating terms of a potential deal? Let's really get into that. So Karina, could you give us some tips, and you could also give us some not to do's.
So when I just think about 1.5 days TechBBQ now, although now it's almost 2 days, and the coolest connections I formed so far with founders were really not planned. So I was actually sitting next to them, just random, sitting next to a person, enjoying dinner. We talked about completely other stuff, and then, after 15 minutes, we actually start talking about work, what are we doing? So we talked about everything else before we started pitching our professional life towards each other. And so we were already like good acquaintances, having 15 minutes great conversation on hot springs in Iceland and in Japan.
Yeah.
Found a common understanding and ground and hobby. And then we started talking, and I got so excited about this woman, and then even more so about the startup she's building. So it's like, don't be always in the selling mode. And if you want to pitch, maybe ask first the other person what their investment focus is before pitching for 5 minutes. And it's a hardware or it's a biotech, something I absolutely don't do.
Sure.
So I think this is important. Maybe just so Calmstone looks at all cold decks. So if you have a great deck and it's uploaded on our website, somebody will see it, and we will have a call with that person. There's many VCs who don't do any cold inbound deals, so only warm intros. I also like it. So when somebody I know gives me like a warm intro to a founder with a great blurb and an A-class deck, I'm taking this call. So maybe something not to do, and what for me personally is a red flag, is early stage founders coming via agents or advisors. So if you're early stage founder, you really need to build up that fundraising skills, and that only comes if you do it yourself. So this is like an immediate, probably not gonna happen thing.
Okay. Dom, I saw you nodding.
Oh my God.
Can you address the same thing? So tips and anti-tips, not to do.
So 100% agree with Karina. There has to be a human connection between a founder and an investor before you discuss business. There has to be a cultural fit as well. And one of the ways on how not to do it is to pitch B2B SaaS platforms to a deep tech investor in a bathroom, which has actually happened to me. And secondly, if you're umbrella, you're selling me a marketplace solution, also please check up the bio. It's not that difficult. It's 3 lines. I do deep tech, right? So I think you need to know your audience. And actually, with us, I brought 2 portfolio companies. I see Jurgis from Mako, George sitting there, and Paul is just wandering around by the stands. So the way we met and invested into these founders is through founder referrals. Because unfortunately in the deep tech space, when we work with engineers and scientists, they don't have a beautiful deck. So again, what do? So we went to Jurgis's garage to look at the vehicle that he's produced, and for an hour we were just having conversations about how we look at life, you know, and then how we look at the vehicle, and the engineering team was sort of like standing around their product and all showing how they pitch in and how they build it. So it wasn't a structured pitch that you expected to sort of like have, but it was important for everyone to smooth into it and to sort of like establish the trust with one another. So again, because we're early stage, because we're deep tech, you have to first understand us as people and build that connection.
Right, right. Priya?
Not too much more to add. I mean, you know, to the extent that you're building a relationship with somebody, right? And it's a bit like dating. You gotta go on a lot of dates. But you know, I would also say trust your gut instincts. So if you think about VCs, like I'm the general partner, I have to fundraise. So people are fundraising to me, right? From me as well. So it's a cycle. And the best investors are always going to be people you get on with. Because there's going to be some stuff that goes wrong in 10 years. You've got to be able to pick up the phone and call them and say, hey, I need your help. So that relationship, that chemistry, I think is really important. I've never invested in someone I don't like, ever. I mean, there's people I like more and then people I like less, but you know, but you genuinely have to have that as a basis. And then you go through a due diligence, and it's a soft due diligence and a much deeper due diligence. So there are stages of all of that. But you know, like we know, we take all cold decks, we have a portal for that, we have people monitoring that. So a lot of our founders are first-time founders because women's health attracts a lot of new founders. That's fine, there are mistakes all the time, but you know, we as a fund have to decide what we're going to take a bet on as well, right? And part of that is a relationship that you're going to listen to my advice and I'm going to listen to yours.
Right.
Because I don't want someone just to, you know, we can be wrong as well.
Right.
Right? So if someone knows their stuff and they can push back, that's a respect, right, as well. But at the same time, if you're just talking at me, you know, I'm going to click off somewhere, right? So I think it's a two-way conversation, and it's the same conversations we have with our LPs.
Right, right. So, so you talked
so
a
sorry,
lot.
if I may add something, your metaphor of dating really inspired me, and I forgot to say something important, probably because some of us were up until 3 a.m. in the morning, so please forgive us. But basically, it's like old school kind of dating, not new school kind of dating where you swipe your investors on Tinder and expect that something's going to work out. It's old school. So if you're a founder looking for an investor and the right fit, talk to somebody that investor has invested into it before. And the same way we as investors talk to founders or people who have worked with the companies we invest in to do a sort of like background check, compatibility check. I think founders should do the same about their investors. And it's the best kind of like network. It's a people's and relationships business.
Right, right. I just wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping. So our clock, if you didn't know, it started a little bit late, and I do want to make sure we have time for Q&A. So at some point soon, we can throw up that QR code for people to start asking some questions. So you talked about a lot about this early fit and feeling good with the founders. Is there anything that founders could do sort of as you're going through due diligence, as you're in the process of negotiating a deal, that kind of messes it up?
Yeah, don't throw the lawyers in straight away. I mean, I'm a lawyer by background. I've done 12 years of PE, 12 years of law. There's nothing that you can throw at me that I haven't seen before, but lawyers are there to document it, not there to fight your corner. Know the terms yourself. So drag rights, for example, dilution rights. I think it's, you know, it says a lot about a founder when they, as difficult as it is, maybe first time round, to actually know the terms they're signing up for. It's so important that they get it, you know, and you can bring so many people into the mix, but ultimately you're going to have the one who's sitting with the lead investor. So I think that's really important, not to get lawyers document it at the end, right? If you've got something that is you're worried about, you want to discuss it directly. So much better, I would say, in that point. And also, I promise you, none of my team want to due diligence stuff for the sake of it. We're doing it because we need to see it. So sometimes, you'll get people who just, I haven't written that piece of work yet, which is fine. Send it when you've done it, but pretending you haven't got it in a data room and then having to write it, I think it causes distrust. So for example, when we're fundraising, and we're always fundraising and deploying, we have a data room fully baked at all times. And I think that's important to get housekeeping in order. I really do. And I think once you've done that, you feel so much more confident about yourself. And if you don't have something, that's fine as well, right? Just say, I'll get round to it.
Right.
So a lot of this is dialogue.
Bina, do you have anything to add to that?
It's beautifully said. I can just agree with everything you just said.
Dom,
good communication.
What about you? Leave the lawyers home. What other things can go wrong, sort of as you're progressing?
Absolutely. So with the lawyers, common mistake that people make, I think, is that founders trust them too much, and then they send in their lawyers as attack dogs. And then one side's lawyers and the other side's lawyers are at each other's throats, trying to deliver the best value for their particular client. And at some point, the investor and the founder have to stand and give a command to their lawyers at the same time. Make this work.
Yeah.
Dial it down. So I definitely agree that has to be a lot of negotiations before the lawyers come in. And the dishonesty point, if there's any sort of dishonesty in the due diligence process, massive red flag. We can't proceed with that. So even if something is not working, please acknowledge that it's not working, and please tell us how you're gonna fix it, but don't lie to us that it's all in order and beautiful.
So we've got a couple questions starting to come in. Let's get a couple more up there. I'm gonna ask you one more. So in addition to funding, what should founders expect from you all in terms of sort of non-financial support and advice? How much are you coaching and mentoring? What should people expect? And Karina?
What comes with being the most active digital health investor in Europe, we now have the largest community at Cambstorm of digital health entrepreneurs in Europe. So it's very sector specific. So this is also what we tell the founders. So if you want to learn from your peers who are 1 or 2 steps ahead of you, this is the right partners you could go for. And we are also just one part of that cap table. There's the lead investors who do less deals per fund, and they can also put more operational support in. But this is our part that Cambstorm takes on that cap table. We bring the community to learn from each other and from those who did it before.
Great, so community. Priya?
So we're actually now building our community. Our communities come quite organically, which is interesting because it's around women's health. And women's health is very much community buying from each other, selling to each other. But I would say, honestly, we've just told our founders, if you need us, this is my direct WhatsApp, call me anytime. It's not our job to interfere in your world, right? We trust you. But if there's a problem, please call, please meet up. We try and physically meet up, but people are traveling a lot and doing all sorts of things. I think our most value add is getting into the US. We know the insurance market, we know the next stage investors, we know how that trajectory and business plan needs to look. And we've done it before, and we're going to do it a number of times again. So that is where I think our most value add is. But generally, it is a question of call me if you need me. So like when Silicon Valley Bank went up in smoke, oh my God, that's when panic happened, right? Absolutely. Let's go ring up JP Morgan and sort this out. But otherwise, generally, no. I mean, we sort of, I think, have good enough relationships with people who will call us if we need them, and vice versa, right?
Right. Anything quickly to add there, or we can get to...
So we are an accelerator fund, so with every company we work with, we pick 1 or 2 KPIs that we help with. You can ask Jürgis how we help him, but anything from fundraising to IP strategy to finding a co-founder to building a manufacturing line in Taiwan, these are the kind of things that we worked on in the past. So we're quite activist.
Great. Okay, so we've got some time for some questions. What does the perfect fundraising timeline look like? Someone want to take that?
Yes.
Okay.
The investors, just like in dating, investors are most excited about you when you're not available. So I think you have to build. I'm sorry, Priya. I'm just riding this metaphor till the end. I'm probably gonna get cancelled at the end.
Don't tell them that.
Yeah. Oh right. It's okay. 12 months. 12 months. So you have to establish contact with people, sort of like warm those introductions up, as we said. You have to have a pitch deck or a product that you can show us. And then you have to have the plan on how you're going to survive if we say no, because that's what attracted, that you've built contingency in your fundraising strategy. And then the actual closing is anywhere from 3 to 6 months, depending on all sorts of like diligences and stuff like that. But too often founders think that, oh my God, my bank account's running out at the end of the month. Now I have to start fundraising. No, you should have thought about it a year before.
Totally. I mean, so we invest at Seed Plus. So Seed to Series A is roughly 3 years, right? So you should be talking to us at Seed. And we have like all this data from Seed onwards in our CRM. So, you know, absolutely, when is a founder most attractive? When everyone's chasing them. And, you know, that is the unfortunate way things work. So, you know, I would say multi-date. You know, multi-date with a lot of VC investors. Keep doing that dating thing until you actually need to pull the trigger. But then it's 3 to 6 months, so it should be a really controlled process. So data room up straight away, right? Keep adding to it. Investor questions, there's like a list you can keep on adding to. You know, keep people updated on feedback and things like that. But that's where real communication comes in. And I think you shouldn't try and go over 6 months because you'll be exhausted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Karina, any thoughts?
Yeah, maybe just to add, because everything has been said. So when you're talking to those investors, you know, for a year, please always make sure that you tell them that you're currently not raising. Because we also talk to each other, and it might seem that they are raising already for a year and not closing their round. So you want to make sure that you open the round at a certain point in time, and everything before is just friendly talks. So to get that momentum happening.
Right. So being clear about when the clock is starting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're not yet fundraising.
Great.
It's also important to say when you have all those kind of conversations.
That's a good point. So we're going to have to pick and choose a little bit here. In life science, many founders come from the health sector and do not have any experience with finance or law. How do you suggest that they get this experience?
If you know, co-founders. So either you just think about yourself, what kind of skills do you think you can build up on top of what you know already have? What do you also want to cover? And then look at all the fields that are necessary and that you have to cover, and look for co-founders. So co-founders is the cheapest way of adding skill sets to your portfolio.
Yeah, I mean, we've done that on our fund level as well. All our board, all our advisors are like real health and techie people, basically, like, you know, heads of subsections of the NHS or big pharma companies. You know, my background is in finance, numbers, and law, you know, but my team is something else. So it's all complementary at the end of the day. It's what you are as a company or a firm or a fund collectively and what you bring to the table.
I think you don't need to excel in law if you're a scientific founder. You just kind of like need to be familiar and know how to speak that language. So you don't need to pass the bar. You just need to know how the legal dictionary looks like, and you have to have someone to help you navigate that dictionary.
Yeah, great. Okay, so this is a good one. At which stage of investor startup communication do you think it's fine to sign an NDA? Could it create distrust, scare you off if it's too early? Good question, I think. Priya?
I'm going to have a different view. I think an NDA is a bit of a red flag.
Yeah, same here.
Same.
Because I think, I mean, you know, you can copy an idea, but you cannot copy execution. Bottom line. So the NDA it just puts me off straight away, basically. So it's I don't really tend to go down the route, if I'm honest with you. I mean, you're having a conversation, right?
Yeah.
We all have conversations. An NDA, what is it protecting, really?
You agree, Dom?
Yes, as a fund, we have a policy of not signing NDAs with anyone we negotiate with. If we move to advanced stages of negotiations, we then hire or enlist one of our trusted technical or scientific advisors, and then they sign an NDA and do technical due diligence, but we don't know about what they actually discuss. So, but yeah, it's best if you already filed a patent for whatever NDA material you're supposed to be, not discussing with us.
Right, right. I think you agree. Okay, so the answer is never. There's no good time. I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. So regulatory, clinical trials, reimbursement rules, any tips or tricks for prototyping? I don't know if that's intentional, if prototyping, to shorten the journey from research to invoice. Somebody like to address that?
I think prototyping is basically when instead of building a product, you build an appearance of the product. Yeah. And so if you're an Uber, instead of having a dynamic pricing mechanism, you have a bunch of interns checking the weather in a particular location and updating the prices that way. So it's difficult to do that in life sciences or in deep tech, but it's exciting. So one of the tests in terms of hypothesis testing that we give to our accelerator participants is to try to sell their product as if it was final. So, for example, they have to go out to a pharma company or a smaller biotech or a supplements manufacturer or whatever and have a sales pitch as if their product was finished. And then they have to come back and say whether it flew or did not fly. Because I think that gives a lot of feedback, whether there's that, whether it's a headache looking for an aspirin or the other way around.
Good point.
Yeah. Anything to add to that, Karina? No. Okay. Let's say this will be probably the last question. So, a good one. Do you see the VC climate in life sciences improving after the 2021 peak? Where are we going? Karina?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I feel like if you compare to all the industries that had their dips and decreased in volumes raised and spent, health was one of the least. So you had climate tech and health tech coming out pretty much on top when you looked at what were the industries who decreased. Also, so our fund started in 2020 and was one of the first having that as a focus area. And it's also tough if you're the first one and you're doing early stage and you're lacking this later stage growth capital. But so for us, it's great to see so many other digital health tech, biotech, life science fund being raised, especially also in later stage. So we see more and more happening. And also we are celebrating, also if they're not in our portfolio, but we are celebrating every single health tech unicorn. So now we have the first femtech unicorn in Europe, and that's good for the entire industry because we just need to have those proof points to attract more money coming into that particular industry. So still very excited about health tech.
Yeah.
So it's like what are the big problems we have to solve? You have demographic change, you have care as a really big problem. So this has to be solved, and that's why there's also money going into it.
Right. Thanks. Priya, do you see the VC climate improving?
Yeah, I mean, I see the investment climate improving, right? I think VC is changing as well. You've got mega funds, more specialized funds. You're going to crowd out the middle funds, because, what is it? Atomico just raised $1 billion. That's not VC anymore, that's private equity. We're going into a different realm. So I think VC is changing. I think how you look at life sciences needs a different model to fintech, for example, right? So the VC landscape is changing. Yes, we're not in ZERP era anymore. So there are changes. You have to look at returns differently, and they're over different periods of time as well, right? And the cost-benefit analysis is that if something fails in life sciences, people can die, right? So it's not like you just start another product. So I think there's a lot of community changes happening all together, and I'm very positive on health tech, whether it's health tech, life sciences, women's healthcare. These problems aren't going away; they're just getting worse. Governments can't deal with them. Healthcare systems are breaking down. We got to put more money. Simple as that.
Right, Dom, you get the final word.
So I think that the question assumes fluctuations, but I think we see fluctuations at the end of the cycle. So where we talk about IPOs, biopharma, and everything else. And after COVID, we did have a certain hype because a lot of preclinical assets were ending up IPO'd. I'm not going to name names, but naturally some disappointments came. And I think that the later stage financiers sort of like slowed down on earlier stage investments, and because it's a signals change business, it affects us at the very end of the early stage the least. And I think it's actually been good that the later stage dynamic and hype slowed down a little bit, because it allowed us, the specialists in the VC stage in life sciences at the early stages, to really focus and to build great contacts with founders. So I think that especially in the early stages, the life sciences financing has not slowed down, and it actually invited more and better people from the investment cycle.
Great.
That's my answer.
Great. Thank you so much. Great discussion. I'd like to really thank the three of you for being with us today. It's great information. You've been a great audience. Let's give it up for this great panel. And this is the last session of the day. We'll be back tomorrow, starting a little bit earlier, with another full day of great content. And I look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you so much.